Chapter 1 Girl, there's something wrong with you. Jiang Qingxian awakened the famous sword Zhongjing sword, B level. On the high platform, a short sword engraved with the words success and death shone with light, and finally turned into a hot girl. The girl excitedly waved to her best friend, obviously very satisfied with the results of her awakening. Wow, she's actually a sword girl at the famous sword level. Senior sister Qingxian is so strong. Senior Qingxian is also very beautiful. It would be great if she could sign a contract with me. What are you thinking about? To be able to conjure a sword requires at least a B-level talent. Do you think you have a talent that's 1 in 1,000? Humph, it's better to bully an old man than a poor young man. When I awaken my A-level talent, I will make sure everyone looks at me with new eyes. Below the stage, Sui listened to the discussions of his classmates with a blank look in his eyes, and it was obvious that his thoughts were not on the same wavelength as his classmates. That's right, Sui is a time traveler. Before traveling through time, Sui was a second-rate corporate slave in a large factory. Staying up late and working overtime to create surplus value for his boss was almost a daily occurrence. As a result, after taking a nap at my workstation, I opened my eyes again and became a member of this world. Unlike the previous life, the blue star in this world really possesses extraordinary powers. Thousands of years ago, as the dimensional wall outside the solar system ruptured, a large number of fantasy creatures poured into the three-dimensional world, becoming a major threat to mankind. When the war began, humans were almost powerless against the fantasy creatures. Whether it's the undead skeletons with blue flames on their skulls or the grotesque green-skinned goblins, they are almost completely immune to modern artillery fire. Their figures appear in human vision, but their bodies seem to be stored in another dimension, making it difficult for people to find their way. Over the years, humans have used all possible means, but even their proud nuclear weapons have no effect on them, and they are almost forced into a desperate situation. Just when all mankind was ready to face destruction, archaeologists finally found the method of awakening from a stone tablet. Through the adult awakening ceremony, girls can transform into sword girls and cause explosive damage to fantasy creatures. Boys will be employed as sword masters, awakening their own unique talents and greatly improving the sword girls' combat capabilities to various degrees. And today is Blue Star's annual Awakening Conference. Next, Lan Yueying. A girl in a blue dress, who looked like she had walked out of a painting, came up. The girl placed her hand on the awakening ball, her expression cold and composed, as if she had already made up her mind. The next moment, the awakening ball shone with light, and a rainbow light shot up into the sky, enveloping Lan Yueying in the light curtain. As the rainbow light faded, Lan Yueying, who had been standing on the stage, disappeared, replaced by a long sword covered in white frost. The sword was about 3 feet long, shrouded in smoke, and faintly exuded a majesty that made people submit. Fuck, what level is this sword? Why should I even want to kneel down? Everyone must hold on. A man's knees are made of gold. Never kneel down casually. What's the point of resisting? It's our honor to kneel down before this icy beauty. Why not just enjoy it? Is this a question of honor or not? The scene below the awakening stage was in chaos. Many weak-willed students completely lost control of their bodies and unconsciously knelt down towards the stage. On the high platform nearby, Principal Chen Shuhua could no longer sit still. He stood up and released his aura, blocking the pressure for the students kneeling on the ground below the stage, and then announced Lan Yueying's talent in person. Lan Yueying awakened the famous sword Qingshuang sword, S level. As soon as Chen Shuhua finished speaking, the audience became even more excited. An S-class famous sword. It's been years since an S-class talent appeared in Haidong City. I never expected to see one today. This woman's talent is so terrifying. If she finds another sword master with S-level talent in the future, wouldn't the two of them be invincible together? Damn, I'm so envious of her future sword master. Not only does she have a stunning figure and appearance, but she's also so talented. I wonder which genius will be so blessed. Shoo, don't talk nonsense, I have a fiancé. As they were talking, many of the onlookers turned their attention to Sui, who was daydreaming. Sui came back to his senses, but his face was full of strange expressions. Traveling through time, both parents died, and the girlfriend awakened to become a genius and wanted to break up. This is simply the standard starting template for the protagonist. That's right, the girl on the stage who was so cold and aloof that she seemed like an alien was his fiancé. As for their engagement, it was arranged by Sui's adoptive parents and Lan Yueying's parents before they were born. In a sense, it was an arranged marriage. Unfortunately, not long after Sui was born, the two lost contact in a battle with fantasy creatures, and their life or death is still unknown. At this moment, Lan Yueying was walking towards here. As the beautiful figure got closer, Sui became more and more excited. According to the plot of many novels he had read in his previous life, Lan Yueying would definitely publicly break off relations with him. First, she used her power to force him to give up the engagement, then she looked down on him and criticized him, and finally she broke off relations with him and started cursing at him. When Lan Yueying had attracted enough hatred, he would awaken his unique talent and accept the experience points given by Lan Yueying with tears in his eyes. That's what Sui originally thought. But he waited and waited, but only saw a pair of eyes with clear black and white. The two looked at each other, and the scene was unusually quiet for a moment. Even the onlookers on the side held their breath, for fear of missing the next famous scene of broken engagement. Finally, Sui couldn't help it. He scratched the back of his head and broke the silence with a hint of confusion. Classmate Lan Yueying, what do you want to talk to me about? I do have something important to discuss with you. Lan Yueying nodded slightly, then took out a piece of paper from somewhere and gently handed it to Sui. It's like this. My uncle and aunt were close friends with my parents when they were alive, so our two families arranged a marriage for us, promising us a lifelong relationship. Logically, we're childhood sweethearts, so I shouldn't rush you like this. But today is the day everyone awakens, and I think it's better to clarify some things in advance. Lan Yueying crossed her fingers in front of her, as if she was having a fierce ideological struggle. Sui was stunned at first when he heard this, but then he was overjoyed. The classic scene of breaking off the engagement finally came. He thought he would not have the chance to say the same lines as Xiaoyan today, but he did not expect Lan Yueying to be so cooperative. He immediately clenched his fists and began to build up his emotions for the next lines. So I came to you this time to ask you when you plan to marry me. 30 years later. Wait, what did you just say? Chapter 2. Why don't you play by the rules? The lines that had been accumulated were stuck in his throat for a moment, and Sui even thought there was something wrong with his hearing. Something is wrong. Lan Yueying's reaction is very wrong. According to normal circumstances, she should have come to cancel the engagement, but how did she end up urging marriage? How could he say don't bully the poor young man? Lan Yueying, I don't think we're a good match. I'll probably awaken a D-level talent, and then we'll have to separate. Hearing his words, the crowd around him instantly exploded. This Sui is really ungrateful. If the beauty from Lan University proposed to me, I would definitely kneel down on the spot. I think Sui is quite rational. Love is vulnerable in the face of talent and future. If the gap between two people is too big, it will indeed bring humiliation upon themselves. Pu Xinnan is really despicable. How could Lan Yueying fall for men like you? Only girls can understand girls. Fairy in front, take it easy. You're just a useless E-rank sword, nothing a boy would want, and yet you're trying to pamper us? Did you stay in bed too long last night and lose your mind? The onlookers around the two of them formed 3 circles inside and outside, and made sharp comments on Sui's speech. However, these people's opinions seemed to have no effect on Lan Yueying in front of Sui. Lan Yueying did not retreat but advanced, her towering breasts almost touching Sui's face. No, even if your talent is only E-level, I've already decided on you for my whole life. What's more, your talent will definitely be above S-level, and we will definitely be together. Sui's eyes involuntarily drifted towards a certain place, and then glanced to other places without leaving a trace. He thought that Lan Yueying, the campus beauty, really thought highly of him. The probability of a boy awakening an S-level talent was less than 1 in 500,000. If he could really awaken, even the governor of Blue Star would come to snatch him as a son-in-law. At this moment, the teacher's voice on the awakening platform sounded again. Next, Sui. Sui felt as if he had been pardoned. Lan Yueying's abnormal attitude really put him under a lot of pressure. However, I think as long as the awakened talent is not satisfactory, Lan Yueying probably won't continue to persist. This world is so cruel, talent often represents everything. Even if Lan Yueying herself wants to insist, her parents and best friends will definitely persuade her to choose another husband. Pushing aside the 3 circles of people inside and outside, Sui took 2 steps at a time and climbed onto the platform. He held the marriage contract in his left hand and placed his right hand on the awakening stone. Buzz buzz buzz. In an instant, there was a slight movement on the awakening stone, but it did not emit any light. On the playground, the onlookers sighed. The awakening stone didn't react at all. Sui is likely to be an E-level talent. Alas, the real world is not a fairy tale after all. It seems that Sui and Lan Yueying can't continue as a couple. Let me tell you, you guys are just toads wanting to eat swan meat, especially that Sui, he's not even worthy of licking our Lan Yueying's feet. Bang! With a loud slap, a red mark appeared on the face of the girl who shouted that boys were not worthy of Lan Yueying. Lan Yueying's face was cold, and the smile she had shown when facing Sui had disappeared without a trace. I don't care if you insult others, but I will never allow you to insult Sui. He is my fiancé. If I hear similar words again, it will be more than just a slap in the face. Everyone shuddered instantly. Only then did they remember that Lan Yueying's nickname Ice Beauty was not undeserved, but a name recognized by everyone. Only when facing Sui would this school beauty who always had a blank expression on her face reveal a faint smile. Lan Yueying no longer paid attention to the crowd. She turned around and looked in the direction of the awakening platform, her eyes full of worry, and her palms were unconsciously clenched with blood. On the awakening platform, the teacher in charge of registration looked at Sui, the top student, with some disappointment. He shook his head and was about to announce that Sui's awakening had failed. Suddenly, a shadow of a giant sword pierced through the sky, blocking out the sun. Countless stars twinkled in the shadow of the giant sword, like immortal swords cheering for joy. Such a commotion made everyone speechless in an instant. The sword shadow of the galaxy pierces the sky. Principal Chen Shuhua, who was originally sitting casually on the sofa, suddenly lost his composure and stood up instinctively. Is this S level or SS level? I have to report this to Governor He Chiguang immediately. Chen Shuhua stared at the awakening stone intently, lit a cigarette with his trembling left hand, and made a wishful calculation in his mind. If he remembered correctly, Governor He Changguang's only daughter had not yet found a suitable sword-bearer. As long as he can recommend Sui as a student, he will have a backer in the federal bureaucracy in the future, and a successful career will not be a problem. Before he could figure it out, the shadow of the giant sword in the sky suddenly dissipated, and the pouring stars instantly submerged the entire awakening platform. On the awakening stone, Sui's talent also emerged. Sui, Awakened Talent Eternal Sword Master, SSS level. Chapter 3, Will You Be My Sword Girl? Looking at the flashing words on the awakening stone, everyone felt a sense of suffocation. An SSS level swordsman, this level of talent has never appeared in the nearly 1,000 years of history of Blue Star. Principal Chen Shuhua didn't even care about the cigarette in his mouth. He quickly reported Sui's SSS level talent to Governor He Changguang, and then crawled down from the podium, fearing that Sui would encounter any accident. The thousands of girls on the playground reacted faster and more crazily than him. Most of them were just gossiping about the love story between Sui and Lan Yueying, and at the same time looked down on Sui, claiming that they would never be as love-brained as Lan Yueying. In a blink of an eye, the fairies who had just been united in their hatred of the enemy surrounded the entire awakening platform. Sui, choose me, choose me. I'm a B-rank flower swordsman. I'm light and flexible, easy to knock down. I'm experienced and have good moves. Brother E, please sign a contract with me. I am an A-level jade cicada sword and can do anything. Choose me, choose me. My family owns 8 coal mines. If you marry into my family and become my son-in-law, you will never have to worry about food and clothing for the rest of your life. On the playground, Lan Yueying looked at Sui, who was surrounded by people in the center, and felt very complicated. Although she has always been confident in Sui's talent is really too good. The attraction of SSS level talent was so great that all the girls on the playground, except her, swarmed over. After all, that is SSS level. Even if there is only a tiny possibility, as long as he can make a contract with Sui, he will be able to turn from a fallen chicken into a phoenix and soar into the sky. Many girls have their own plans in mind. Although their chances of being noticed are slim, what if Sui likes their type? They have to give it a try. Fortunately, several teachers formed a human wall, isolating the crazy girls several meters away from Sui. Sui ignored the girls who were rushing to introduce themselves, and also ignored the tiger tank with a slap mark on his face who threatened to make him his son-in-law. He looked past the noisy crowd and looked at his newly awakened SSS level talent. Talent, Eternal Sword Master SSS level. Exclusive features, Sword Washing Pool, Exquisite Heart, 10,000 swords return to the origin. Exquisite Sword Heart, insight into the essence of things, any hidden information is clear to the mind. Cleansing Sword Pool, refines the sword girl's talent, wipes away all dust, and restores her to her ancient form. 10,000 swords return doubles the attraction to sword girls, and the number of contracts is no longer limited. This talent is truly invincible. Each of the three major features is quite buggy. Linglong Jianxin can know both herself and the enemy, and is a powerful weapon whether she is a contracted sword girl or dealing with enemies. The Shichin sword pool can improve the quality of sword girls. If this gets out, sword girls all over the world will beg Sui for a contract. As for the final 10,000 swords returned to the origin, it has the most abnormal feature, which can completely remove the limit on the number of contracted sword girls. You should know that most swordmasters can only contract one sword girl at most, and only swordmasters with S-level talent or above can contract two sword girls at the same time. And Wanjian Guizong actually allows Sui to directly contract countless sword girls, which is a dimensionality reduction attack. Sui raised his head and noticed that a tiger tank with a slap mark on its face was attacking the Maginot line formed by the teachers. The next second, all the information about her talents appeared before his eyes. Zhengfangmei, White Iron Sword E rank. Exclusive features, none. Number of dust cleaning, none. Fuck, this is too outrageous. Sui quickly looked at a few more girls and felt that he needed to wash his eyes. After looking at several girls in a row, Sui summed up a pattern. In the information of these girls, apart from their exclusive characteristics and talent levels, the number of times they have been bathed is unknown. Suddenly, Sui's eyes fell on the engagement contract in his left hand, and he suddenly realized that he didn't seem to see his cheap fiancée in the crowd. He looked into the distance and finally saw Lan Yueying on the playground. Lan Yueying did not rush to the awakening platform like those girls, but chose to stand quietly there, looking at Sui, who was surrounded by people from afar. She was very nervous. If Sui only had S-level talent, then she would have a great chance of signing a contract with Sui. But Sui has an SSS level talent, and the only two contract spots will most likely be left to more suitable SS level sword girls or SSS level sword girls, so that his future achievements will be higher. An S-class sword girl might be considered a peerless prodigy in Haidong City, but if placed on the entire Blue Star, she would only be considered in the first tier. But an SSS level swordsman is absolutely unique, even among the dozens of galaxies where humans are currently distributed. Thinking of this, Lan Yueying suddenly remembered that not long ago she was comforting Sui that he would definitely be able to awaken his S-level talent, and her heart was filled with mixed feelings. When Sui's gaze stopped on Lan Yueying, information about her also appeared. Lan Yueying, Qingxuang Sword S-level. Exclusive feature, Sword of King Li Wei. Number of times I cleaned the house, 2. The Sword of King Li Wei? Second, how many times have you been to the temple? Sui instantly felt that Lan Yueying's talent was extraordinary. He had just looked at the talents of so many girls, his eyes were almost dry, but he didn't find one that had been through the magic number. As a result, after searching for a needle in a haystack, he finally found it without any effort. His fiancée Lan Yueying actually had 2 chances to marry him. How could he let her continue to cry? He immediately jumped up without even looking at the person blocking the door, and jumped directly off the awakening platform. Seeing this scene, the girls who were blocking the awakening platform suddenly became even more crazy, and turned around and ran down the awakening platform to chase Sui. On the playground, many boys widened their eyes. No, buddy, that awakening platform is at least 10 meters high. Sui jumped down without even blinking. Is this the physical fitness improvement brought by SSS level talent? I admit I'm jealous. So many girls are chasing after Sui to ask for a contract. I'm so envious. Stop talking, stop talking. I'm like a rat in a dark and damp sewer, sticking my head out to peek into the youth of you geniuses, and end up being abused like this. Ignoring the discussions around him, Sui walked up to Lan Yueying, who was standing there, and extended his left hand gracefully. Classmate Lan Yueying, are you willing to complete the contract with me and become my exclusive sword girl? Chapter 4 Chen Xiuhua's Little Plan. Lan Yueying unconsciously widened her eyes and stood there in a daze, looking a little cute for a moment. She never expected that Sui would still choose to contract her after detecting her SSS level talent. The reactions of many boys on the playground were even more intense than Lan Yueying's. You know, Lan Yueying is a famous senior flower in the school. Every day, dozens of boys exuding hormones would receive a cold get out after confessing their love to her. Looking at the treatment Sui enjoyed, no matter how much the adolescent boys deceived themselves, they knew that it was a sure thing that Sui would win the beauty this time. Although Sui's talent has impressed them, when the confession scene is put in front of them, many boys still find it difficult to accept their feelings. For a moment, the playground was filled with whistles and wailing. Sui ignored the noises coming from around him. He looked at Lan Yueying in front of him, waiting for Lan Yueying's personal answer. Lan Yueying's eyes moistened unconsciously, and she opened her mouth, wanting to answer yes. Suddenly, an urgent voice sounded from behind the crowd. No, I don't agree. In the crowd, Chen Shuhua, the principal of Donghai No. 1 Middle School, finally ran to the playground and said breathlessly. In his early years, Chen Shuhua was also a swordsman who fought against the Yuan invaders. However, as his position was transferred to the rear and he lost his contract with the sword girl, his body gradually became rounder. Student Sui, I don't agree with your contract with Lan Yueying. As soon as the words fell, the students on the playground exploded. What do you think the principal means by this? Could it be that he is envious of Sui for getting such a beautiful woman and is deliberately looking for trouble? That's right, the principal, why don't you look in the mirror? They're a talented couple and a beautiful woman, why would a bald-haired guy like him object? Quiet, what are you talking about? Am I that kind of person? I opposed their contract for Sui's future and for the future of mankind. Hearing the students' comments, Principal Chen Shuhua was furious. He quickly explained, fearing that Sui in front of him would misunderstand his meaning. Student Sui, you should think twice before you act. The sword essence within a sword master is limited. Even if you have SSS level talent, you can only contract 2 sword maidens at most. If you sign a contract with Lan Yueying now, you won't have a chance to meet a more talented SS level sword maiden or even an SSS level sword maiden in the future. Chen Shuhua explained a lot, but the students on the playground not only did not stop talking, but became even more heated. Damn, did I hear correctly? The principal meant that Lan Yueying is not worthy of Sui, not that Sui is not worthy of Lan Yueying? It doesn't seem to be a problem. Although S level is already genius enough in our eyes, it seems to still be quite a distance compared to Sui's SSS level. Alas, the gap between geniuses and ordinary people is even greater than the gap between ordinary people and pigs. Even a school beauty like Lan Yueying is not worthy of Sui. I really don't know what kind of beauty can be his sword wife. The students around him talked one after another, and it was obvious that they gradually agreed with Chen Shuhua's statement. Sui, I think what the principal said makes sense. You should indeed find 2 sword girls with better talents to contract with. I'm already very touched that you thought of me after awakening. Let's forget about the contract. As Lan Yueying spoke, she slowly lowered her head, not wanting Sui to see the sadness in her eyes. Unexpectedly, Sui glared at Chen Shuhua fiercely, and then expressed his attitude in a decisive manner. Don't say anything, principal. I have made up my mind. No one, not even you, can change my mind today. As he spoke, he took Lan Yueying's right hand and proved his attitude with his actions. Sui, you are the future of mankind, don't let your emotions get the better of you. Chen Shuhua was really anxious. He had just reported the good news to Yi Changguan less than 10 minutes ago, and promised to keep Sui stable and wait for He Yuner to arrive in Hainong City. But now Sui seemed to have not weighed the pros and cons at all, and was determined to sign the childhood engagement contract with his daughter, which made him very anxious. If Sui and Lan Yueying really completed the contract, not only would he be able to connect with Governor He Changguan, but he would also be lucky not to be bullied by his superiors in the future. However, no matter how anxious he was, he didn't dare to go forward and separate the two. An SSS-level swordsman and an S-level swordswoman, the future achievements of both parties will definitely far exceed those of him, the principal of Donghai No. 1 Middle School. If you really want to tear your face apart, you will be burying mines for yourself for decades to come. What's more, he tried every means to recommend Sui to He Changguan as a son-in-law, just to have a talisman in officialdom. If the relationship with Sui is completely ruined, then this amulet will become a death warrant. Let's go, classmate Lan Yueying, and sign the contract. This is what we agreed on before. You won't go back on your word, will you? Sui ignored Chen Shuhua at all. He looked at Lan Yueying, who was lowering her head beside him, and spoke in a joking tone. After saying this, without waiting for everyone's reaction, he took Lan Yueying's hand and walked away from the crowd. Behind them, seeing the two people walking away, Chen Shuhua seemed to have lost his strength, collapsed on the ground, and tremblingly dialed the number of Governor He Changguan again. Chapter 5: The Red Emperor kills the White Snake and strikes down the tyrannical Qin with his sword. If the Sword Master and the Sword Lady want to sign a contract, they need an absolutely quiet environment. As a cradle for nurturing students, Donghai No. 1 Middle School naturally has a special contract room. Lan Yueying was holding Suyi's hand, and her palms were sweating from nervousness. Although she was outstanding in appearance, she had been told about her engagement since she was a child. For this reason, she has been keeping herself chaste for more than 10 years and has kept her distance from those suitors. Today was the first time she held hands with a boy. Looking at Sui walking in front of her, she suddenly felt a sense of relief. She was very glad that she had mustered up the courage to express her feelings to Sui, so that the two of them could walk hand in hand to the contract room together. Otherwise, she couldn't even imagine. By the way, our marriage certificate seems to be still in my hands. It would be better if you keep it for now. Sui, who was walking in front, suddenly turned around. Ah. Lan Yueying was secretly glancing at Sui's back and didn't hear what Sui said for a moment. What? The marriage certificate should only be brought back by the woman after the marriage. Do you want to get married now? That's too soon. Sui smiled and handed the page of the engagement to Lan Yueying again, then pushed open the door of a contract room and walked in. It's not impossible. Lan Yueying muttered softly. The next second, she suddenly reacted and realized what a vicious word she had said. Fortunately, Sui didn't seem to hear her mumbling. He just pushed open the door of a contract room and walked straight in. Lan Yueying finally breathed a sigh of relief and quickly followed him in with a blushing face. The contract room was very small, and after two people squeezed in and sat opposite each other, it became even more crowded. Sui could even feel the hot breath from Lan Yueying blowing on his neck, which made him feel a little itchy. There is also the girl's unique body fragrance, which makes people unable to help but imagine after smelling it. What is even worse is that Lan Yueying's figure seems to be too good. Normally they couldn't come out because of the cover of their school uniforms, but now the two of them were huddled together, which really opened the eyes of Sui, a novice in two lives. Lan Yueying's face turned even redder. She was so shy that she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. It was so embarrassing. However, her figure was like this, and she tried her best not to touch Sui, but she still couldn't avoid rubbing against him a little. Ahem, let's get started. Sui, who was sitting opposite, bowed slightly. He felt that he could not delay any longer, otherwise he would make a fool of himself in front of Lan Yueying. Good. Lan Yueying said in a low voice that she felt like her head was about to smoke. The next moment, the contract ceremony began. A huge magic circle spread outward with Sui as the center, and soon covered the entire contract room. The golden magic circle unfolded, and a dazzling beam of light flew out of the contract room and shot straight into the sky. This is a contract recognized by the heavens, the earth, and the stars, and it is also a contract unique to SSS-level swordmasters. Outside the contract room, Chen Shuhua stared blankly at the dazzling golden beam of light, and did not dare to look at the electronic terminal in his hand. He really didn't know how to respond to the questioning of Governor He Changwon. I'm so stupid, really. I only knew that Sui was very talented, but I didn't expect that he had such a good relationship with his fiancée. In Chen Shuhua's eyes, the brighter the beam of light was, the darker his future career would be. Inside the contract room, golden chains that seemed real and illusory condensed into shape. They intertwined with each other, tightly binding Sui and Lan Yueying together. These mental chains can connect the souls of two people, allowing them to communicate with each other, so that they can prosper and suffer together. The whole process was not long and went smoothly, just 1 minute. The contract was completely completed and everything returned to peace. Sui's eyes suddenly opened, and at the same time, a blue-green long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. A chill emerged from the long sword, shrouded in mist. With a casual swing, a clanging sound broke through the speed of sound. It feels amazing, as if we are both controlling the game character through the same controller. Sui held Lan Yueying, who had turned into a long sword, and joked to her softly. The next second, the sword in his hand trembled slightly, as if expressing his dissatisfaction. Suddenly, Sui thought of his own talents. Dust-cleansing sword pond. With a low shout, Sui cut his finger with the sword tip, and a few drops of blood instantly fell onto the Qingxuang sword. The next second, the Qingxuang sword, which had been relatively quiet, suddenly began to shake violently, and even Sui could hardly control it. Could something have gone wrong? Why is the reaction so violent? Sui gripped the hilt of the sword with difficulty, his tone a little worried. This was also the first time he used his talent, and he never expected Lan Yueying to have such a big reaction. What Sui didn't know was that at this moment, Lan Yueying felt as if her whole body was being soothed by a big hand, causing her to subconsciously twist the sword to relieve the extremely comfortable feeling. Finally, the Qingxuang sword stopped shaking. A faint kingly sword intent spread out in all directions with the Qingxuang sword as its center. As the sword intent became heavier and more solid, the originally blue-green body of the Qingshuang sword gradually turned into red. As the dust settled, a crimson sword came into Su Yi's sight. Lan Yueying, Qingshuang sword SS level. Exclusive features: Sword of King Li Wei, Dragon Slaying Sword. Sword of the King Li Wei, Qingshuang is the sword of the Emperor. It greatly intimidates the enemy and will inflict instant death on any fantasy creature below the king level. Dragon Slaying Sword, Emperor Gaozu Lu Bang started the rebellion by slaying the white snake. Increases damage to dragon-like fantasy creatures by 200%. Defeat dragon-like fantasy creatures and have a chance to plunder talents. Number of times of cleaning, 1. Damn, his talent is so abnormal. Sui instantly understood the terrifying nature of the SS-level sword girl's talent. The so-called instant death effect means that no matter how much health the enemy has, as long as the judgment conditions are met, it will be killed directly. Based on thousands of years of human experience in fighting against the Yuan invaders, the quality of the Yuan invaders can be roughly divided into 9 levels. From bottom to top they are soldier, military, general, marquis, duke, king, emperor, lord, and emperor. Among them, the soldier level corresponds to the first level of human beings, and the emperor level corresponds to the 9th level of human beings. The effect of the Sword of the King Li Wei can theoretically allow Sui to instantly kill a large number of Yuan invaders with the strength equivalent to that of the 5th level when he is at the 1st level. This effect is simply amazing. Of course, theory is just theory after all. The instant death effect is indeed quite overbearing, but the prerequisite is that it can hit the enemy. If a 1st level swordsman wants to hit a 5th level Yuan invader with his strength, the only feasible way is a sneak attack. But no matter what, Sword of the King Li Wei is a trump card that can turn the tide and create miracles in desperate situations. As for the Dragon Slaying Sword, its effect is even more incredible when facing dragon-like fantasy creatures. Not only does it increase damage significantly, but it also has a chance to permanently transfer the opponent's talents to yourself, which is a very rare way to increase the number of talents. With these two characteristics, Sui felt that he could completely go to the plane controlled by the Yuan invaders to fight and support the war without worrying about being trapped in the human wave tactics. Chapter 6. Don't read it, there is no genius. At some point, Lan Yueying also returned to human form from the form of the Qingshuang sword. She held her hands to her heart, a look of disbelief on her face. Talent level cannot be changed. This is an ironclad principle drawn from thousands of years of human practice. Even the few 9th rank sword emperors who left their mark in human history were unable to improve the talent level of their descendants and could only leave the family business to their children as much as possible. However, just now, Lan Yueying clearly felt that her talent level had indeed been upgraded from S level to SS level. Sui was like an omnipotent creator, easily accomplishing what even the sword emperor could not do with just a few drops of blood. Sui, it's best not to let others know about the effects of your talent. After hesitating for a while, Lan Yueying finally spoke out her inner thoughts. A tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Being able to improve the talent level of human beings is unique in thousands of years of history. Although the human federation is relatively united under the threat of the Yuan invaders, the undercurrent lurking in the shadows has never disappeared. If someone with ulterior motives finds out about this, they will definitely attack Sui at all costs and try to figure out the secret of changing his talent. Well, I'm not taking this opportunity to object to you finding another sword girl. I'm just worried about you. If you find a suitable sister, just tell me. After saying this, the thoughtful Lan Yueying added a few more words, fearing that Sui would misunderstand her meaning. Don't worry, I know what's going on and I won't tell anyone. Sui smiled slightly. It was clear that the two had only been engaged since childhood, but they didn't actually interact that often. But Lan Yueying was thinking about the problem completely from his perspective, which made him feel like an old couple for a moment. The two looked at each other. Perhaps it was because Sui's eyes were full of aggression that Lan Yueying, who had boldly confessed her feelings on the playground, now looked away uncertainly. Well, I'm leaving now. See you tomorrow morning. Lan Yueying didn't dare to look directly into Sui's eyes. She left 2 lip marks on Sui's face like a dragonfly touching the water, and ran out of the contract room without looking back. She's already signed the contract, but now she's shy again. Little girls are really hard to figure out. Watching Lan Yueying leave his sight, Sui couldn't help but smile. But this seems to be a good idea. Shock. After 518 years, an SSS-level talented swordsman has appeared in the Human Federation again. Experts say a new era of human rejuvenation is about to begin. According to a reporter, this genius is from a middle school in a city on the human home planet, Blue Star, and completed his awakening at 1:14 p.m. yesterday. Currently, several interstellar universities have expressed their willingness to admit this genius in advance and are sending personnel to Blue Star for negotiations. In the interstellar age, information travels at an unimaginable speed. Just one night had passed, and the news that an SSS-level swordsman had appeared again in the human race after many years had spread throughout the major galaxies. When Sui arrived at the gate of Donghai No. 1 Middle School again, the school was under martial law, and soldiers with live ammunition surrounded the school in 3 circles inside and outside. The city really takes today's practical test seriously, and they actually sent so many police officers to maintain order. Looking at those black gun muzzles, Sui couldn't help but sigh. The so-called actual combat assessment is a means to test the actual combat ability of young swordmasters and sword girls. Since the young people have just awakened and their strength is not very good, they naturally cannot be allowed to fight the Yuan invaders directly. Competing with each other becomes the best means. For most sword masters and sword girls, this actual combat test is also the best opportunity for them to win the favor of their lifelong partner. Because of the limelight he had yesterday, Sui quickly attracted a lot of people's attention when he stood at the school gate. Although some girls had male companions, they couldn't help but look at Sui. Sui naturally sensed these gazes, but the reason he stood still here was not to enjoy the feeling of being the center of attention, but to wait for someone. Soon, Lan Yueying appeared at the school gate. There were a few beads of sweat on her forehead and she looked a little unhappy. It was obvious that she had jogged all the way to school. "I'm sorry. I stayed up so late last night. I'm so sorry." Lan Yueying crossed her fingers and bowed her head to apologize. "It's okay, we just waited for a while, let's go." Sui reached out and rubbed Lan Yueying's head, then took her right hand and walked towards the inside of the school. Walking on the path in the campus, I looked at the girls coming and going around me. "Sui, what are you looking at?" Lan Yueying suddenly clenched her right hand tightly and asked with some resentment. Sui thought to himself why he was jealous. After thinking for a moment, he decided to tell Lan Yueying the truth. "I want to see if there are any other sword girls like you in our school. After the actual combat assessment, most of the sword girls will have chosen their allies. It would be a bit inappropriate to try to steal their love by then. Then don't watch it." There was a hint of firmness in Lan Yueying's tone. Sui looked at Lan Yueying. He didn't think this was something Lan Yueying would say, and wanted to hear Lan Yueying's reasons. There are girls who prevent the swordmaster from signing a second sword girl because of their exclusivity, but they are definitely rare in this day and age. One more person means one more fighting force. In the face of the genocide threat of the Yuan invaders, the moral customs of men and women have long been very different from the era in which Sui lived in his previous life. If only sword masters with S-level talent or above could contract 2 sword girls at the same time, I'm afraid most girls would want to find a sister for themselves instead of fighting alone with 2 sword masters. I looked through the information of all the sword girls in this class last night, and only one girl has an A-level talent. Sure enough, Lan Yueying gave a reason that Sui didn't expect. "How do you know?" Sui raised his eyebrows and looked at Lan Yueying's face carefully. He was surprised to find that there was a faint dark circle under Lan Yueying's eyelids. Lan Yueying looked around cautiously, and after confirming that the nearest classmate was also 10 meters away, she put her mouth close to Sui's right ear and whispered with hot breath. "I begged my parents for over 2 hours before they agreed to help me get the awakening list. I read it on my personal terminal last night and then destroyed it. Don't spread it around." This time Sui was really surprised. He was not surprised that Lan Yueying's parents were able to get this year's awakening list. These 2 father-in-law and mother-in-law were at least 6th-level awakeners, and were still fighting against the Yuan invaders in a certain plane. It was not difficult for them to get the awakening list of a middle school. To his surprise, Lan Yueying actually read the entire list. Donghai City is a big city with a permanent population of over 6 million, and Donghai No. 1 Middle School is a giant school with a student population of 30,000. There are at least 8,000 female graduates in this class. It would take Lan Yueying at least 3 or 4 hours to look at them one by one with her naked eyes. In other words, Lan Yueying stayed up late last night for him, which is why she was late this morning. Sui didn't know how to describe his current mood, he just felt a warm current surging in his heart. After a long time, he turned around and hugged Lan Yueying in his arms, speaking in the calmest tone possible. "Don't stay up late like this anymore. It's bad for your health." Lan Yueying didn't say much, just responded simply and hid her head in Sui's arms shyly. However, there are always some people who are good at ruining the atmosphere. Just as the two were feeling each other's heartbeats, a voice suddenly sounded from behind Sui. Classmate, are you Sui? Chapter 7 Bundling Marketing. Hearing the voice, Lan Yueying reluctantly let go of her arms that were hugging Suyi's back, and saw a burly boy walking towards her. I am, who are you, what do you want from me? Sui remained silent, as he didn't remember knowing the boy in front of him. Great, you're the one I'm looking for. The boy's expression suddenly changed, revealing a forced smile. Today is the actual combat test. I want to challenge you in the ring. I hope you don't get defeated early. Before Sui could reply, the boy walked away in a hurry without saying a word. Do you know him? Lan Yueying frowned slightly, obviously very unhappy with the boy's provocation. I don't know him. Maybe he wants to step on me to increase his fame. Sui smiled indifferently. They are all teenagers of 17 or 18 years old. It is normal for them to want to step on others and show off. They can just beat them up in the ring later. The two continued to walk hand in hand, and after walking for a distance, they finally arrived at the practical assessment site. Soon, Principal Chen Shuhua appeared on the podium. Students, today's combat assessment will be similar to previous years. Those who already have a contract partner will participate in the ring competition, while those who don't will participate in a 50-person free-for-all. Now, please proceed to your designated assessment area and prepare for the assessment. The noisy crowd immediately began to disperse, with the vast majority heading towards the melee area. Only a small number of male and female students walked together to the 10 arenas. Because of his highest talent, Sui became the defender of the number 1 ring without any suspense. He and Lan Yueying stood on the ring, quietly waiting for the challenger to arrive. However, as time passed, the other 9 arenas were already in fierce fighting, but no one dared to challenge the arena where the two of them were. Sui felt a little bored. He finally understood the meaning of lonely as snow. It turns out that when one's talent is good to a certain extent, it will really make others lose the idea of challenging. After all, the real world is different from fiction. The gap in talent weighs on everyone's mind like a mountain, and few people dare to challenge those who are far superior to themselves. Just when Sui was so bored that he started playing with a strand of Lan Yueying's long hair, a voice suddenly sounded from the audience. I, Zhang Guanghe, want to challenge Sui. As soon as the words fell, a huge uproar ensued. The other 9 arenas were originally crowded with people, but when they heard that someone wanted to challenge Sui, they all ran to the bottom of arena number 1. Sui's eyes lit up and he turned to look in the direction of the voice, only to see that the owner of the voice was the burly student from the morning. Zhang Guanghe was accompanied by a girl who was equally strong. They were of similar build and both had muscular bodies, looking quite combative. I heard you guys want to challenge us to a ring match? May I ask your name? Seeing that he finally didn't have to stand on the ring as punishment any longer, Sui confirmed it in a very good mood. That's right, I, Zhang Guanghe, want to challenge you. Zhang Guanghe was also very blunt and straightforward in admitting his intention to challenge. You're not challenging me, you're challenging us. Sui corrected the mistakes in Zhang Guanghe's words again. The ring match is a stage where the sword master and the sword lady fight side by side. No matter whether they are defending or challenging, they must use the common name of both of them. Geniuses really do speak well. No wonder they can capture the heart of the campus beauty of Lan University. Unlike me, I can't even understand the jargon used in the ring. Only my Lian likes me. Zhang Guanghe laughed out loud a few times, and there was a hint of cunning in his rough smile. However, Sui, although I don't know all these complicated details, I know your weaknesses. I don't challenge you just because I have strong muscles. Oh, then please tell me in detail. Seeing Zhang Guanghe's serious expression, Sui began to have doubts in his heart. Although Zhang Guanghe speaks with certainty here, he himself has no idea what his fatal weakness is. Logically speaking, both he and Lan Yueying should be the best among the boys and girls in Donghai No. 1 middle school. How could they have fatal weaknesses? Classmate Sui, you don't have to hold on any longer. The higher the sword girl's talent, the longer the adjustment period after the contract. You and the school beauty Lan Yueying are both so talented, I'm sure you can't really show much of your strength right now. Zhang Guanghe announced the answer in a loud voice, with no intention of hiding it at all. As he spoke, the crowd below the stage also became agitated. Damn, Zhang Guanghe has figured out the rules of this combat assessment. Why didn't I think of this? Yes, high talent is an advantage in most cases, but talent itself also means longer competition. It takes more time for both parties to get used to each other after the contract is signed. In a competition, the higher the talent, the greater the disadvantage. I can only say that the original principal who designed the competition system probably didn't expect that our school would have students with SSS level talents. In a whole day, even a level talents would have been polished. Who could have imagined that this class would have two freaks like Sui and Lan Yueying? But this is too despicable. Even if you win, you won't be considered a truly strong person. Faced with the discussions in the audience, Zhang Guanghe did not take it seriously. Discovering rules, verifying rules, and utilizing rules are the unique wisdom of human beings. He just discovered a small loophole in the competition. If we really want to settle the score, we must first hold the school responsible. What's more, being able to be compared with a genius like Sui is already a success. No matter whether he wins big or wins narrowly, or even loses to Sui after a fierce battle, the students present today will unconsciously remember him in their hearts. This is what is called bundled marketing. With Sui as an anchor as a reference, the public will unconsciously assume that he is a person of the same level as Sui when evaluating him. Zhang Guanghe was thinking this complacently, and didn't notice the strange expressions on Sui and Lan Yueying's faces opposite him. Soon, the whistle sounded to signal the start of the competition, and the invigilator's voice was heard. Zhang Guanghe and Dong Xuelian challenge Sui and Lan Yueying. The competition officially begins. In an instant, Zhang Guanghe restrained his expression. "Excuse me, classmate Sui." As she spoke, the sturdy woman called Lian by Zhang Guanghe transformed into a giant sword. The giant sword was 7 feet long, 2 feet wide, and 2 inches thick, a truly rare shape. Rather than being a giant sword, Dong Xuelian's sword resembled a square iron gate. How about it? My Lian is a B rank sword girl. Although she is not as rare as the school beauty Lan, she is still quite rare. Zhang Guanghe said with some pride. As a C rank swordsman, he was able to contract with a B rank sword girl, which was something to be proud of in every way. Chapter 8, Defeat the Enemy, Huge Sum of Money. On the rostrum, Principal Chen Xuhua, who was supposed to be sitting in the central seat, was now standing aside in fear and trepidation. Sitting in the main seat was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his early 40s. Next to the middle-aged man, a young girl in her prime watched the action on the ring silently. "Miss He, how about you sit down for a while? After the competition is over, I'll call Sui up and have him have a good chat with you to cultivate some feelings?" Chen Xuhua had beads of sweat on his face and he forced a flattering look on his face as he spoke to the girl in a purple dress. "No." The girl snorted coldly, obviously very dissatisfied. Chen Xuhua was about to cry. Everyone in the entire Blue Star system knows that Governor He Changguang had a daughter in his old age. He gave birth to He Yuner when he was almost 90 years old. He always protects her like his own baby. He Changguang is now over 100 years old. Even for a swordmaster, this age is not considered young. He may only have this one offspring in this lifetime. But under such circumstances, He Changguang first boasted that he would match Sui and He Yuner, and then in less than 2 hours Sui signed a contract with Lan Yueying, causing a big mistake. It would be strange if he doesn't get bullied in the officialdom of Blue Star in the future. "Okay, this is not your responsibility, go and do your thing first." Seeing that Chen Xuhua's cold sweat was dripping to the ground, He Changguang waved at Chen Xuhua, signaling him to stay away for a while. Chen Xuhua felt as if he had been pardoned. Fearing that this would further annoy He Changguang, he quickly backed away from the podium. "Yuner, if you really like this young man named Sui, then go after him boldly and make it a done deal as soon as possible. Otherwise, when people from other galaxies arrive, it will be beyond my control to decide who Sui will contract with." "No, I don't like him." The girl in a purple dress shook her head and answered simply. He Changguang certainly knew what his daughter was thinking. It wasn't that she didn't like him, but she was actually bothered by the fact that Sui already had a sword girl. "Yuner, don't be too childish. Sword masters with S-rank talent or above don't have a contract. Are you trying to find an A-rank talent sword master as your life partner? Okay, stop talking. Let's go home." He Changguang sighed. He began to wonder if he had been wrong to spoil his daughter too much over the years. "I originally thought that since I only have this one daughter, it doesn't matter if she has a bit of a tricky personality. It would be nice for her to be an ordinary person and live happily under the protection of her parents." But he never expected that He Yuner actually awakened an SS level talent. In this case, being an ordinary person becomes nonsense. He couldn't just watch his daughter, who had all this talent, waste her entire life in the rear. Other high-ranking officials in the Human Federation would not allow a sword girl with SS-level talent to never even see the Yuan invaders in her entire life. The only option left for Hyuner was to find a sword master and sign a contract with him. However, sword masters with SS-level talent are extremely rare. The last time an SS-level sword master appeared in the entire Human Federation was 6 years ago. 2 like-minded sword girls have already been found. After much deliberation, He Changwon had no choice but to let Hyuner choose to wait for the next genius to appear. And this wait lasted for 2 years. Now that Sui has suddenly appeared, at least 3 SS-level sword girls in the Human Federation are rushing to Blue Star. If they don't seize the opportunity quickly, they will have to lower their requirements and find sword masters with lower talents to sign contracts. Hyuner, I'm not discussing this with you. This time, you have to go whether you want to or not. He Changwon finally made up his mind and spoke to Hyuner word by word. I've frozen your bank account. For the next month, I'll inform everyone that no one can help you except Sui. On the ring, Sui and Lan Yueying looked at each other and hugged each other tightly. The next moment, Lan Yueying disappeared in Sui's arms and transformed into a scarlet fairy sword. In an instant, it seemed as if a big hole was poked in the sky. The originally cloudless sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds, and hazy red raindrops began to fall. Bring it on, Sui said nonchalantly to Zhang Guanghe, who was holding a huge sword in front of him. If you want to show off, then I'll let you fly. Zhang Guanghe took 2 steps back unconsciously. He seemed to see a real dragon being cut into 2 by the Qingshuang sword. It was wailing continuously, and blood was rolling down, turning into a red blood rain in the sky. Faced with Zhang Guanghe's reaction, Sui didn't even look at him and just danced with his sword. The sword energy is raging. Boom! Along with the sound of breaking sound, a sword energy quickly condensed, and in the blink of an eye, it knocked Zhang Guanghe back 3 feet and fell off the stage. Complete silence. The people in the audience who were originally discussing how despicable Zhang Guanghe was fell silent. From the time he attacked to the time Zhang Guanghe flew backwards, Sui only used 1 move. The speed of the move was so fast that the people in the audience could hardly see it clearly. After a long time, as the school doctors from the infirmary carried the unconscious Zhang Guanghe and Lian away on stretchers, someone finally couldn't help but speak. Didn't they say Sui and Lan Yueying haven't finished their running in yet? How come they knocked those 2 on the stretchers off the stage with just 1 move? You ask me, who should I ask? How can a genius of Sui's level be judged by common sense? But I think Zhang Guanghe deserves it. He has been provoking Sui by relying on his rare sword. He deserves to suffer a little. As Zhang Guanghe was easily defeated, the people in the audience began to talk loudly again. However, in their hearts, the stamp of Sui's invincibility deepened even more. On the ring, Sui slowly put away the Qingshuang sword, but unexpectedly his personal terminal suddenly received a message. Your personal account received a transfer of 10 million points. The message on the transfer was, take good care of my daughter. This is her living expenses for this month. 10 million credit points. This astronomical figure really shocked Sui. For ordinary citizens of Donghai City, such a huge sum of money is more than enough to live a life of idleness and waiting for death for 2 lifetimes. He looked at Lan Yueying, who had regained her human form, as if he saw a young lady who had grown up in honey. With only 10 million credit points for living expenses per month, Lan Yueying's family conditions were beyond Sui's understanding. What's wrong? Seeing Sui staring at her without blinking, Lan Yueying stretched out her hand and waved it in front of Sui's eyes. Nothing, you can come live with me this month, our parents agree. Sui suddenly had an idea, put his hand on Lan Yueying's shoulder, and said with a grin. Chapter 9, all your wishes come true. Agreed? How is that possible? Don't lie to me. Lan Yueying blushed a little and pushed Sui's hand away. If her parents agreed, she would not object to the 2 of them living together. But based on her experience, what Sui just said must be nonsense. Growing up, she has had a deep understanding of her parents' conservatism. Not to mention that they were living together right after signing the contract. When she was a child, she came home a few hours late because she was playing, and her parents would rush back to Blue Star from the front line of the fight against the Yuan invaders and punish her severely. Hey, what are you doing? I'm telling the truth. Sui let out a strange cry of pain. Judging from his experience in 2 lifetimes, Lan Yueying was just a little shy and didn't want to face the facts. His father-in-law and mother-in-law even transferred their living expenses to his personal terminal. If this isn't letting the two of them live together and cultivate their relationship, then what is this? Are they asking him to use these 10 million credit points to take care of another homeless sword girl? In order to tease Lan Yueying, Sui simply pretended to look at the girls around him, wanting to see how Lan Yueying would react. However, when he looked not far away, he saw something unexpected. A young girl in a purple dress was staring at him with red eyes, as if Sui had done something unfaithful to her and then denied it. He Yuner, Moi Sword SS level. Exclusive features: world-renowned craftsman, forging swords with his own body. Master craftsman, continuously heals himself and is contracted swordsman. The power of swordsmanship is endless. Forge the sword with your body, consume your own status to rapidly heal and strengthen the designated sword girl or sword wielder. Number of times of cleaning, 1. Sui's eyes were instantly attracted. This purple-dressed girl named Hyuner is not only an SS-level sword girl, but also a rare medical-type fairy sword. Swords are for killing, so the characteristics of most sword girls are naturally inclined towards killing and control. It cannot be said that there are relatively few sword girls with characteristics inclined towards healing, but they can only be said to be very rare. As the saying goes, scarcity makes things valuable. There are too few sword girls with healing effects, so the value of these girls naturally goes up. Not to mention the SS level, even an ordinary C-level medical sword girl can be as popular as a normal A-level sword girl. No matter where she goes, there will be a large group of boys asking for contracts. But the question is, how could such a popular sword girl appear in Donghai No. 1 middle school? Before Sui could think any further, Hyuner turned and left, quickly disappearing in the crowd. Okay, don't be angry. I'll go home and talk to my parents. If they agree, I'll move in next week, okay? Lan Yueying behind him thought Sui was sulking, so she put her arm around his and shook it, acting coquettishly. Is there a girl named Hyuner in our school? Sui turned around and asked with some confusion. I don't think so. I looked up thousands of names last night, but I'm not sure. Why did you suddenly mention this name? Lan Yueying raised her head and saw the solemn expression on Sui's face. Only then did she realize that things might not be as she thought. After searching her mind, she answered truthfully. I just saw that she seems to be an SS-level talent, but she seemed to have some opinion about me. She glared at me and turned and ran away. Sui was silent for a moment, then hesitantly told what he had just seen. SS level? I'm afraid that person isn't from Donghai City. An SS-level talent hasn't appeared in the entire Donghai City for hundreds of years. Lan Yueying seemed to have thought of something, paused and added. Could it be a sword girl from somewhere else? I heard that the SSS-level talent has spread among the human upper echelons, and many people are planning to come to the East China Sea to take a look. I don't know. If that were the case, you wouldn't look at me like the murderer of my father. Sui was also a little puzzled. He had just thought of no less than 10 possibilities, and even compared the likelihood of various guesses. But no matter what the situation was, the girl named Hyuner should not have been hostile to him. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. Sui shook his head and stopped worrying about Hyuner. Lan Yueying originally wanted to say something, but seeing that Sui was not in the mood, she swallowed her words. The two walked hand in hand to the school gate, hugged each other, and then chose to separate temporarily. Since Lan Yueying disagreed, Sui did not intend to force her to move to his residence and live with him day and night. However, he didn't think that Lan Yueying, the big white rabbit, could escape from his grasp. It is estimated that within 2 days, Lan Yueying will take the initiative to move in and ask the two of them to live together. Watching Lan Yueying's back gradually disappear from his sight, Sui remembered the 10 million credit points that had just been credited to his account. Judging from the attitude of my cheap father-in-law and mother-in-law, they don't object to the two of them developing feelings for each other at all, and asking for their opinions is just a formality. What's more, there is only 1 month left before the college entrance examination. The two must get used to each other as soon as possible and be promoted to the first level before the college entrance examination. Just now on the ring, Zhang Guanhe's speculation was not wrong. With just 1 night, there was no way for him and Lan Yueying to get used to each other. This has nothing to do with the quality of the relationship, but rather the fact that both of them are too talented and have too much innate sword energy in their bodies. But as the saying goes, failure is due to Xiaohe, success is also due to Xiaohe. Although their excellent talents would make it relatively slow for the two to get along with each other, enough innate sword energy was enough for Sui to be so powerful that he could send bricks flying. He was completely capable of knocking Zhang Guanhe off the stage with just 1 move. Thinking of the college entrance examination, Sui suddenly became curious whether he would meet characters from film, television, and literary works in his previous life. You should know that the college entrance examination in this world does not test cultural literacy, but rather involves entering some relatively controllable Yuan invader planes to exchange scores for actual combat. There are thousands of Yuan invaders' dimensions, and the worldviews they contain far exceed the limits of human cognition. This means that it is entirely possible that he will encounter things in future battles that he has only seen in ACG works in his previous life. Things like a rabbit that lived for 100,000 years, the sole emperor who could laugh loudly, and the holy son who held up the original imperial city with one hand. Maybe one day you will be able to see them with your own eyes. Before he knew it, Sui had arrived at the door of his home. Looking at the spacious yet slightly shabby villa in front of him, Sui even felt a little admiration for the original body. Ever since his parents disappeared in a certain Yuan invader dimension, the original body has insisted on cleaning the entire villa by himself every day to ensure that the layout of his parents' room is not destroyed. This is simply unimaginable for a lazy guy like Sui. For such a big villa, he would be lucky if he could do a thorough cleaning once every 2 weeks. Alas, this villa is so big, it would be nice if there were more people cleaning it together. Sui muttered to himself and unlocked the door with his fingerprint. When he opened the door, he saw a lady with waist-length hair smiling at him on the bench in the courtyard facing the gate. Chapter 10 My Love from the Star. Sui blinked and found that the queen in front of him was still there. Bang! Sui closed the door decisively. Click! Sui opened the door again. The queen on the bench was still sitting there gracefully, even the smile on her face hadn't changed at all. The royal sister has delicate and beautiful facial features. She is wearing a gorgeous and exquisite dress. She seems to be wearing white lace stockings under the faintly visible hem of the dress. Her round oval face looks quite sweet, and the long, fluffy curly hair at the end adds an indescribable beauty. But for Sui, the queen in front of him was no different from the female ghost that suddenly appeared in his home. He took a long breath and asked with some caution. Who are you and why are you in my house? If you're asking for my name, you can call me Chang'in. As for why I showed up at your house, it's because I came to see you. The smile on the royal sister's face did not change at all, and she perfectly answered Sui's question with a bunch of nonsense. Listening to your words is like listening to a conversation. The lady in front of me who calls herself Chang'in is definitely a top-notch master in the world of nonsense, and the information entropy in her words is about to explode. There were a lot of answers, which sounded informative at first glance, but in reality, they had no value other than the names. Sui rubbed his temples, stopped wasting saliva, and directly used exquisite sword heart on the royal sister. Chang'in, purple lightning sword SS level. 6 swords of Emperor Wu, one of the 6 famous swords collected by Emperor Wu throughout his life, possessing the power to summon thunder and lightning. Stone-breaking sword, Emperor Wu once tested his sword with Emperor Zhao by breaking a stone. This sword is indestructible and cannot be destroyed by any physical means. Number of times of cleaning, 1. Good news, the lady in front of me didn't lie, her name is indeed Chang'in. The better news is that the white silk lady in front of him is actually an SS-level sword girl without a contract. If an ordinary 18-year-old boy saw this, he would probably think of a series of wonderful stories such as the Snail Girl. But Sui didn't have those thoughts in his mind. Instead, he looked at Chang'in a few more times with a strange look. In the era of sword girls, most of them would quickly find a sword wielder and make a lifelong commitment after awakening at the age of 18. Logically speaking, only sword masters and sword girls with extremely poor talents would choose to be single, completely withdraw from the extraordinary stage, and become ordinary people with regrets. But the Chang'in in front of him was obviously not an ordinary person. Even if an SS-level talent wastes a few years of her youth, her future achievements will not be comparable to those of ordinary people. As long as she is willing to humble herself, the little boys will definitely be fascinated by her. However, considering Chang'in's talent and appearance, Sui suppressed his dissatisfaction with nonsense literature and continued to ask with a frown. I'm asking where you are from and why you came to see me. I'm from the new city of Kepler 186F in Cygnus. I'm here to ask you to sign a contract with me. As if she had noticed Sui's forbearance, Chang'in stopped using nonsense and gave a very straightforward answer. However, this time Sui remained silent. Kepler 186F Cygni, it should be a planet. In which direction of the blue star is it, and how far away is it? After a long silence, Sui's eyes exuded a clarity that was not polluted by knowledge, and his voice became pure for some reason. This is not an act, but he really doesn't know where Kepler 186F is on the blue planet. Although students of this era all know that the territory of the Human Federation has long been borderless, listing all the planets inhabited by humans is definitely something that only top students can do. As for Sui, a Zhangyu who came through time, it is even less clear. It's about 490 light-years away from Blue Star. I used a dimensional teleportation array to teleport directly to Blue Star. As for the direction, east, west, south, and north don't have any meaning in the universe. It's probably in that direction. Chang'an pointed her finger somewhere in the northeast of the sky. Perhaps because the sun was still bright, Sui looked in the direction of the finger and did not see any bright stars at all. But none of this matters. Sui just extracted a very important keyword from her words. Dimensional teleportation array. Sui's gaze on Chang'an changed completely. This Chang'an is probably the biological daughter of some top figure in the Human Federation. Even Zhang Yu, who had just traveled through time for 2 days, knew that the dimensional teleportation array was a strategic tool used to open the dimensional wall and reversely invade the Yuenko dimension. Normally, only a large-scale military invasion is worth activating a teleportation array. Ordinary people have probably never even seen this strategic tool used to handle personal matters, let alone used. I can see that you seem to prefer directness, so I'll just say it straight away. Chang'an restrained the professional smile on her face, leaned forward slightly, and spoke in a serious tone. I want to sign a contract with you. I awakened my talent 4 years ago and have been waiting for 4 years to find a suitable sword wielder. I can't wait any longer. Sui was silent for a while. The 10,000 swords returning to the origin feature allows him to have unlimited contract objects. Theoretically, as long as he has the talent, the more sword girls he can have, the better. Under normal circumstances, he should accept any sword girl who actively asked for a contract. But the problem was that this was the first time he met Chang'an, and Chang'an was so proactive that he felt something was wrong. Coupled with Chang'an's almost obvious identity as a young lady, Sui always felt that an invisible hand was sending him a sword girl. Sui remained silent. As time passed, the expression on Chang'an's face became more and more unnatural. The experience brought by age is both her advantage and her disadvantage. The reason why she used the dimensional teleportation array to rush to Blue Star overnight was because she knew how fierce the competition was and she must not miss the last chance in front of her. But if the 2 sword girls who just awakened this year arrive at Blue Star, then she and Sui may be no different from zero. After a long time, Chang'an sighed softly. If you start off badly, the chances of success in the future will probably be very small. It was a waste that she deliberately put on nude makeup today, wore a dress with a pure style and white stockings, and thought that all 18-year-old boys would like it. Unexpectedly, Sui is not a normal boy at all. The first sight of her was not surprise, but shock, as if her appearance here was a very unexpected thing. Blaming Sui in her heart, Chang'an stood up gracefully and prepared to say goodbye to Sui and leave. Even if you are rejected, you still have to live your life. Those competitors who go through conventional channels will take about another month to reach Blue Star. At least in this 1 month, she will not give up easily. Chang'an was cheering herself up in her mind, when she suddenly heard Sui's voice. Well, can you explain to me in detail why you have to wait 4 years? Is it because there are too few sword masters in your galaxy? Seeing Chang'an stand up with her eyes unable to conceal her disappointment, Sui suddenly thought of the girl in purple dress he saw in the morning. Could it be that the girl named Hiyuner is also the descendant of a big shot who came to Blue Star using the dimensional teleportation array? You don't know? For the first time, a genuine expression appeared on Chang'an's face. After observing Sui's expression carefully for a while, she found that it did not seem fake. Most of the frustration in her mind disappeared, and was replaced by some subtle psychology. In fact, the scarcity of swordmasters isn't just a problem in the Cygnus galaxy, it's a common problem across the entire Human Federation. Chapter 11. Are you serious? A general problem? Sui looked at Chang'an with some suspicion. He seriously suspected that Chang'an was deceiving him. The gender ratio at Donghai No. 1 Middle School is quite normal, and there is no problem at all. Could it be that Donghai No. 1 Middle School is the exception? In a sense, you're right. According to the statistics of the Human Federation, the total number of swordmasters and sword maidens is indeed almost the same. Chang'an shook her head gently, and her long hair fluttered left and right. But the problem is that sword masters with S-level talent or above are extremely rare. The Human Federation's influence spans dozens of star systems, yet it takes several years for an SS-level swordsman to emerge. An SSS-level swordsman hasn't appeared in over 100 years. Having said that, Chang'an sighed. Perhaps because she was thinking about her own situation, the expression on her face was a little unnatural. In comparison, although SS-level talented sword girls are equally rare, at least 3 or 4 awaken every year. We are all SS rank sword girls. No one would willingly look for a sword wielder with lower talent than themselves, so we have to strike first. Those who are slow to act will have no choice but to compromise or wait a few years. So that's how it is. Sui suddenly realized and instantly thought of the talent of 10,000 swords returning to the origin. It seems that the value of this talent may be higher than he originally imagined. However, he was still quite surprised that Cheng Yin chose to tell him the whole key point after being rejected. So, every year there are SS rank sword girls who can't find a suitable sword wielder? That's right. I guess a lot of people envy your childhood sweetheart. Having a good relationship is something people envy. Sui was stunned for a moment, and it took him a few seconds to realize that Cheng Yin was referring to Lan Yueying. He really couldn't respond to Cheng Yin's somewhat resentful words. In his memory, he didn't have much contact with Lan Yueying. At that time, Lan Yueying came over with the aura of a newly awakened person, and he even thought that he was going to be broken off. After a long time, Cheng Yin finally broke the silence. Are you going to stay in the courtyard forever? You won't invite me into the house to sit for a while. You can't let me sit on this bench forever. You haven't been inside the house? Sui was a little bit unbelievable. It seemed like a fairy tale that Cheng Yin had sneaked into the courtyard of the villa at some point and had never gone to the residential area. How is that possible? I came here overnight to ask for a contract, not to provoke you. How could I go in without your permission? Cheng Yin sighed. She had been well prepared this time. From Sui's personal preferences to eating habits, she had collected information on a temporary basis. She even managed to find out details like Sui didn't like anyone disturbing the layout of his parents' room in a tight schedule. But who could have imagined that Sui's personality was completely different from what she had described in the intelligence, and things did not develop as she had imagined from the very beginning. Sui didn't say anything. He walked to the door and scanned his pupils, tacitly allowing Cheng Yin to follow him into the residential area of the villa. In less than a moment, Cheng Yin lay on the sofa in a very ungraceful manner. Her 2 long white silk legs were draped over the edge of the sofa, and she didn't care about the hair pressed down on her back. Even the dress that was obviously very expensive was wrinkled. She looked like a real stay-at-home girl. Sui just felt that this was completely different from the royal sister who was sitting on the bench just now, and it was even a waste of this royal sister's golden ratio figure. After he rejected the contract with silence, Cheng Yin was like taking off a mask. If I have to describe it, it's a feeling of throwing everything away, as if showing one's true self in revenge. In terms of figure and appearance, she still looks like a queen, but her mentality and temperament are a bit loser. Sui shook his head. This is indeed an illusion. A young lady who is so extravagant that she uses a dimensional teleportation array to solve her personal affairs, no matter how outrageous her growing environment is, can never have the temperament of a loser. I didn't expect you to live alone. Your house is quite clean. This sofa is also okay. It would be nice if I could have some popcorn to lie down and watch a movie here. On the sofa, Cheng Yin obviously didn't notice Sui's strange look. She swung her long legs back and forth, looking very comfortable. Sui was silent. He began to believe what Cheng Yin said in the courtyard. Being able to lie on someone else's sofa so naturally, maybe Cheng Yin broke into the villa just to sign a contract with him. Suddenly, Sui thought of the windfall in his personal account. If Cheng Yin in front of him really has an extraordinary brain, then the 10 million credit points are most likely transferred from Cheng Yin. By the way, were you the one who transferred the 10 million credit points into my personal account this morning? No, although I really want to agree against my conscience, unfortunately, I haven't transferred any money to your personal account yet. Cheng Yin lay on the sofa and glanced at Sui. She seemed to have thought of something and sat up again. However, if you want, I can also transfer it to you. As long as you sign a contract with me, I can even cover the sword scar dust that your childhood sweetheart will need for future advancement. What do you think? Would you like to reconsider it? Cheng Yin had a smile on her face and casually promised an astronomical figure. Sword mark dust, as the name suggests, is a special dust needed to carve sword marks on the sword body. This material is the main material for the sword girl's promotion. Every time the rank is upgraded, a varying amount of dust is needed to outline the sword marks. Since sword scar dust can usually only be obtained in fixed quantities by killing Yuan invaders, it is considered hard currency in the Human Federation. Yes, if you can buy all my sword lady's sword marked dust before the 7th level, we can go to the contract tomorrow. Sui looked at Cheng Yin's silly smile and always felt that her face was full of the 4 big words stupid and rich. But after thinking about it, he decided not to dig the hole too deep. The amount of dust required for the sword girl's promotion increases exponentially with her rank. It is estimated that the 7th rank is enough for Cheng Yin to suffer. After all, he will have many sword girls in the future. If he digs the hole too deep, it will be bad if he suffers from internal strife in the future. Okay, then I'll stay at your house tonight so you don't regret it tomorrow. Cheng Yin still had a smile on her face, but her eyes involuntarily glanced at Sui. No problem, we can sign the agreement now to prevent anyone from regretting it later. As Sui spoke, he simply took out a piece of white paper and quickly wrote down a not-so-formal contract. The description of the terms above is also very roughly what the two people just said. Are you serious? The smile on Cheng Yin's face froze for a moment. Sui's heart skipped a beat, and he thought to himself that he really didn't grasp the right measure in this matter. Chapter 12, Firewood? If he were Cheng Yin, Sui would definitely be angry. After all, they are both sword girls. Letting Cheng Yin alone be responsible for all expenses seems a bit contemptuous and makes her feel inferior. What's more, Cheng Yin has an extraordinary family background and grew up in luxury, so this kind of discriminatory treatment would probably be even more unbearable for her. If Sui doesn't care whether Cheng Yin stays or leaves, then Cheng Yin's attitude naturally doesn't matter. But the problem is that Sui doesn't want to part ways with Cheng Yin. For some reason, he didn't feel anything towards the smiling queen sitting on the bench, but instead felt a little reluctant towards the otaku girl lying on the sofa in front of him. I'm kidding. Okay, then it's settled. You are not allowed to regret it under any circumstances. Sui had just finished explaining half of his words when Cheng Yin reached out and took the paper and pen from his hand, shutting his mouth with her actions. With 2 quick strokes, Cheng Yin signed her name. Before Sui could come to his senses, Cheng Yin returned the paper and pen to him. Now Sui was stunned. He thought Cheng Yin would be dissatisfied with his conditions, but he didn't expect that this sword lady with a mature figure and a girlish heart would sign it directly. This unequal treaty was signed so readily that he was puzzled by Cheng Yin's thoughts and family conditions. He observed Cheng Yin carefully and found. Cheng Yin still had a smile on her face, her round and delicate oval face was still beautiful, and there was no sign of any complicated thoughts in her. After a while, Sui stopped looking at it on his own initiative. After this observation, he not only did not find anything suspicious, but he felt that Cheng Yin was even more beautiful. Although Cheng Yin in front of him was 4 years older than other girls of the same age, she was only 22 years old if he calculated carefully, which was the best time of her youth. She has a fair complexion and an oval face. Mount Everest towers high and looms large. Add to that her perfectly proportioned figure and a pair of long legs with white stockings, and there's really no flaw to be found on her body. By the way, prepare a room for me. I'm going to sleep here tonight. Just as Sui was commenting on her appearance, Cheng Yin put forward her own request. Sleeping at my house? Tonight? Sui was stunned for a moment and instinctively asked a question. The two had just met for a short time, and Cheng Yin actually wanted to sleep at his house. A single man and a single woman, a raging fire and dry wood. 2 young men and women spent a night together in this villa. I'm afraid no one would believe them if they said they didn't do anything. What's more, even if Cheng Yin believed in his character, he still couldn't be at ease with Cheng Yin's personality. Yes, I don't know anyone else on Blue Star, and I'll have to book a new hotel if I go out. And I still have to go to the contract when I wake up tomorrow morning. I'm afraid you'll change your mind later. Cheng Yin expressed her thoughts very frankly without any hesitation, and her reasons sounded reasonable. Looking at Cheng Yin's eyes without any flicker, Sui hesitated for a while and finally nodded. Okay, I'll go prepare a room for you. Sui quickly walked to the guest room area and began to worry. The matter was agreed upon, but it was not easy to vacate the room. During the time he traveled through time, the only room he cleaned was his step-parents' and his own room. As for other areas, Sui was too lazy to clean them every day like his original body, so those guest rooms would not be habitable for the time being. After hesitating for a moment, Sui decided to let Cheng Yin live in the master bedroom that originally belonged to his parents. Okay, you can stay in this bedroom tonight. It has an attached bathroom. Wow, you actually gave me the master bedroom. You're so nice to me. Cheng Yin took a quick look at the decoration of the master bedroom, her eyes lingered on the wedding photo of Sui's parents for a moment, and then she looked away without leaving a trace. Let me make this clear, it's only for tonight. You'll have to find another place to stay tomorrow. However, in the face of Chang Yin's praise, Sui not only did not appreciate it, but instead talked about his own conditions. We'll talk about tomorrow's affairs tomorrow. I'll sleep in this room today. Chang Yin didn't care about Suyi's attitude. She walked straight into the master bedroom and closed the bedroom door. I'm going to take a shower and go to bed. We have to make a contract tomorrow morning, so you should go to bed early to recover your strength. Chang Yin's voice came from behind the door. Because the room had good sound insulation, Sui only heard a rustling sound. After a moment, the sound from inside the door completely disappeared. Seeing that Chang Yin really didn't treat him as an outsider, Sui shook his head slightly and turned back to his room. Sitting on the edge of the bed, Sui opened his personal terminal. He must discuss the contract with Chang Yin with Lan Yueying in advance. Although the initiative of the contract is in his hands, he must also maintain respect for Lan Yueying. Yueying, a sword girl from outside of Blue Star, just found me. I decided to make a contract with her tomorrow. We'll meet in the contract room at school then. After careful consideration, Sui described the current situation in the shortest possible prophecy. After waiting for a while, Lan Yueying did not reply. Sui guessed that she probably slept too little last night and went to bed early today. As for cold violence, that is not Lan Yueying's style at all, and she will not sulk because Sui selects new members for future battles. Forget it, it's getting late, let's talk about it tomorrow. Sui looked at the time and felt that what Chang Yin said made sense. Turn off the lights, close your eyes, and fall asleep. It was done in one go and Sui soon fell into a deep sleep. I didn't expect he actually likes otaku girls. Thanks to my quick thinking today, otherwise I would have been in trouble. In the darkness, Chang Yin, who was originally sleeping soundly, suddenly opened her eyes. Standing up and walking to the window, Chang Yin opened the curtains, letting the moonlight shine into the room where Suyi's parents once lived. It seems my impromptu reaction was quite successful this time. Since Sui allowed me to stay in his parents' room for one night, his favor towards me must be quite high. The lazy and comfortable temperament on her body had long disappeared without a trace, and her dress and white lace stockings had long been replaced by a loose nightgown. Even so, her proud figure and fair skin on her forearms can still be seen under the loose nightgown. In the moonlight, her face showed an almost indifferent expression. But this is also good. It's always easier to act true to one's nature than to act dignified and generous. No matter what, life will definitely be much easier in the future than at home. I just hope that his childhood sweetheart can get along better. After tomorrow, we still have hundreds of years to spend together. Chapter 13. Is this a homegirl? Sui opened his eyes and the sunlight was already pouring into the house through the gaps. Perhaps because too many things happened yesterday, his sleep quality at night was not very good. When he opened the door, he almost popped his eyes out. All the objects in the living room were neatly arranged, and the small items that were originally placed randomly had been put away. The floor was covered with a white cashmere carpet and there was even pink wallpaper on the walls. Whether it was the counter, the tabletop, the coffee table, or even the sofa where Chang Yin had lain, everything looked brand new, just like new ones. Oh, you're awake. The door was pushed open from the outside. Chang Yin, holding a plastic bag in her hand, changed into a pair of pink slippers that Sui had never seen before at the entrance. You did all this in one night? Sui was a little hesitant. When he woke up, the house had completely changed and he thought he had traveled through time again. No way. I did this after I woke up this morning. I figured I'd be staying here for a while after signing the contract, so I tidied up every room except the master bedroom. Chang Yin shook the plastic bag in her hand. I bought you breakfast, soy milk, and fried dough sticks. Eat while you walk. Go to school as soon as possible to sign the contract. Good. Sui took the breakfast from Chang Yin's hand and always felt that something was wrong. After the two of them finished washing up and left the villa, Sui finally reacted belatedly. Is Chang Yin a little too diligent? It's only the first day I moved into the house, and I've already done a thorough cleaning. This really doesn't seem like the style of a stay-at-home girl, but rather a bit like misophobia. Sui glanced at Chang Yin, and then he noticed that the dress and stockings on the queen in front of him had all changed. The difference between the two dresses is very small. If Sui hadn't looked carefully at what Chang Yin was wearing yesterday, he would definitely not be able to tell them apart now. But the problem is, Chang Yin was sitting in the courtyard empty-handed yesterday. Where did the clothes on her body come from? Your clothes seem different from last night. After hesitating for a moment, Sui finally asked the question. You figured it out? I thought you wouldn't notice. Chang Yin seemed a little surprised as well. She raised her left hand and showed Sui the silver ring on her index finger. A space ring, 8 cubic meters of standard equipment, with about a dozen similar dresses inside. If you want to see, I can change one every day. Sui was silent. The market price of a standard cubic space device is about 100 million credit points, which is equivalent to the price of 2 old villas. As for the 8 cubic space ring, as far as he knew, there was no market price for it at all, and it was the type that could not be bought even if you had money. After looking at the ring with a little envy for a few times, Sui felt more and more that the contract between him and the queen was a sure win. Ding, your follower sent a message. Sui opened the terminal and Lan Yueying finally replied to his message from last night. I have no objection. These 4 simple words show Lan Yueying's attitude. Sui also breathed a sigh of relief. Although most girls in this world wish to have as many sword girls fighting alongside them as possible, Sui always felt like he was playing both sides before getting Lan Yueying's affirmative response. Is that your childhood sweetheart? On the side, Cheng Yin cast a curious look. Well, I told her about you last night and she just responded. Sui nodded. It just so happened that he had finished the soy milk and fried dough sticks in his hand. Sui took 2 quick steps and threw the remaining plastic bag into the trash can on the side of the road. Soon, the two entered the interior of Donghai No. 1 Middle School. Walking on the campus, the appearance of Sui and Chang Yin quickly attracted the attention of many people. Damn, look at that beautiful lady next to Sui. She doesn't seem to be from our school. She looks like a queen. I remember he left with the school beauty Lan Yueying yesterday, but today he changed to another girl. Isn't he a scumbag? Well, what do you know? High talent doesn't mean good character. If you ask me, the campus beauty of Lan University and this queen are probably still in the dark. Sui is playing 2 girls at the same time. When the 2 girls meet, it will be a good show. Don't you guys pay attention in class? Sword masters with S-rank talent or above can contract 2 sword maidens. Isn't this a very basic knowledge point? The students were talking about it, curiously guessing Chang Yin's true identity. Although everyone has different ideas, many people have spontaneously imagined a 36-episode love drama. TSK, who told you that the lady next to him is a sword girl? Don't you think about it, there is no sword girl that old who doesn't have a contract. A gangster in the crowd made a disdainful sound. The gangster was about 25 or 26 years old, with a big gold chain around his neck and a girl with dyed blonde hair in his arms. It was obvious that he was not a serious person. It was obvious that he was not a student who had just awakened, but an outsider who had sneaked in. That makes sense. That Yujia is obviously older than us. She can't be the contract partner chosen by Sui. Or maybe Brother Sun has good judgment. In the crowd, a few thugs who had been arranged in advance quickly started to play the good guy role. You guys still lack social experience. You've really become stupid from studying. If you want to follow me on the streets in the future, you'd better be smart. Listening to his younger brother singing a duet for him in the crowd, Brother Sun spit out a cloud circle from his mouth and said with some pride. From my perspective, that girl might be a professional. Sui is so thirsty that he wants to go with her. It's indeed very possible. What Brother Sun said makes sense. After he said this, the students around him instantly got into his rhythm. Of course. You youngsters who haven't even killed a chicken or slept with one, so naturally you can't tell. When you officially join in a few days, I'll take you out to see the world so you can see the world better. Sun Xiaochuan looked at the admiring eyes of the students around him and thought that these students were really easy to control, and this year's KPI was finally settled. After the awakening ceremony every year, a large number of students at Donghai No. 1 Middle School would become mentally unbalanced due to their poor awakened talents. This is the time when their psychological defenses are most vulnerable. With just a little trickery, the little girl would regard him as her savior and lie down on the bed obediently. Young boys will also feel that they have found their direction in life and are willing to be cannon fodder for the old hands. Since taking over this task, his life in the gang has become much better, and he has become the second in command of the Tong Luo gang. Chapter 14 Summer Insects Cannot Talk About Ice. The Other Side. Sui didn't want to pay any attention to these gangster students, but when he saw that what they said was getting more and more unpleasant, he couldn't help but frown. Don't make any unnecessary trouble, let's go straight to the contract. Seeing that Sui was about to take action, Cheng Yin quickly pulled Sui's sleeve, trying to pull him forward. Sui looked at Cheng Yin with some confusion in his eyes, but he stopped turning around and prepared to listen to Cheng Yin's thoughts. Don't be impulsive. Your childhood sweetheart isn't around right now. If we get into a fight, I'm afraid you'll get hurt. It won't be too late to deal with them after our contract is completed. Cheng Yin expressed her concerns in a low voice. As she said that, she simply hugged Sui's arm from behind, fearing that Sui would start a fight to save face. Hearing Cheng Yin's words, Sui smiled. He thought there was some other reason, but he didn't expect that Cheng Yin was actually thinking about her own safety. Well, let's go sign the contract first, and then explain it to them calmly. Sui memorized the appearance of the gang leader known as Brother Sun. The security of Donghai No. 1 Middle School is very reliable most of the time. I don't know what happened today that these gang thugs were allowed to sneak in. Let these people bark for a while, but once they sign a contract with Cheng Yin, they will have to kneel down and apologize. Unexpectedly, before Sui took 2 steps, a provocative voice came from behind him. Oh my, why is our great scholar Su acting like a wimp? He's probably feeling insecure and afraid that his childhood sweetheart, who is considered his wife, will find out. Sui sighed. He didn't want to do it at first. Gently letting go of Cheng Yin's arm, Sui turned around and looked at the gangster who came to provoke him. You are not a student of Donghai No. 1 Middle School, who are you? You have quite a good eye, kid. Yes, my name is Sun Xiaochuan, and I'm the deputy leader of the Tonluo gang. Sun Xiaochuan threw away the cigarette butt in his hand and spat on the ground. I'm telling you, don't think being gifted is that great. You can ask around. In society, the entire Xiqing district of Donghai City is protected by our Tonluo gang. When Sui heard the gangster reveal his name, his anger dissipated by a little. This name is really too abstract. Boy, what are you laughing at? It's okay, I just think your name doesn't sound like a living person, it's a bit like boiling millet porridge. Sui tried hard to suppress his laughter, and inexplicably felt that the gangster in front of him also spoke with a Japanese accent. Good boy, you still want to take advantage of me verbally at this moment. Let me make you a deal. If you lend me the one next to you for a few days, I won't tell your childhood sweetheart about your affairs. How about that? Sun Xiaochuan looked at Cheng Yin beside Sui with greedy eyes. He has been in the East China Sea for such a long time, but this is the first time he has seen such a beautiful girl. I don't know how lucky Sui, a student, could be to find a beauty of this level. It's such a waste of talent. Seeing Sun Xiaochuan's ugly appearance, Sui laughed out of anger. The gangster in front of him was actually making cards in the air towards him. He must have been bullying honest people before and was used to it. Alright. A shady gang leader still wants to threaten me. Even if I kill you in public now, no one will hold me accountable afterwards. Boy, don't be so arrogant. Sword Lady isn't even by your side, and you still dare to imitate others and talk big. Sun Xiaochuan grabbed the girl's neck in his arms. With a flash of white light, the heavily made-up girl turned into a strangely shaped dagger. The blade was bloody and the hilt was black. This scantily clad girl had killed someone under Sun Xiaochuan's control. Well, kid. Have you thought it through? If you don't cooperate, then I'll have to do it myself. Seeing the situation getting out of hand, the surrounding students retreated a few steps to the periphery, fearing that they would be affected by the ensuing fight. Some of the smarter ones left the scene without saying a word and ran towards the principal's office. Sui's eyes were a little serious. In his 2 lifetimes, he has never dealt with such a desperado. It would be great if Lan Yueying was here. Without the sword girl by his side, the power of his sword would be much smaller. If we don't kill him with one strike, the aftermath will be very difficult. However, none of these affected his determination to kill Sun Xiaochuan. This kind of social scum who bullies the weak and fears the strong will only cause the public toilets in Donghai City to be clogged if they remain in the world, and will have absolutely no social benefits. Who said I wasn't here? Just as Sui was activating the sword energy in his body and preparing to strike, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Sui turned his head and saw Lan Yueying with a cold face walking towards him step by step. Wherever he passed, the crowds of onlookers who had been crowded around him moved away, fearing that he would be in trouble. What's the matter, Sun Xiaochuan? Do you still want to fight? It's not too late for you to kneel down and apologize now. Sui felt relieved and said to the gangster in front of him. Unexpectedly, Sun Xiaochuan burst into laughter, and the fat on his neck and the gold necklace began to tremble. My beautiful lady, I presume you are the school beauty they are talking about, Blue. You may not know that your swordsman was with the lady next to him the entire night. Everyone around can attest to that. To sow discord, and to sow discord openly. For a moment, this thought arose in the minds of the people around who were watching the show. Everyone held their breath, wanting to see how Lan Yueying would react. Most people present asked themselves, if they were to encounter such a situation, even if they knew clearly that it was an attempt to sow discord, they would more or less have some doubts about their partner. Oh, so what? Do you think I don't know? Amidst all the attention, Lan Yueying gave an answer that most people had never thought of. Your provocations have no effect on me. I already knew he was going to make a contract with another sword girl. A summer insect can't talk about ice. Only a frog in a well like you, who has never seen an S-level talent, would think that everyone is just like you, with a head full of dirty and obscene thoughts. As she spoke, Lan Yueying snorted coldly, and her eyes became even colder. Finally, you're provoking them both here. Do you want to completely destroy your shady gang? Alright, this year's students are really more arrogant than the other. I want to test you two fledglings who just awakened less than 3 days ago. What strength can you have? Sun Xiachuan sneered, and seeing that his idea of sowing discord and standing by and watching had failed, he simply pointed the sharp sword at Sui and the other two. This is a Japanese samurai sword. It's similar in structure to a knife and is a weapon specifically designed to kill people. I want to see what you can do. Suddenly, the sharp blade approached. Chapter 15, Morning Mushrooms Don't Know the New Moon and Full Moon. Sui stretched out his hand to protect Chang'in behind him, and held the Qingxuang sword in his right hand, pointing it in the direction of the attacking blade. There were many brave students watching around, so he couldn't use large-scale sword energy to deal with Sun Xiachuan. However, this does not mean that he has no other means. The sword of King Li Wei. Sui's mind moved, and the short blade, which had originally been in a sinister move, suddenly stopped in mid-air and fell vertically to the ground. Within a radius of 100 meters, a group of boys were shocked to find that the sword girls they had contracted had lost control at the same time, transformed into long swords of various shapes, and crawled on the ground. Not only these boys, but even Sui was a little surprised. He originally thought that the effect of the sword of King Li Wei would at most make the short blade lose control, but he didn't expect that it would make all the sword girls lose control. If this were put on a real battlefield, it would be a powerful weapon that could slaughter Yuan invaders in large numbers. Sui held the Qingxuang sword and walked towards Sun Xiachuan step by step. What do you want to do? Let me tell you, I have the entire Tong Luo gang behind me. If you attack me, you might be surrounded by a group of people any day when you walk on the street. Sun Xiachuan threatened Sui in a timid manner, and his body unconsciously retreated backwards. Honestly, I don't care about you and your weirdly named gang, but you made the mistake of provoking me and my sword lady. I always keep my word, and since I said I would kill you to vent my anger, I will definitely not break my promise. Faced with Sun Xiachuan's pretended intimidation, Sui sneered. Not to mention that it is an underground gang that has no way to see the light of day. Even if the regular armed forces of Donghai came, they would still not be able to protect the gangster who provoked Chang'in. No, don't kill me. Killing is against the law. Sui approached step by step and finally forced Sun Xiachuan into a corner. There was a large area of Sun Xiachuan's crotch wet, accompanied by a foul smell. People 100 meters away couldn't help but cover their noses. You're right, killing is against the law. Sui sneered repeatedly, as if mocking Sun Xiachuan for only thinking of the existence of the law when he was about to die. But I was just acting in self-defense. You were the one who started it. Everyone can prove that. Brother Su, Grandpa Su. I was wrong. Please be magnanimous and let me go. Killing a villain like me will only dirty your sword. Sun Xiachuan seemed to be aware of the approaching breath of death. He knelt on the ground with his head lowered, wanting to hug Sui's calf and beg for mercy. That's right. Killing someone like you with a sword will only make my sword dirty. Sui seemed to be disgusted by Sun Xiachuan's cowardly look, and put away the Qingxuang sword with a look of contempt. He turned around with his back to Sun Xiachuan, as if he had chosen to spare this gangster who had repeatedly provoked him. Thank you, Grandpa Su. I'll leave now and never come to school to offend you again. Sun Xiachuan escaped death and didn't care how dirty the ground was. He immediately prostrated himself on the ground and kowtowed several times. Suddenly, Sun Xiachuan's expression turned grim again. A flying knife hidden in the sleeve flew out of his hand and went straight to Sui's back. This move is a vicious means to take someone's life. It was obvious that he just wanted Sui to let down his guard, and his real intention was to kill Sui. Bang! The flying knife flew back 3 feet. A crimson sword energy not only completely overturned the flying knife, but also directly slashed across Sun Xiaochuan's neck. Sun Xiaochuan felt his body lighten and the world in front of him became increasingly blurry. He tried hard to look downwards, trying to figure out where on the body the wound occurred. But before he could even move his eyes, his thoughts had already stopped forever. But using sword energy doesn't have this problem. It's clean and efficient, and it's especially useful against two-faced villains. Sui still had his back to Sun Xiaochuan, who was split into two, and spoke without turning his head. Sun Xiaochuan's eyes widened, and he never figured out until his death why Sui, a student who grew up in an ivory tower, dared to kill him. Not far away, the girl who had transformed into a short blade also returned to her human form, and stopped breathing with the same ferocious expression. All around, the students were first dead silent, and then they rushed outside. Sui killed someone. Run, run, someone's dead. Sui ignored the students who were like frightened birds, but looked at Lan Yueying who had just regained her human form. Stop looking, let's find a place to relax. Sui hugged Lan Yueying in his arms and quickly covered her eyes. Lan Yueying's face was extremely pale, and she was obviously unable to accept the guilt brought by killing someone. Sui gently patted Lan Yueying's back, and when he looked up, he found Changyin with an equally pale face. Click. Sui's heart sank. How could he forget Changyin? This young lady who grew up in a honeypot probably has never even seen a chicken being killed. When she suddenly saw a person die in front of her, she probably couldn't bear it for a while. After hesitating for a moment, Sui stretched out his right hand and pulled Changyin into his arms. But in this way, he would have no extra hands to cover the eyes of the two people in his arms. Just as he was hesitating whether to leave here to give the two of them some time to relax, a familiar but rather impatient voice sounded behind him. Student Sui, how could you kill someone? Principal, the man lying dead on the ground was a well-known local gang leader who lured students from our school every year. What's wrong with killing him? Are you afraid of retaliation? Sui turned around and shrugged at Chen Shuhua who came late. Even though Chen Shuhua is like Hongwen now, he doesn't think Chen Shuhua will really do anything to him. No matter what, he is the first SSS-level talented swordmaster in Blue Star in 1,000 years. Geniuses will be treated preferentially wherever they are. This isn't a question of revenge or not. With so much information available these days, what if someone posts your story online and creates a huge public outcry? When Chen Shuhua heard Sui's words, his eyes went dark. Sui doesn't have to worry about anything after killing someone, but he is responsible for the public relations afterwards. Good news doesn't travel far, but bad news travels far and wide. Many students witnessed the whole process with their own eyes, and I'm afraid that high-definition videos are already circulating on the internet. If we want to delete all these videos, this year's public relations budget will explode. He had originally thought of using Sui to get in touch with the governor, but now, before he could even establish that relationship, disaster had already come knocking on his door. After such an incident, he would be lucky to keep his job, let alone get a promotion. The more Chen Shuhua thought about it, the angrier he became, but he didn't dare to do anything to Sui, the governor's future son-in-law, so he had to force a smile. Well, all of you, quickly hide away. I'll find a way to minimize the impact. Sui nodded. Okay, thank you, Principal. Chapter 16, Stone-Breaking Sword. Outside the contract room, the three people looked at each other. They no longer needed to worry about how the storm outside would subside. Originally, Sui planned to go back to the old villa first and let the two pale girls have a good rest. It would not be too late to sign the contract after they recovered. But Chang Yin and Lan Yueying both asked to sign the contract immediately. Unable to persuade them, Sui had to take them to the door of the contract room. Fortunately, there was a breeze along the way, and after the two girls breathed in the fresh air for a while, their complexion gradually improved. However, there is now a very tricky problem facing the three of them, that is, the contract room of Donghai No. 1 Middle School is too small for 3 people. Under normal circumstances, the contract room can accommodate 2 people and there is no redundant design at all. This is completely sufficient for most sword masters, after all, they will only make a contract once. But for those sword masters whose talents are above S level, the area of the contract room is not enough. After all, when they contracted the second sword girl, the first sword girl needed to be present. Sui looked around at Chang Yin and Lan Yueying. Both of them were tall, and if they squeezed into the contract room, they would probably be squeezed into a ball in a physical sense. He sighed and spoke to Cheng Yin in a negotiating tone. How about we go to the special contract room another day to make the contract? The space inside the school is too small to accommodate the three of us. No, let's do it here. The three of us will squeeze together and complete the contract as soon as possible. Before Cheng Yin could speak, Lan Yueying suddenly rejected Suyi's proposal. Suyi was stunned and found that he really couldn't understand the subtle relationship between his two sword girls. The two men had just held one of his arms each on the road. Although they didn't say a word, they kept eye contact. All right then. Seeing that both of them looked at him with pleading eyes, Suyi sighed inwardly and agreed. The space in the contract room was too small, and in order to complete the contract, the three people quickly squeezed together physically. Lan Yueying stayed on the inside, away from the door, and her body kept rubbing against Suyi's back, which made Suyi feel distracted. What's even worse is that as Cheng Yin entered the room, Suyi found himself competing with Cheng Yin for limited space in front of him. After a lot of trouble, Cheng Yin finally squeezed into the small contract room. The three of them were hugging each other at this moment, and Suyi could even hear their accelerated heartbeats due to nervousness. The three of them looked at each other, and an indescribable feeling quickly spread in the air. Cheng Yin's eyelashes were trembling, her thin lips were pursed, and her eyes were looking at the face so close to her. Time seemed to stand still. Her fair and flawless cheeks became increasingly redder, like peach blossoms gently kissed by the setting sun, setting off her delicate face and revealing some of her thoughts. The temperature in the house was slowly rising, and Suyi smelled two slightly different body scents. The mixture of the two pleasant smells, coupled with the three of them hugging each other tightly, made him unable to control himself. Ahem, let's get started. Suyi coughed twice and whispered to Cheng Yin. Since he couldn't see Lan Yueying's expression behind him, he could only tentatively ask for their opinions first. Good. Lan Yueying's voice reached his ears, and Suyi also felt a pair of small hands stroking his back. Calm down, I'm about to begin. The first time is new, the second time is familiar. The contract formation was quickly activated again. Golden chains kept appearing beside Suyi and Lan Yueying, which was a symbol of the contract they had signed. If one wants to contract a second sword girl, he must generate another complete set of golden chains to lock Suyi and Cheng Yin together tightly. The next second, the three of them closed their eyes at the same time. A golden beam of light broke out of the constraints of the contract room, once again attracting the attention of many people. Outside the contract room, Chen Shuhua, who was talking to someone and handling the aftermath of the incident, also saw the golden beam of light. After a moment, he suddenly realized something. Wait, that can't be Suyi's contract vision, but didn't Suyi already contract a sword girl? Chen Shuhua suddenly felt that something was wrong. If Suyi has already made a contract with the two sword ladies, then where should he put the governor's daughter? For a moment, he actually had the urge to leave the people around him and go straight to the contract room to find out what was going on. However, seeing more and more reporters around him, he decided to first stabilize the school's reputation. Suyi's eyes suddenly opened, and at the same time, a silver-white long sword appeared in his left hand. The hilt of the sword is inlaid with several colorful gems, one of which is a purple gem that is the most dazzling, with electric arcs flashing inside from time to time. Cheng Yin, Purple Lightning Sword SS level. Exclusive features: Wu Emperor's 6 swords, stone-breaking sword. 6 swords of the Wu Emperor, one of the 6 famous swords collected by the Wu Emperor throughout his life, inlaid with rare and precious stones. It has the ability to call down thunder and lightning. This feature is enhanced after collecting all 6 swords of the Wu Emperor. Stone-breaking sword. Emperor Wu once tested the sword with Emperor Jialai by breaking a stone. This sword is indestructible and cannot be destroyed by any physical means. Number of times of cleaning, 1. Suyi stared at the purple lightning sword in his hand. Calling upon thunder and lightning sounds like a very good long-range attack method. It is not only very lethal to Yuan invaders, but also to humans. If he encounters a provocative guy like Sun Xiaochuan in the future, he won't have to release sword energy to kill people himself. He can just use lightning to kill these bastards. As for the Stonebreaker sword, the description seems to imply some immunity to physical attacks, and I don't know how effective it will be in human form. As Suyi stared longer, the originally motionless purple lightning sword began to buzz, as if wondering why Suyi was staring at it. Suyi and Cheng Yin, who had transformed into the purple lightning sword, were in tune with each other, so he naturally felt her thoughts at the first moment. However, he did not respond to Cheng Yin's doubts, but looked at Lan Yueying, whose right hand had also turned into a Qingxuan sword. This feeling is truly amazing. I can actually hear both of your thoughts at the same time. If there were more contracted sword girls, I'm afraid I wouldn't be able to handle it all. As he spoke, Sui thought about it and restored the two sword girls into human form. This is the first time I've experienced this kind of telepathic connection. Not only can I hear your thoughts, but I can also vaguely sense Yue Ying's thoughts. Chang Yin seems to be very interested in the telepathy in the form of the immortal sword. However, Lan Yueying did not respond to Chang Yin's topic, but pulled Suyi's sleeve and asked a question that Chang Yin could not understand. Chang Yin's talent level can't be improved? Chapter 17 Living Together? Increased talent level? Yes, it's Suyi's talent. When he made the contract with me, he helped me improve my talent level. I originally only had S-level talent, but now I'm SS level. Lan Yueying's sight was blocked by Sui, but her voice reached Chang Yin's ears. Chang Yin's pupils suddenly shrank, and she couldn't help but look at Sui, who was just a few feet away. Sui could actually improve Jin Yang's talent level, which completely overturned her worldview. If those guys in the family who believe in the determinism of talent knew that talent level can be improved, I'm afraid they would be willing to pay any price for it. The next second, she suddenly realized the other meaning in Lan Yueying's words. Doesn't that mean I can also have the opportunity to improve my talent level? To be precise, you all still have one chance to upgrade your talents. Sui pondered for a moment, looked at Chang Yin's eager eyes, and decided to tell them the message in Linglong Sword's heart. But not now, but when you advance to the first level of Sword Mark Inscription. Only during your first promotion can I unleash the final potential of your talents. Do I still have the opportunity to continue improving my talent? Behind her, Lan Yueying's arms around Suyi's waist unconsciously tightened a little. She was originally just wondering why Sui didn't improve Chang Yin's talent, but she didn't expect to hear this bombshell news. That's right. Sui held Lan Yueying's hand with his right hand and gave her a positive answer again. Now both women were silent, and the only sounds in the contract room were heartbeats and breathing. However, this is not a good thing for Sui. The two women squeezed him in the middle, one in front and one behind, so that if he moved his fingers, he would touch parts that shouldn't be touched. If this continues, some of Suyi's limbs will be necrotic. Ahem, the contract room is a bit crowded. Let's talk outside. I have something else to tell you. When Chang Yin heard Suyi's voice, she realized that something was wrong with Suyi's body. She blushed and backed away from the contract room. After the three of them left the contract room one after another, Sui finally breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that he will have to go to a specially designed large contract room in the future. Otherwise, as the number of sword girls increases, even if he can bear it psychologically, he will definitely not be able to withstand such great pressure physically. After slowing down a bit, Sui turned his gaze again to the two women who were also looking at him. Actually, among my 3 talents, in addition to the cleansing sword pool that can enhance the sword girl's talents, there is also the 10,000 swords returning to the origin that can increase the upper limit of the contracted sword girl. Increase the upper limit of the number of contracts? Specifically, how many contract slots will be increased? Chang Yin's face was still slightly red, as if she was still shy about what she had just discovered in the contract room. There's no upper limit. No upper limit? At first, Chang Yin thought she was distracted and had misheard what Sui said. If it was simply an increase in the number of contracted sword girls, then in her opinion it was not too rare. As the de facto overlord of the Kepler galaxy, the Cheng family occasionally has similar talents, but the largest number of them is only 5 sword girls. But if the number of contractable sword girls is infinite, the nature will be completely different. If Suyi's talent allows him to contract sword girls without any restrictions, it will definitely inspire many sword girls to have the courage to propose boldly. But for her and Lan Yueying, it was not a good thing. However, I don't plan to contract with any more sword maidens before the college entrance exam. I also know that if there are too many sword maidens, it will definitely affect our teamwork and our future level advancement. Sui looked at the two women who were hesitant to speak, and naturally guessed what they were thinking. So I plan to wait until after the college entrance exam to find a suitable contract partner. If I meet a talented swordswoman in the future, I will also seek your advice. Lan Yueying and Chang Yin looked at each other and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. They were really afraid that because Sui had such talent, he would contract a large number of sword girls without any hesitation and open a crystal palace with a large number of people. If that were the case, they would really be in tears. Although a sword girl will not directly affect the level promotion of another sword girl, it will affect the promotion speed of the contracted sword master. If Sui really contracted a large number of sword girls with E-level talents, his promotion speed would definitely be affected, and their level cap would also be limited. Well, if you're looking for a third contracted sword girl, I do have a few people I know who can recommend you. They also have SS level talents, but they might be a few years older. Suddenly, Chang Yin thought of those SS level sword girls who had been waiting for several years like herself. Originally, she used the dimensional teleportation array to come to Blue Star in order to strike first, for fear that her family would force her to enter into an internal contract with a genius from a certain family. Now that there is no limit to the number of contracts Sui can make, he can turn all of these people into his future comrades in arms. Well, let's wait until the college entrance examination is over. Sui pondered for a moment and decided not to contract another sword girl before the college entrance examination. After all, there is not much time left. There is less than a month left, and even the two girls with SS level talents are not sure whether they can become first level sword girls, not to mention the other sword girls who have no idea how to become first level sword girls. And in the real Yuenko dimension, without the strength of the first level, it would only be a burden. It would be better to cultivate more tacit understanding with the two women in front of him first, and then make long-term plans after the college entrance examination. On the other side, Lan Yueying looked at her personal terminal, bit her lip, and seemed to have made up her mind. Sui, do you have any vacant guest rooms? I want to move in. Chapter 18 Confusion. Some are happy and some are sad. In the office, after dealing with a large group of reporters who rushed in, Chen Shuhua dialed the work number of Governor He Changwang. What? You said Sui killed a gang member because of a conflict. Was he injured? In the conference room at the other end of the terminal, He Changwang, who had been resting with his eyes closed and listening to reports from a group of officials, suddenly opened his eyes. Well, it seems not. Chen Shuhua's voice continued to come from the terminal, seeming a little uncertain. What do you mean it seems not? Go find out which hospital Sui is in. I want to rush over immediately. Governor Sui is not in the hospital right now. I asked him to go home and hide. This incident has become a big deal, and the media outside are reporting on it. Nonsense. He Changwang slammed the table hard. The senior bureaucrats around exchanged glances. Although the governor in front of him looked to be in his 30s, he was actually an old man over 100 years old. Over the years, He Changwang has always smiled at everyone he meets, and no one has ever seen him so angry. What are you thinking? We finally produced an SSS-level genius, and you want him to be recruited by an alien galaxy after the college entrance examination? Don't worry about this matter. I will send someone to the East China Sea to deal with it immediately. He Changwang put down the terminal and looked at the senior bureaucrats in front of him. This small office now gathers some of the top figures on Blue Star. They were holding a meeting here today to discuss the Blue Star College entrance examination this year. But now, matters concerning the Blue Star College entrance examination must temporarily give way to Suyi's affairs. Tell me, what do you think of what Chen Shuhua just reported? Naturally, all the senior bureaucrats were watching closely, fearing that He Changwang would call on them to answer. The fact that Sui is He Changwang's future son-in-law is no longer a secret. No matter how he answers now, he will probably gain nothing. No one has an opinion? Then I'll ask you to express your opinions one by one. Chang Shu Yuan, you go first. I think Sui was just a bit young and impulsive. I just read the intelligence sent by the East China Sea Special Team. The man who died under Suyi's sword was a thug from a local gang. He was the one who attacked Sui first. The second person on He Changwang's left was a thin man wearing black-framed glasses. He adjusted his glasses out of habit and responded. However, this incident has a huge impact. How about letting Sui stay at home for a month or two to avoid the limelight and then come out later? Well said. It seems your special operations team's intelligence gathering capabilities haven't declined much. He Changwang seemed quite satisfied with Cheng Shu Yuan's answer. But there's one thing. Since Sui killed a thug from a nearby gang who was constantly luring young people from Donghai into evil ways, he shouldn't be avoided. Instead, he should be greatly commended. A group of senior officials exchanged glances and instantly understood what He Changwang meant. This was an attempt to force a conclusion to Suyi's case, and in the process, to overthrow the so-called Tongluo gang. After an exchange of glances, He Changwang's decision was approved by all members. The boss has made his meaning very clear. If we don't implement it immediately, we can consider moving to another galaxy and becoming an ordinary person in the future. Although this is somewhat unreasonable, considering Suyi's terrifying talent, it is possible to be a little flexible and adaptable. Okay, what just happened is just a small episode. Let's continue discussing the preparations for the college entrance examination next month. After leaving the meeting room, He Changwon wanted to leave quickly, but unexpectedly he met Cheng Shuyuan, who had just spoken for Sui, at the door. Shuyuan, you are standing here, are you waiting for me? Mr. He, there's one more thing I'm not sure if I should tell you. Chang Shuyuan adjusted his glasses again, seeming a little hesitant. Tell me, they've all gone far away. He Changwon sensed it slightly and turned to say to Cheng Shuyuan. I just received further intelligence from the East China Sea Special Operations Team. Sui and that now deceased thug got into a fight over the eldest daughter of the Cheng family. They seem to be very close. Cheng family? Which Cheng family? He Changwon didn't understand Cheng Shuyuan's meaning at first. But he soon reacted. For sword masters of their level, in the vast human federation, only the Cheng family is worthy of Cheng Shuyuan finding him specifically to report to him individually. You mean, the eldest daughter of your Cheng family's main branch actually appeared next to Sui? Shouldn't she be on Kepler 186f? The vast galaxy is so vast that the distance between two habitable planets is measured in light years. Even a big shot of He Changwon's level couldn't figure out how to cross the galaxy from the Kepler galaxy 5 light years away to the blue planet in just 2 days. Yes, according to the Special Operations Team's photos, that's her. I guess she must have used the dimensional teleportation array to come here directly. Dimensional teleportation array. He Changwon's pupils shrank slightly. The Cheng family actually took out strategic weapons that all galaxies would only use when facing a dimensional invasion, and even used them to help their descendants deal with personal problems. For a moment, he didn't know whether to describe this behavior as inhumane or plundering. The Cheng family is really generous. Do you know why she came to Blue Star? Teacher, this is why I came to see you alone. According to the intelligence sent by the East China Sea Special Operations Team, Cheng Yin has been staying in the East China Sea for the past 2 days. Cheng Shuyuan adjusted his glasses and told the real reason why he was standing at the door. I guess she came here just to sign a contract with Sui. After all, she has been waiting for 4 years. If Sui hadn't shown up, the Cheng family would have already made a contract with a genius from the clan. Those people in the Cheng family are indeed capable of doing such things. He Changwon shook his head slightly, with a look of disgust on his face. However, Chang Yin's intention shouldn't be as simple as just signing a contract with Sui. The Cheng family must also be planning to bring Sui back to the Kepler galaxy. Otherwise, they wouldn't even resort to something like the dimensional teleportation array. Cheng Shuyuan didn't reply. He has already told He Changwon all the information he knows, and now only He Changwon himself can make the final decision. But emotionally speaking, he absolutely did not want to see a genius like Sui being taken to the Kepler galaxy. After all, the Cheng family wasn't exactly a model of harmony and friendship. If they were, he wouldn't have left the Kepler galaxy in the first place. Finally, He Changwon broke the silence in the air. How about this? Write a formal letter in my name to the nominal governor of the Kepler galaxy and ask him if he knows what the dimensional fluctuations near the orbit of the blue star were about late the night before yesterday. As he spoke, He Changwon seemed to have thought of something, turned around and told Cheng Shuyuan another thing. Also, think of a way. No matter what tricks you use, I want to hear the news that Yuner is living in Suyi's house within 3 days. Chapter 19 Living Together. At dusk, Sui and Cheng Yin returned to the villa. As for Lan Yueying, she blushed and said that she would go back home to get some daily necessities. Sui also deeply agrees with this. After all, not everyone is as wealthy as Cheng Yin, who can use space equipment to carry daily necessities with them. Originally, Sui planned to follow Lan Yueying back to her home to visit, move some luggage, and strengthen his relationship with his fiancée who had confessed her love to him. However, Lan Yueying clearly rejected Suyi's offer to help move the luggage. Seeing Lan Yueying's firm attitude, Sui had no choice but to give up. As usual, Sui used his pupil to open the door lock. He wanted to rest for a while on the sofa, but unexpectedly, Cheng Yin pulled him to the door of a guest room. Give me the key and permission to this room. I'll be staying here from now on. You're not living in the master bedroom anymore? Sui glanced at the guest room door and was quite puzzled by Cheng Yin's sudden decision to change rooms. Your fiancé is here now, so it's a bit unreasonable for me to stay in the master bedroom. As soon as the door of the guest room was opened, dust flew everywhere. Ahem, this guest room is too dirty. How long has it been since you cleaned it? Cheng Yin coughed repeatedly due to choking, covered her mouth and nose with her hands, and even could not open her eyes. Well, why don't you stay in the master bedroom? Sui was also a little embarrassed. He had indeed opened the doors of these guest rooms some time ago, but he didn't expect that they would be like an archaeological site. If you're willing to live with me in the master bedroom, that's fine. Chang'in rolled her eyes at Sui, then turned and left his sight. When she appeared in front of Sui again, she had tied up her long hair behind her head and wrapped her mouth and nose with a towel, looking fully armed. Watching Chang'in taking a mop and a bucket and starting to clean the dusty room, Sui inexplicably had the illusion that they had been married for many years, and as soon as he got home he saw his wife cleaning the house. Sui hesitated for a moment, feeling a little embarrassed to let Chang'in clean the room alone. He went to the bathroom, wrapped himself up tightly like Chang'in, and prepared to clean together. But at this moment, the terminal received a message from Lan Yueying. She was almost at the door of the villa. Sui had no choice but to go to the door fully armed and open it for Lan Yueying. Chang'in and I are cleaning inside. I just received your message and haven't had time to change. Seeing the strangeness in Lan Yueying's eyes, Sui simply explained it first. Cleaning, let's do it together. Lan Yueying seemed to have thought of something. She put the large suitcase next to her in the courtyard and went straight to the bathroom. After a while, Lan Yueying also covered her mouth and nose with a towel, chose a guest room next to Chang'in and started cleaning. The three of them worked until midnight and finally cleaned the huge villa thoroughly. No, I can't take it anymore. Why is your house so big, Sui? Chang'in wanted to lie down on the sofa and relax for a while, but thinking of the dust on her body, she suppressed her dissatisfaction and walked to the door of the nearest bathroom. By the way, since there are three of us now, we need to discuss how to allocate the restrooms in the future. Why are we discussing this? Sui was originally packing up the bucket and mop, but he was suddenly stunned when he heard Cheng Yin's words. Although the old villa is a bit old, its area is still quite considerable, with 7 standard bedrooms, 2 living rooms, 2 bathrooms and 1 kitchen, so there is absolutely no problem with its spaciousness. There are 2 bathrooms, which are more than enough for 3 people. Because we too will use it more. Chang Yin prepared a bathrobe and spoke calmly. I just asked Yueying, she also has the habit of taking a bath. If someone is taking a bath, it is obviously inconvenient to give up the bathroom. I see. Sui took off his dusty coat. He felt that he also needed to take a shower. He had only heard of taking a bath before, but he didn't expect that the 2 women would actually take a bath every day. So when do you usually use it? For me, I use it about 3 times a day. I get up at 6 a.m. to wash my face, hair, and shower, take a bath at 2 p.m., and take another hot shower before going to bed at 10 p.m. to help me fall asleep. I also wrap my hair with a towel to dry it. But each shower doesn't take long, just half an hour. Chang Yin walked into the bathroom, and the sound of gurgling water gradually began to sound. Yueying and I have similar washing habits, so we need to coordinate the bathroom. When do you usually take a shower? I don't care. 3 minutes is enough. 1 minute to get wet, 1 minute to put on the shower gel, and the remaining minute to wash your hair. Sui was silent for 2 seconds and then told about his washing habits. He thought to himself that there must be a reason why the 2 women had such good skin. Spending 2 hours a day on body cleaning and care is a habit almost similar to that of aquatic animals, and having skin as white and rosy as cream is the reward you deserve. Also, I just discussed this with Yueying. We've customized a bionic robot for household chores, which has been pre-installed with the cleaning range for the villa. From now on, with the exception of the master bedroom, most routine household chores can be done by the robot. The sound of water gurgling could be heard in the bathroom, and Chang Yin continued to speak lightly. Sui was just about to go to the master bedroom bathroom to take a shower, and felt quite embarrassed when he heard this. It seems that the amount of work involved in cleaning the villa really left a deep impression on the 2 of them. The reason why he didn't buy a bionic robot before was not for any other reason, but simply because this high-tech product was still too expensive for him. The pension he received from the Donghai municipal government each year was less than 50,000 credit points, and the cheapest bionic robot cost 6 figures. Even if he didn't eat or drink, it would take him 2 or 3 years to buy one. He walked into the master bedroom without saying a word, but unexpectedly heard the sound of running water coming from the bathroom. At this time, Sui Tsai realized something belatedly. Lan Yueying had not appeared in his sight for some time. I'm afraid that while he was talking to Cheng Yin, Lan Yueying had already entered the bathroom and started washing herself. Yueying, how long will it take you to finish washing? Sui stood at the bathroom door hesitantly and asked tentatively. For some reason, although both were sounds of gurgling water, Chang Yin's was just the sound of water, while Lan Yueying's sound gave him greater imagination. Listening to the sound of water rushing from the bathroom, Sui imagined the water rushing down from the towering peaks, winding through the mountain streams, and converging into the deep valley. The sound of running water behind the door suddenly stopped, and Lan Yueying, who was taking a shower, seemed to hear Sui's voice. I have to wait a little longer here. How about you come in and take a shower together? Chapter 20 Reward Yourself. Around 1 o'clock in the morning, Sui came out of the bathroom in the master bedroom and unexpectedly saw Lan Yueying and Cheng Yin wrapped in bath towels, sitting on the sofa in the main living room, talking and laughing. Not long ago, he righteously rejected Lan Yueying's proposal to take a bath together, and waited until Lan Yueying walked out of the bathroom 3 minutes ago before starting his own bath. But to be honest, his fiancée's proposal is still very attractive. Mandarin ducks play in the water, touching each other's skin. This sounds like a very elegant thing. However, Sui still gritted his teeth and refused. Although it is normal for the sword master and the sword lady to sleep in the same bed, after all, he has only known this childhood sweetheart for 2 days. If he really wants to take a bath together so soon, Sui still can't get over it in his heart. Walking behind the two women, Sui could already see a lot of benefits through the gaps in the bath towels from his high vantage point. For example, the white and tender arms, slender shoulders and delicate collarbones, as well as some rounded parts further down that are likely to attract the attention of the river crab gods. The two of them are already school beauties in appearance, and now wrapped in bath towels, they are even more eye-catching. Perhaps to reward himself for having restrained his desire, Sui chose to take a few hard looks at her. Whiter and bigger. After careful consideration, Sui gave Lan Yueying a higher evaluation from a visual perspective. Then, he walked up to the two of them as if nothing had happened. Even though he didn't have much experience in love in his previous life, he knew that he shouldn't tell the two women about his exposure. There is still a difference between three-dimensional girls and two-dimensional paper people. The two-dimensional tsunderes may interact with the male protagonist because of this, but three-dimensional girls will only think that the boys are sick. Those who are handsome will be less favored, and those who are ugly will be scolded. Telling him in person will not help to enhance the relationship, but will only increase the embarrassment, and you might even get beaten up. You're done washing, we're all waiting for you. As Sui deliberately made noises, Lan Yueying was the first to notice Sui. She smiled and moved to the side, leaving the middle seat free. Sui didn't hesitate and sat directly between the two women. The scent of the shower gel mixed with the girl's body fragrance instantly gave him an unprecedented experience. It's so late, why don't you go to bed? What else is going on? We both agree that we need to help you change your hygiene habits. The two women looked at each other and said in unison. Me? Changing your hygiene habits? Sui was originally staring at the 4 evenly proportioned and attractive white legs exposed by the two women, but he immediately shifted his gaze when he heard this. He considered himself a relatively clean person. Although the guest rooms in the villa are not cleaned very frequently, the bedrooms and living rooms are still cleaned regularly, and taking a 3-minute shower before going to bed every night is also a must. How can it have reached the point where it needs to be criticized and corrected? I have thrown your toothbrush, cup, and towel into the trash can. I will replace them for you tomorrow morning. Cheng Yin pointed in the direction of the bathroom she had just used, and then pointed to the trash can at the door. I will change these personal cleaning products for you every 3 days to prevent the breeding of bacteria. Not really. Sui was suddenly a little frightened by what he said. Under normal circumstances, shouldn't things like toothbrushes and toothcups be replaced every 3 to 6 months? Aren't the standards of these two women too high? If you really have such high requirements, then when you enter the wilderness of the Yuan invaders' plane to survive in the future, it will be as uncomfortable as being roasted by fire. Why not? If the duvet cover and sheets are not changed in time, there will be a lot of mites on them. What should I do if mites crawl on my body when I lie in bed at night? Before Cheng Yin could respond, Lan Yueying beside her also frowned. I've already changed all your bedding. I'll change it every 3 days anyway. Well, then let's do as you say. Sui wisely chose to back down. Both women are good in other aspects, so it is normal for them to have higher hygiene standards. What's more, the two women helped him change his things. If he didn't appreciate it, it would be a bit unreasonable. Chapter 21 Can you cook? The next morning, Sui woke up from his sleep again. Unlike the tranquility he felt after waking up yesterday, this time he heard some sounds of movies and TV dramas in his bedroom, which seemed to be coming from a TV in the villa. But the problem is, there shouldn't be anything like a television in an old villa. Pushing open the door, Sui was stunned for a moment. On the sofa, Lan Yueying was pressing the TV remote control out of boredom. On the wall opposite the sofa, a retro OLED TV was making some noise. The TV program cut from a male lion being torn apart by a lioness to a soap opera about the demon lord and the immortal emperor vying for the female lead's favor, and then to the news broadcast reporting on the twists and turns in the Donghai No. 1 middle school murder case. Sui suddenly felt confused. Don't beautiful girls need to sleep? Lan Yueying didn't go to bed until 3 in the morning last night, but she doesn't feel sleepy at all now. What puzzled him even more was how the TV was hung opposite the sofa. The TV is not a small thing like carpet and wallpaper. The noise it makes when it is fixed is enough to wake people up. You're awake. Lan Yueying saw Sui walking out of the bedroom and put down the TV remote control in her hand. Sui originally wanted to ask Lan Yueying if she was really not sleepy, but when the words came to his lips, he turned them into another question. Where's Chang'in? She's in the kitchen preparing breakfast. Lan Yueying was stunned, then looked towards the kitchen with a guilty look. I wanted to help out, but I was kicked out. She can actually cook? Sui raised a question. He had long expected that Lan Yueying couldn't cook. His fiancée, with whom he had a formal engagement, had always been the center of attention at school since she was a child, so it was unlikely that she could cook. However, he was quite skeptical that Chang'in, a super rich woman with an unknown net worth, could cook. He was all set to cook and eat takeout. Actually, I can do it too, but Chang'in is definitely better at it than me. Lan Yueying seemed reluctant to be outdone, and added in a low voice. However, from the unconsciously reddened tips of her ears and the uncertain tone of her voice, Sui had already made a judgment. I'm afraid Lan Yueying knows nothing about cooking, so she was fooled by Chang'in, who probably also has only a vague understanding of it. He didn't dare to delay and hurried towards the kitchen. It doesn't matter if the two women can't cook, as takeout is everywhere now, but they must not blow up the kitchen. Chemical fuel is very powerful. If Chang'in really makes it explode, the old villa will probably be turned into ruins on the spot. He currently doesn't have the money to buy another old villa like this. If it really explodes, he will have to live on the streets. But when he walked into the kitchen, he was stunned by the dishes on the table. 4 dishes and 1 soup, 2 meat dishes and 2 vegetable dishes, fried fish with essence, plum oil sauce, fragrant scallops and apricots, coriander and phoenix chicken, and fragrant wings with rice. The appearance and smell are really good, making people want to eat it. Sui silently closed his mouth that was about to question. You're awake now, come have breakfast. Chang'in still had an apron tied around her waist, and her long, fluffy hair was tied up high. At this moment, she walked out of the kitchen with 3 pairs of chopsticks and a few small bowls. Sui swallowed stupid questions like whether the breakfast was too rich. When he woke up in the morning, it was his sister who cooked for him personally. It would be a bit ungrateful to ask such a question again. However, there is still a question that needs to be clarified. There are only 3 pairs of chopsticks. Don't you want serving chopsticks? The so-called public chopsticks mean that you use the public chopsticks to put the food into your own bowl first, and then use your private chopsticks to pick up the food in the bowl and eat it. Generally speaking, people who are very close to each other will not use serving chopsticks when dining together. After all, it is too troublesome. When using serving chopsticks, you need to put down the chopsticks you are using in your right hand first, and then pick up the serving chopsticks with your right hand to pick up a bite of food. The time it takes to eat will at least triple. However, considering the speeches made by the 2 women at the meeting held late last night, Sui felt that they should be quite concerned about tasting other people's saliva in their food. It's not necessary. It's too much trouble. Chang'in put the dishes in place and then rejected Sui's suggestion. That's right, we'll definitely have to exchange saliva in the future. What's the difference between distributing serving chopsticks now and trying to cover up the truth? At the restaurant entrance, Lan Yueying, who had just walked over, also expressed an indifferent attitude. Seeing the 2 women starting to pick up food without any worries, Sui was a little confused about their hygiene standards. Taking a shower once a day is not a good idea. It's okay not to use serving chopsticks when eating. This hygiene standard is indeed a bit too flexible. Sui hesitated for a moment, and finally picked up his chopsticks and started picking up the food. No matter what, eating is always right. Unexpectedly, although the 2 women looked quite polite while eating, they ate quite fast. In addition, their appetites were not big, so they put down their chopsticks after a short while. Then I didn't say anything, just sat next to him and watched him eat. Sui felt a little uneasy when he was being stared at. Under normal circumstances, being watched by two beauties of the school level would definitely be a pleasure. But the problem was, the two women looked at him like rabbits looking at carrots, which made him a little nervous. After finishing the dishes in a few bites, Sui finally couldn't help but speak. "Why are you looking at me?" Chapter 22. Only the cow died of exhaustion. "Of course I'm waiting for you to practice." Now Sui was speechless. As the saying goes, a day's plan begins in the morning. The sword energy brought by the morning sun is the most concentrated in the day. Practicing at this time will be much more effective than at other times. The two women were watching him here because they didn't want to waste the most precious time of the day. "Oh, then you guys go ahead and I'll start after I finish washing the dishes." Sui reached out to clean up the mess on the table. "No need, just leave it to the robot." Unexpectedly, Changyin reached out and interrupted Sui's action. "The standard model robot I ordered last night has been expedited and will be used to do all these chores from now on." Following the direction of Changyin's finger, Sui saw a strangely shaped mechanical creature. The 6 robotic arms combined with the pulleys for movement are completely different from most humanoid housekeeping robots on the market. This post-meal cleaning task is about to begin. It is estimated to take 20 minutes. Please check in at 9:20 a.m. The robot emitted an electronic sound, signaling the mission was initiated. Sui put down the bowl and chopsticks in his hands. It is indeed good to have money. Even the possibility of conflicts arising from washing dishes in the future is avoided. Now he had no worries and walked directly to the carpet in the middle of the courtyard and chose to sit cross-legged. Today is sunny and it is indeed a good time to practice. According to the current mainstream practice method, the scattered sword essence in the sunlight will first enter the body of the sword master, and then begin to temper the sword body of the sword girl. After being tempered, the sword girl's attributes in all aspects will be improved. At this time, just like water flowing to the lower place, the attributes of the sword girl will be fed back to the sword master through the contract signed by the two. In this way, both parties can achieve mutual improvement. In this cultivation system, the sword master is like a water pump, continuously extracting trace amounts of sword elements that the human body can withstand from the light emitted by the sun. The higher the sword master's talent level, the greater the water pump power, the higher the efficiency of extracting sword elements from the light, and the faster the training speed. Similarly, the sword girl is like a circuit connected in series with the sword masters, receiving the sword energy transmitted from the sword master to temper herself. The higher the talent, the smaller the resistance, the less sword essence the swordsman has collected with great difficulty will be wasted, and the more sword essence will be used to temper the sword body. This is why people are crazy about pursuing highly talented contract partners, which directly determines their future cultivation experience. Of course, in the final analysis, in this mode of training, the sword master still takes the initiative, and the sword girl only needs to allocate a part of her mental power to accept the sword essence to temper herself. The process of sword girl's training is very easy, but the degree of improvement is the same as that of sword master. This is also the reason why sword masters are often called sword wielders even though they are in a dominant position. It feels like there is no field that cannot be plowed, only cows that die of exhaustion. The two women looked at each other, and at the same time transformed into the green frost sword and the purple lightning sword, floating in front of Sui. The three of them formed an equilateral triangle. Sui closed his eyes and carefully extracted sword essence from the light around him, and carefully transferred this sword essence to the Qingxuang sword. At this time, his talent was revealed. The light around him seemed to be nothing happening, but in fact, a steady stream of sword energy was being absorbed into his body. The sword energy circulated, continuously tempering the two famous swords in front of him. Soon, he felt the feedback from the Qingxuang sword and the Zidian sword. There seemed to be something filling the flesh and blood, which made me feel a little itchy and a little sore. Sui did not open his eyes, but chose to continue meditating and absorbing the sword energy. He knew that muscle soreness was a sign of his improved strength. The sword girl will give back attributes to the sword master in proportion to her talent level, which is another important aspect of the sword girl's talent. The better the sword girl's talent, the higher the attribute feedback ratio the sword master receives. The higher the sword master's attributes, the longer the training time can be, and the better the effect of tempering the sword girl. In this way, the talented sword master and sword lady will join forces and their training speed will increase exponentially. Theoretically, an F-level sword girl can only give back 10% of her attributes to the sword master, but an A-level sword girl can give back 100% of her attributes. As for those above S-level, they can partially reflect their talent characteristics. Sui felt it carefully. The talents of the two sword girls were indeed fed back to him in part. Even if he is not holding the Qingxuang sword, the talent of Sword of the Kingly Way is still effective, but the effect is a level lower. It can be called the youth version of Sword of the Kingly Way. As for the purple lightning sword, it reflects some of the characteristics of the stone-breaking sword. Sui felt that he had become a lot harder. To put it simply, your physical strength has increased a lot, so if you stumble or fall while exploring a cave in the future, you won't immediately get your skin broken and bleed. All in all, the talents that the two women gave back were very practical, and also gave him more means when he was alone. At least when I meet a gangster like Sun Xiaochuan again, I won't waste my sword energy. Just as Sui was feeling it carefully, he suddenly realized that the two women in front of him suddenly regained their human form. Sui opened his eyes and saw the two of them standing up and stretching. Do you guys want to change positions? Sui seemed to have guessed their intentions. The flow of sword energy among the three people is like the flow of electric current in a wire. Except for Sui as the source, no matter how good the talent of the sword girl upstream is, there will always be some resistance. In this way, the further down the chain of sword essence circulation one is, the slower the speed of cultivation. To be fair, you do need to change positions every once in a while. Sui also didn't want to cause a fire in his backyard because of the problem of the location of cultivation. This was no joke. However, changing positions after only an hour and a half is a bit too frequent. Pft, ha ha ha. Chang Yin was stretching lazily, but when she heard Sui's words, she burst into laughter without caring about her ladylike manners. Why are you laughing? Did I say something wrong? Sui was a little confused. Does Sui think we would be so petty? Chang Yin was still laughing, but Lan Yueying beside him whispered an explanation to him. It's already noon. Chang Yin and I are going to eat before continuing our practice. It's noon? Sui was stunned and looked at his personal terminal in disbelief. According to his perception of time, only an hour and a half had passed, so how come 3 hours had already passed since he started practicing? It's really weird. When did his perception of time become so bad? Chapter 23 He Yuner is at the door? Actually, this is the price you pay for contracting 2 sword maidens at the same time. On the side, Chang Yin also restrained her smile. You might not be aware that if a sword master contracts 2 sword maidens, the speed of time he experiences will be half that of the real world. Is there such a thing? If I contract a 3rd sword girl later, won't the perceived training time only be 1/3 of the actual time? Sui was shocked. That's right, that's why I advised you not to contract too many sword girls yesterday. Chang Yin nodded, and her face unconsciously became serious when she thought of the genius in the family records who had contracted 5 sword girls. That genius was originally a prodigy of his generation, but in the end, he misjudged his own endurance limit, developed serious health problems, and ended up living a mediocre life. Slowing down your perception of time is not a good thing. It makes it difficult for you to judge your body's true limits, which can easily lead to serious problems. Hearing Chang Yin's suggestive words, Sui was also shocked. Slowing down the perception of time is indeed a big problem. It would be easier if you practiced with a fixed number of sword girls each time. As long as you determined your true limit of endurance through multiple practices, you can stop before your body is overloaded by conversion. However, if the number of sword girls participating in the training each time is different, the speed of time perceived by the sword master will also be different. If he is not careful, he will exceed his endurance limit and cause irreversible damage to his body. Okay, let's not discuss such serious topics anymore. Let's first discuss what takeout to eat for lunch. The atmosphere was a bit dull, so Lan Yueying jumped out to change the topic. For lunch, there's not much left in the refrigerator, so let's just get takeout. I'll go shopping at the nearby supermarket later and then cook at home tonight. Chang Yin also reacted and followed Lan Yueying's steps to talk about the lunch issue. Sui and Lan Yueying naturally had no objection to Chang Yin's lunch arrangement. One of them had never been in the kitchen, and the other had cooked for 2 lifetimes and the food he could only make was edible. Chang Yin said that they had to order takeout since there were no ingredients, so even if the 2 of them went into the kitchen, they could only stare blankly. After a quick lunch, the 2 girls tacitly occupied a bathroom each. At first, Sui was staring blankly at the white and tender neck exposed on the collar of Chang Yin's bathrobe, when he suddenly heard Chang Yin standing at the bathroom door and giving him instructions. Yueying and I are going to take a bath. I ordered a Jiansu detector, and it should arrive soon. If it arrives and I'm still taking a bath, remember to open the door to receive the package. Take a bath? Sui then belatedly remembered what Chang Yin said last night. It seemed that the two girls were planning to continue their bathing habit in the old villa without any compromise. It's still okay now, but if he contracts a third sword girl in the future, the three girls will probably have to take turns using the two bathrooms to take a bath. 20 minutes later, Sui sat on the sofa feeling a little bored. He felt a little annoyed watching the soap operas on TV. Each program was either an ethical drama between a father-in-law and a daughter-in-law, or the immortal emperor and the demon lord fighting for the heroine, even at the cost of destroying the three realms. In order to prevent these strange things from polluting his eyes, he had to keep switching programs. What the hell is this? The world has changed, but how come these eye-watering shows are still so popular? Sui sighed. Instead of watching these emotional dramas, he might as well invest his time in practicing with the two women. At least practice really has positive feedback. Suddenly, he saw a prompt from the villa security system on his personal terminal. A strange target appeared at the door of the villa. Sui opened the door and saw a familiar person. Yunur. The girl in the purple dress, who had met him once, now rang the doorbell of the villa. Are you here to deliver a package? Sui was still a little confused, but when he saw the cardboard box at Yunur's feet, he suddenly realized. Unexpectedly, Yunur's face turned red as if she was insulted. Who do you say is the courier? Yunur's whole body was shaking. She kicked the cardboard box hard, turned around and ran away sobbing, and soon disappeared from Sui's sight. Ah, didn't she send the sword element detector? Sui was also puzzled. Changyin had just told him about the Jiansu detector, and he thought Yunur was the courier. However, if Yunur was not delivering a courier, then why was she coming to his doorstep? Was she delivering a package for herself? Sui squatted down puzzledly and opened the cardboard box. Inside was a device that looked like a blood glucose meter. Sui picked up the instruction manual, on which were written 8 large characters, portable sword element detector. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the sword element detector? Lan Yueying's voice came from behind. Turning around, Sui saw Lan Yueying with a towel wrapped on her head, walking towards him curiously. No problem, the sword element tester has indeed arrived. But I saw someone familiar. As he spoke, Sui picked up the cardboard box, turned around and walked into the villa gate. Someone familiar? A look of confusion appeared on Lan Yueying's face. That's the sword girl I mentioned to you the day before yesterday who was hostile to me. I don't know why she's at the door. Sui put the box on the bench and turned to say to Changyin. Then where is she? Lan Yueying walked out of the villa gate and looked around, but found that there was no one around. She then turned her gaze to Sui, who was standing there motionless. I don't know. I originally thought she was here to deliver the Jiansu detector, but as soon as I said that, she turned and ran away. Sui chose to tell the truth. He was also very puzzled. Ever since he first met Yunur, it seemed as if the other party had an irreconcilable hatred for him. After a lot of trouble, they met again today. He wanted to have a good chat, but the other party left after a disagreement. Could it be that the girl, like Changyin, wants to make a contract with you? Lan Yueying looked Sui up and down and pieced together a possibility from his words. Impossible. Sui's rebuttal came out of his mouth, shaking his head like a rattle. If you really want a contract, even if you're not as serious as Changyin, you should at least say it to her face. You wouldn't just turn around and walk away after meeting her. Lan Yueying opened her mouth to say something when Changyin's voice suddenly sounded behind her. Oh, the sword element detector has arrived, then let's test Sui's sword element level. How do you test it? Sui looked at Changyin fiddling with the detector and asked curiously. Just stick it to the carotid artery. Don't worry, this is just a portable device. No blood tests or lab tests are needed to increase accuracy. Changyin held the device and placed it against the side of Sui's neck. 114 mana. Chapter 24, Strange Stories from a Different Planet. Numbers popped up on the detector screen. Mana, a transliteration of mana, is a unit of measurement specifically used to measure sword energy. Normally, since stars release a large amount of light every moment, ordinary people who bask in the sun will also have a small amount of sword marks in their bodies. At the age of 18, when physical fitness peaks due to awakening talent, the sword essence content in an average person's body is about 5 mana. The sword essence content in the bodies of most boys who have just awakened their talents is only about 10 mana. From physical fitness to nerve reactions, they are a level better than ordinary people. The standard for a first-level swordsman is to have 100 mana in the body, and the contracted sword girl has already outlined the initial sword mark. It is obvious that Suyi's 114 mana has exceeded the dividing line between ordinary people and the first level. In other words, judging from the sword element standards alone, Suyi is already a first-level swordsman. This result made the two women a little dazed. After only practicing for one morning, the upper limit of Suyi's sword energy has already exceeded the threshold of the first level. If the many F-level talented sword masters who have practiced hard for years but still cannot break through the 100 mana mark knew about this, their hearts would probably be shattered on the spot. The gap between a genius and an ordinary person is greater than the gap between an ordinary person and a dog. So, what is my level of swordsmanship? Seeing the two women in a daze and speechless, Suyi couldn't help but ask. 114 mana has already stepped into the threshold of the first level. Chang'e carefully put away the device and said with a complicated look in her eyes. Let me put it this way. I've lived in the Kepler galaxy for 20 years, and no one I've ever met has a faster cultivation speed than you. Even in the Cheng family, if you can break through to the first level within a month, you'll be the focus of the entire family's training. Suyi nodded. After all, he has SSS level talent, so it's normal for his cultivation speed to be faster. If his cultivation speed wasn't fast enough, there wouldn't be a group of girls begging him to sign a contract. However, the family's key training standards mentioned by Chang'e did surprise him a little. If he could break through to the first level within a month, he would be trained intensively by the super family that Chang'e belongs to. Then since he broke through to the first level this morning, shouldn't he be worshipped as the son of God? By the way, did you feel any lag in absorbing the sword essence at a certain point this morning? Chang'e suddenly thought of a phenomenon that she had only seen in textbooks, and quickly continued to ask Suyi. No. Suyi answered Chang'e's question straightforwardly. Not to mention feeling any stagnation in the morning, the sword energy in the surrounding light seemed to have found a home and rushed into his body madly. Although she had expected this, Chang'e was still slightly stunned. Under normal circumstances, no matter how good one's talent is, there will be some resistance when the sword element limit breaks through from 99 mana to 100 mana. This is a normal phenomenon when breaking through the rank. Even among those sword emperors who have been written into history books, only a few of them did not feel any sluggishness when breaking through the realm. Even though the evidence was right in front of her, Chang'e still felt a sense of unreality when Suyi personally admitted that this phenomenon only existed in textbooks. When Chang'e lost consciousness again, Suyi asked Chang'e in return. Speaking of the Kepler galaxy, which star you're facing is brighter than the sun? Would that make cultivation faster? Suyi is indeed very interested in the stars in the Kepler galaxy. According to his experience this morning, the speed of absorbing sword essence depends to a large extent on the content of sword essence in the surrounding light. If there is another star brighter than the sun, then the speed of cultivation on the habitable planet in that galaxy would probably be faster than on the blue planet. Were you always daydreaming during class? Isn't this very basic knowledge? Naturally, the sun is brighter. On the side, Lan Yueying also came out of her trance and answered Suyi first. In response, Suyi chose to pretend not to see it. The original body should actually bear the blame. For 3 years of high school, the original body had been on top of everything. After traveling through time, Suyi had absorbed a lot of basic knowledge, but he still knew very little about the administrative structure of the human federation outside Blue Star. Oh, so, wouldn't Chang'e's family's cultivation speed be slower than Blue Star's? That's not the case. Contrary to Suyi and Lan Yueying's expectations, Chang'e actually shook her head. Most of the stars over there are indeed dimmer than the sun, but the Cheng family has a special method that greatly speeds up everyone's cultivation speed. Oh, what's the solution? Can we listen to it? Suyi's curiosity was completely aroused. He really couldn't think of any way to enhance the luminous ability of stars. The method is very simple. The Cheng family artificially created a large amount of stellar radiation, allowing almost everyone on habitable planets to passively enjoy the enhanced benefits of cultivation. Chang Yin's eyes unconsciously revealed a bit of helplessness and disgust. Hydrogen bomb, you mean? Suyi and Lan Yueying looked at each other blankly at first, and then they thought of this weapon with explosive properties similar to those of stars. Well, they'll turn a specific area on each planet into a permanent hydrogen bomb explosion zone, allowing people to cultivate within the hydrogen bomb's micro-radiation zone. This will significantly increase their cultivation speed, but the cost is a shortened lifespan and the risk of developing various strange illnesses. As soon as Chang'e finished speaking, Suyi couldn't help but ask a question. If you do this, no one will take care of it? Using nuclear fusion to simulate the light emitted by stars, and practicing in the radiation area, he couldn't imagine how many poor people in the Kepler galaxy would suffer from radiation sickness. To trade sequelae and lifespan for strength is not only short-sighted, but also like drinking poison to quench thirst. Yes, the Human Federation would never allow such behavior that damages the entire planet. On the side, Lan Yueying also cast a puzzled look. From childhood to adulthood, astronomy textbooks have always used words like numerous experts and rapid development to describe the Kepler galaxy. Now that Cheng Yin, a local, found the tone of her voice so different from that in the textbook, she couldn't help but want to figure out which side had the problem. It's not that I don't want to manage it, but I can't manage it. Seeing both of them looking at her curiously, Cheng Yin sat on the sofa and sighed helplessly. Based on what I just said, you might not understand the magnitude of the harm this would cause to the planet. For example, men in the Kepler galaxy must conserve their sperm before the age of 20 due to cell distortion caused by nuclear radiation. Otherwise, there's a high probability that their children will be deformed. Cheng Yin's voice was not loud, but the other two could still hear the deep disgust in her tone. But even so, the Cheng family continues to conduct nuclear explosions. Everyone, from the ordinary people of the Kepler galaxy to the top leaders of the Human Federation, is aware of this. Do you know why? Chapter 25: The Whereabouts of the Cheap Parents. Sui and Lan Yueying shook their heads and followed Cheng Yin to sit on the sofa. The distance between the two planets is 500 light-years. 500 light-years, converted using the distance units commonly used thousands of years ago, is approximately equal to 5 quadrillion kilometers. This distance means that when people living on the blue planet look out at night, they can only see the scenery on the other side as it was 500 years ago. If we rely solely on electromagnetic waves to transmit information, Blue Planet's understanding of the Kepler galaxy will always be delayed by 500 years. After 500 years, the daylily has become cold. Fortunately, 1,000 years ago, the Human Federation obtained the dimensional teleportation array and several other special information transmission methods from the invasion of the Yuan invaders, which prevented the humans in the major galaxies from falling into a de facto isolation state. However, although these special information transmission methods can exceed the speed of light, the resources required are also astronomical, and usually only the headquarters of the planet can afford it. With such high communication costs, Lan Yueying's understanding of the Kepler galaxy was limited to the few words mentioned in the textbook, and Sui didn't even know which star in the sky was the shining star in the Kepler-1 galaxy. Seeing that the two of them were shaking their heads, Cheng Yin stopped keeping them in suspense and sat on the sofa, lost in her memories. This story actually begins thousands of years ago during the era of cosmic colonization. Back then, the people of Blue Star reverse engineered the technology for interstellar travel from the Yuan invaders' invasion. They even discovered Kepler-186f, the first habitable planet in the Kepler galaxy, and immediately began a massive interstellar migration project. Lan Yueying listened very carefully. The history that Cheng Yin just talked about was no different from what he learned in textbooks. However, people later discovered that every star in the Kepler-Pan galaxy has a permanent dimensional gap near it. The stars in the 186 galaxy are no exception, and there are even 3-dimensional gaps. As she spoke, Cheng Yin glanced at Sui, and when she saw that he didn't react, she continued. You've probably all seen the rest of the story in textbooks. To prevent the Yuan invaders' planes connected to these dimensional rifts from affecting the safety of ordinary immigrants, the Cheng family head, who was one of the 6 great sword emperors at the time, moved hundreds of his entire clan members here as the first batch of immigrants. He planned to use the time of several generations of the Cheng family to clear the plains behind those dimensional rifts. Wait a minute, what does this have to do with using nuclear radiation to speed up cultivation? Seeing that Cheng Yin was about to go through the history textbook from beginning to end, Lan Yueying quickly interrupted her recollections. She didn't want to spend all her time today learning about the life of the Cheng family's ancestor, as she still had to continue practicing with Sui in the afternoon. Cheng Yin was startled when she heard Lan Yueying's voice, and she brushed her hair with her hand in embarrassment. Then I'll make it short. The ancestor's plan went awry. Those 3-dimensional rifts were actually the same giant plane. Even after he died 200 years later, the Cheng family was unable to completely eliminate the Yuan invaders from that plane. So, those Yuan invaders are invading in the opposite direction? Sui seemed to have guessed what would happen next. That's right. During the first 200 years, the planet welcomed and bred tens of millions of immigrants. Even though the Human Federation knew the Yuan invaders were about to launch a large-scale counter-invasion, they had no way of migrating so many people to other star systems and had no choice but to acquiesce to the Cheng family's subsequent actions. Chang'e nodded and told the follow-up of the matter. Sui didn't say anything. So that's how it is. It turns out that the Kepler galaxy has always been the front line of the Human Federation's fight against the Yuan invaders. No wonder Blue Star reports so little about the Kepler galaxy. Blue Star has not been directly invaded by the Yuan invaders for nearly 1,000 years. It has been peaceful for a long time. Although sword masters still go to other dimensions to fight the Yuan invaders, many ordinary people have become accustomed to the peaceful social atmosphere. If ordinary people knew the current situation of the Kepler galaxy, there would be a huge riot. What about now? It's been 800 years since the death of the Blue Yuan Sword Emperor. Hasn't the Yuan invaders' plane behind the dimensional rift been cleared out yet? Just as Su Yi's thoughts turned to the reaction of ordinary people after knowing the truth, Lan Yueying continued to ask like a curious baby. Unexpectedly, Chang'e still shook her head. Not only has it not been cleaned up, the Chang family has barely been able to defend the exit of the dimensional rift for nearly 200 years. If it weren't for the support of masters from other galaxies, I'm afraid the entire Kepler galaxy would have become a paradise for Yuan invaders long ago. Having said that, Chang'e looked at Sui with a somewhat unnatural look. Why are you looking at me? Doesn't the dimensional gap have anything to do with me? For some reason, Sui seemed to see a hint of inexplicable guilt in Chang'e's eyes. This is strange. Sui dares to guarantee that he has never left the blue planet since he was a child. How could he be related to the dimensional gap in the Kepler galaxy? Actually, there is quite a connection. Chang'e paused for a moment, but decided to tell Sui what she knew. Your parents are the ones who disappeared in that giant dimension. This time Sui was really stunned. As far as he could remember, ever since his parents disappeared 8 years ago, both the Blue Star officials and his parents' comrades had been very secretive about the exact location of their disappearance. Even Lan Yueying's parents have never responded to this question directly. The few times they met in person, they used excuses like "I'll tell you when you're strong enough" to evade the question. When his soul traveled back through time, he treated his adoptive parents as a backdrop, and the only thing that moved him was the furnishings in the master bedroom. If it weren't for the generous annual pension from the Blue Star government, he would have almost forgotten that he even had parents in this life. Unexpectedly, I heard more specific information from Chang'e today. Are they representing Blue Star to support the Chang family? Chapter 26 The Little Devil is Troublesome. That's right. Chang'e nodded. Sui opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but in the end nothing came out. The air was so quiet that the only sound was the breathing of the three people. Seeing that Sui remained silent, Lan Yueying tried to continue asking questions to Chang'e. What's the level of the Yuan invaders in that plane? Is it possible that my uncle and aunt are still trapped there? Facing the gazes of Sui and Lan Yueying, Chang'e shook her head hesitantly. The hope isn't great. There are 9th order Yuanko in that Yuanko plane. When my uncle and aunt disappeared, they were only at the 7th level. 8 years have passed. Chang'e didn't say anything else, but both of them already knew the answer. The two girls looked at Sui. Sui's longing for his parents could be seen from the way he preserved the furnishings in the master bedroom. Now I suddenly know that my parents are not only missing, but there is no hope of survival. I am afraid it will be difficult to accept it for a while. Suddenly, Sui stood up from the sofa. All right, don't worry about me. I won't be devastated by knowing the truth. No matter what the situation is, we can go to that plane when our rank is raised in the future. There was no emotion in Sui's tone, and it seemed that he was not really affected that much. As for this afternoon, let's continue practicing. I'm afraid not. As soon as Sui finished speaking, Lan Yueying shook her head firmly. Your current condition doesn't look good. If you practice rashly, something serious might happen. Indeed, I shouldn't have told you these things today. Let's suspend our training this afternoon. Chang'e also agreed with Lan Yueying's opinion. As she spoke, she suddenly noticed that Sui's expression was different, and then she changed the subject. However, we can take this opportunity to visit the Sword Master Service Center. You already have a sword energy limit of 114 mana, so we should be able to draw the initial sword marks. The training effects of the Sword Master and the Sword Lady are bound to a certain extent. If the Sword Master breaks through to the first level, it means that the Sword Lady is very likely to have the conditions to outline the initial sword mark. However, it is not as simple for the Sword Lady to test the effect of tempering the sword as it is for the Sword Master. Complex and complete tests must be carried out at the Sword Master Service Center in each city center. Okay then, I'll listen to you. Seeing that both women were against continuing to practice, Sui stopped insisting. Although he knew in his heart that he would not be affected, just practicing half a day less would not have much impact. What's more, outlining the initial sword marks is also a very important matter. He was also hoping to cleanse the two girls again when they drew their initial sword marks, so that they could truly become SSS level sword girls. Donghai City Sword Master Service Center. Sui and the other two wore masks and walked to the glass door. This service center is located in the central part of Dongcheng District, Donghai City. It is not an exaggeration to say that the land prices here are extremely expensive. What comes in return for the extremely high land prices is absolute security. In addition to the super large dimensional barrier that covers the entire Dongcheng district, the Sword Master Service Center also has a second, more powerful dimensional barrier. You know, the super large dimensional barrier covering the entire Dongcheng district is enough to reduce the low-level Yuan invaders who appear sporadically near Donghai City to ashes. The reason why Dongcheng district is called the core area by the people and has land prices and prosperity far exceeding the other three urban areas is all due to the sense of security brought by the super large dimensional barrier. The small-scale powerful dimensional barrier of the Sword Master Service Center was a product of responding to the large-scale invasion of Yuan bandits thousands of years ago. It was the last resort in the war years and has not been fully activated for hundreds of years. The comparison between the two dimensional barriers is not as huge as heaven and earth, but at least it is a world of difference. It is no exaggeration to say that even if a 7th-level Yuan invader suddenly appeared in Donghai City, it would be impossible for him to break through this core barrier. At the entrance of the service center, the three of them each used their personal terminals to pass through the glass door and were finally able to take off their masks. Call. Sui let out a long breath. If the matter of him killing Sun Xiaochuan was not still fermenting, he would not have let his mouth and nose be blocked all the way. After a short pause, the three of them walked to the registration desk. Name? The young man in charge of registration asked in a somewhat impatient tone without even looking up. Sui. Sui frowned slightly, but ultimately said nothing. The young man in front of him was just an ordinary person. He must have been able to work the receptionist job at the service hall through nepotism. He didn't want to get into a conflict with the young man unless it was necessary. Sui, this name sounds familiar. How old is he? The young man continued to ask without raising his head. 18 years and 1 month. Sui continued to respond patiently. 18 years and 1 month old, you are a high school graduate who just awakened this year. What do you want to do at the service center? The young man looked up at Sui, and his attention was immediately attracted by Cheng Yin and Lan Yueying beside Sui. Detect the conditions for the sword lady to outline the initial sword mark. Sui frowned. He didn't want to have a conflict with such a person with connections here. The news of him beheading the gangster Sun Xiaochuan is still being widely circulated in major news media. If it weren't for the principal Chen Shuo's great efforts to guide public opinion, he would at least have to go through the process in a prison. If it were to be revealed that he had a conflict with the young man at this time, no matter how extensive Chen Shuo's network of contacts was, he would not be able to completely resolve the matter. Nonsense, you're a student at Donghai No. 1 Middle School, right? Your senior year awakening ceremony ended less than a week ago. How could you possibly have the conditions to draw sword marks? Go back quickly and don't waste testing resources here. The young man spoke in an air of maturity, but his eyes kept darting back and forth between Lan Yueying and Cheng Yin, and it was clear that he was saying one thing and doing another. High school graduates can take 5 free tests in their graduation year. This was announced by our principal at the conference a few days ago, and it has been a consistent practice for many years. Please register for us. Lan Yueying frowned and shrank behind Sui. The look in the young man's eyes reminded her of Sun Xiaochuan, who always lay on the playground, and she really didn't like this feeling. Oh, since your principal said so, then go ask your principal for a level test. I can't do it here anyway. As the young man spoke, he simply pulled out the half-finished registration form and put it into the shredder in front of the 3 people. What do you mean? Sui narrowed his eyes slightly. Chapter 27 The Dagger Revealed. It's nothing, I'm just following the rules. Do you still want to threaten me? The young man had a calm expression, but his eyes were glaring at Cheng Yin even more unscrupulously. What nonsense are you talking about? Free testing for senior high school graduates has been a policy implemented by the school and the service center for several years. You're clearly deliberately not registering us. Lan Yueying was originally trying to shrink her body behind the young man, but when she saw him putting the registration form into the shredder in front of her, she couldn't help but question him. Anyway, I haven't received any notifications. How about this? You add me to your personal terminal first, and we'll have a drink tonight. I'll figure out how to register you tomorrow. The young man simply crossed his legs on the chair, his true intentions were revealed in his words, and his lustful eyes were no longer concealed. She is my sword lady, please speak with respect. Su Yi's expression turned cold. It's so rampant. It's really rampant. I never thought I would encounter such a scum even when taking 2 girls for testing. It's really annoying. Oh, childhood sweethearts, I understand, I won't embarrass you. The young man stretched his neck forward, a lewd smile on his face, and his eyes quickly turned to Cheng Yin. After seeing the ring on Cheng Yin's right hand, the young man felt that he had guessed the relationship between the 3 people. Well, I think your sister is pretty, how about having her have a drink with me tonight? I'm sorry, I'm also his sword girl, please don't say that. Cheng Yin's eyes turned cold, and she looked at the young man as if she was looking at a talking corpse. Ha, you 2 siblings are quite humorous. This year, there's only one sword wielder with S-level or higher talent in Donghai No. 1 middle school. You're not thinking he's that genius, are you? The young man seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. He made a very exaggerated expression on his face and deliberately pointed at Su Yi and said, "Oh, I guess you don't usually watch the news. You can use your personal terminal to search the trending search list to see if the genius you are talking about is called Su Yi?" Su Yi's face became even colder. The last person who provoked the 2 women in front of him had already been beheaded. If he wasn't at the Sword Master Service Center, he would have taken action long ago. Boy, you're pretending pretty well. If it were someone else, I'm afraid they would really be fooled by you. The young man looked calm and composed, his legs trembling as he crossed them, and his words were full of mockery. Unfortunately, I have inside information. That genius has already signed a contract with the daughter of our current Blue Star governor, He Changwon. You're still trying to get away with it by pretending to be nice. That's simply wishful thinking. Hearing this, Su Yi looked strange. When did he sign the contract with the governor's daughter? How come the parties involved themselves don't know about it? Before he could react, the young man behind the glass window spoke again arrogantly. Why, are you wondering who I am and how I know so much inside information? Let me tell you the truth. My grandfather is Gao Biao, the chief executive of Donghai City. I know all the inside information that you don't know. If you're willing to have your sister and girlfriend have a drink with me, I'll acknowledge you as my brother-in-law. This mechanical watch on your wrist can be considered a gift to you to change your ways. As he spoke, the young man pretended to be nonchalant and fiddled with the mechanical watch on his wrist towards the 3 people. In today's era, communication equipment and watches have long been replaced by personal terminals with more complete functions. Mechanical watches have become a pure luxury and a symbol of financial strength. The young man had a smug smile on his face, as if he had already seen the scene of Su Yi being humble for this mechanical watch. Over the years, he had met many young swordsmen in the service center who were willing to sell their soul mates for this mechanical watch. Even though he is just an ordinary person, with the wealth and circle represented by this mechanical watch, the number of young sword girls who have tasted it is almost 3 digits. As for those young sword masters who betrayed their sword wives and were willing to cuckold themselves in order to fit into the upper-class circles, in the end they couldn't even get this mechanical watch, let alone get into the upper-class circles of Donghai City. Just a few threats and most wimps will silently accept the reality that they are being taken advantage of for free. After all, these people can cheat on me, so I want to be able to remain tough after being tricked. As for the few remaining young men, they were beaten up and thrown into Xiqing district. Within a few days, they completely disappeared. However, the conflicted expression that the young man expected did not appear on Su Yi's face. Su Yi's face was calm, with only a hint of disgust and anger in his eyes, like the last calm before a volcanic eruption. Did you fool those newly graduated sword masters in the same way before? Oh, it seems you are a rare smart person. Indeed, many idiots before really thought that I would introduce them to the high-ranking officials of Donghai City, and they didn't think that with their sword girl's little beauty, how could I introduce them to people in the upper circle? The smugness on the young man's face disappeared, replaced by a condescending tone. I admire smart people like you. Since you know my past deeds, I'll be frank. Let these 2 people accompany me for 1 night, and I'll give you 30,000 credits as compensation. It's a very fair deal. Su Yi did not respond. He always reasoned with the living and never wasted his saliva on corpses. He looked the young man over thoroughly from head to toe, then retracted his gaze and took Lan Yueying's slender hand. The next moment, the Qingshuang sword suddenly appeared in his hand. I originally thought you were a smart man, but I didn't expect you to be just a hot-blooded young man. You dare to take action here? I'm afraid you don't know how powerful the law enforcement team is. The young man looked at Sui with contempt, then simply closed his eyes and mocked him. Don't waste your energy. The transparent glass of my counter is specially made. It can absorb most of the impact with its flexibility. Not to mention a high school student who has just awakened a few days ago, even those third-level professionals will definitely not be able to destroy it without restraint. Before the law enforcement team arrives, I'll give you one last chance. Take your sister and childhood sweetheart to the Goldman Sachs Hotel's penthouse suite tonight. Then, follow me and I'll tell the law enforcement team this was all a misunderstanding. How about that? Sui said nothing, just swung his sword. Boom! Accompanied by a dragon roar, the Qingshuang sword energy hit the glass counter head-on. In an instant, although the glass counter did not completely break, a crack appeared running through it from left to right. Chapter 28. You just know you're going to die. The young man who had been sitting on the Daio Yutai couldn't help but widen his eyes, and there was no longer that kind of condescending complacency in his words. Wait, don't be impulsive. We're all smart people, why don't we sit down and talk? As long as you agree, I, Gao Rao, swear on my own reputation to bring you into contact with the real upper class of Donghai City. Sui didn't even look at the young man. He looked into Cheng Yin's eyes and held her hand tightly. The next moment, the purple lightning sword inlaid with flowing strange stones appeared in Sui's hands. Wait, isn't she your sister? How can she be a sword girl? Your talent is actually above S level. The young man noticed something was wrong. He originally thought that the long-haired lady on Sui's left would be his sister, but he never expected that she was also his contracted sword girl. Shuangjian Yang is a senior high school student at Donghai No. 1 Middle School. If these two characteristics appear in one person at the same time, then the identity of this person is obvious. This guy named Sui is actually the SSS level genius from Donghai No. 1 Middle School this year. Now things are no longer under his control. He could easily control ordinary high school students with his identity, but if he were to meet this SSS level sword-wielding genius, even his grandfather, the top leader of Donghai City, would not be able to protect him. After all, this is the only SSS level swordsman on Blue Star in nearly 1,000 years, and even Governor He Changguang has always praised him. Well, it was just a misunderstanding. Let's both take a step back. I'll register you now and pretend that those unpleasant things just now never happened, okay? No, from the moment you started swearing at my sword lady and making comments about her, you had no choice but to die. Sui shook his head and softly sentenced the young man to death. Boy, don't be so arrogant. If you had signed a contract with the Governor General's daughter, I would still be a little afraid of you, but you chose to sign a contract with your childhood friend. You have no backing and have offended me. You won't go far in the future. The young man looked at the crack that went through the glass counter and swallowed unconsciously, but his face still showed a stern look as he threatened Sui. Sui said nothing, just murmured softly. Thunder comes. The next moment, the sky was filled with lightning and thunder. Bolts of lightning crossed the dimensional barrier out of thin air and slammed heavily onto the glass cover. Click, click. The special glass between Sui and the young man suddenly shattered, turning into pieces of fine glass debris. No, it's impossible. This is special Type 3 glass. Even a third-level swordsman cannot break it without special means. Gao Rao, who had been appearing to be aggressive but actually being timid, was completely dumbfounded. It's fake, it must be fake. I get it, your sword girl talent must be to create illusions, I must be in an illusion now. Suddenly, the young man seemed to see through the illusion before him. He picked up a handful of broken glass from the ground and clenched his fists tightly until blood flowed from his hands. No, how could it be bleeding? This is obviously not real. Why is my hand bleeding? Seeing that the blood on his hands had soaked through the glass shards, the young man reluctantly believed the fact that the glass cover was broken. A flattering look appeared on his face. Classmate Sui, Su Tiankai, I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. Sui shook his head, without even a trace of emotion on his face. No, you just know you're going to die. After saying that, Sui was too lazy to look at the bastard in front of him anymore, and silently summoned a bolt of lightning. With the purple lightning sword in hand, he didn't plan to use sword energy to execute Gao Rao, as that would only make him feel that his hands would be dirty. Thunder and lightning were about to strike, and footsteps were heard outside the service center door. Sui suddenly realized that this must be the law enforcement team that the young man mentioned. He stopped hesitating and lightning struck. The young man who looked like a decent man turned into a pile of charcoal in an instant, leaving only the mechanical watch shining as new. Gao Rao. An old man in formal attire and with a hunched back appeared at the gate of the service center. Gao Rao is my only grandson, and you actually killed him. Do you know what this means to our Gao family? The old man opened his eyes wide, looking at the pile of charcoal on the ground with tears in his eyes, then turned to look at Sui, who had just made a move, and uttered an old and sinister voice. Obviously, the old man is the grandfather Gao Rao mentioned, Gao Biao. Behind him were members of the law enforcement team that stretched as far as the eye could see. No, you're wrong. Before Sui could speak, Cheng Yin, who had just regained her human form, answered first, attracting the attention of all the law enforcement team members. When your grandson was alive, he extorted, bullied men and women, and meant absolutely nothing to society. In other words, the only meaning of his life was to irritate as many people as possible while he was alive, and then suddenly and completely die, thus achieving the effect of first suppressing and then promoting. As soon as these words were spoken, the scene fell into silence. Many members of the law enforcement team even wanted to applaud, as these words really touched their hearts. This bastard Gao Rao is not even a sword wielder, but he relies on the fact that he has a grandfather who was the top leader of Donghai, and treats these regular law enforcers like servants all day long. Of the hundreds of law enforcement officers present, at least half had been subjected to unwarranted beatings and scolding by Gao Rao, becoming his trash can for venting his emotions. Now that Gao Rao was completely dead, these law enforcers felt secretly happy. However, even though he was secretly happy, he certainly didn't dare show it on the surface. Gao Biao has been the top leader of Donghai City for 20 years, and it would be a bit conservative to say that he can cover the whole thing with one hand. If they dared to show even the slightest joy at this moment, they would be shot 13 times in the back and die the next day. Okay, what a nice little girl. Since you killed Gao Rao, I'll let you go down and accompany him. The old man's face was squeezed like tree bark, and his dry fingers pointed at Sui and the other two. In an instant, an inexplicable aura filled the entire service center. A sword energy filled with decay surged out from the old man's fingers and headed straight for Sui and the other two. Although I have lost my contract partner, my 5th level strength is still there. You can die in peace. I'm afraid you don't have that ability. Cheng Yin snorted coldly and took out a device similar to a crystal ball from the ring on her right hand. The next moment, a curtain of light spread out from the crystal ball, instantly forming a hemispherical barrier with a diameter of less than 3 meters. The decayed sword energy hit the hemispheric barrier, but it was like a drop in the ocean, without causing any waves, and disappeared without a trace in an instant. Chapter 29, Exile Storm. What's this? Inside the barrier, Sui looked at the crystal ball that Cheng Yin had casually placed on the ground, and asked Cheng Yin with some curiosity. He was not surprised that Cheng Yin could take out the crystal ball. After all, she came alone to a place 500 light years away, and her family would definitely give her some life-saving props. However, this life-saving item seemed a bit too powerful. The old man's full-strength attack unleashed a decaying sword energy that surprisingly had no effect on the shield. A 6th-order portable dimensional shield is the highest level of portable shield. Not to mention that this old immortal doesn't even have a contracted sword girl. Even if he did, he definitely wouldn't be able to break this shield. Cheng Yin introduced the official name of the crystal ball with some pride. So how much is it worth? Sui looked at the old man with a distorted face outside the light curtain, stretched out his finger and touched the light curtain, which felt like cloud candy. The cost price is about 30 million credit points, which is about mid-range for a 6th-tier item. Cheng Yin paused for a moment and said a number hesitantly. It feels like I'm just living off a gigolo. Sui sighed. 30 million credit points is equivalent to half of an old villa. Originally, he thought he was quite wealthy after traveling through time. He had good looks, a house, and his parents were both deceased, the standard profile of a novel protagonist. As it turned out, the two sword ladies he met were both wealthy women. Lan Yueying's monthly income of 10 million credit points already shocked him, not to mention Cheng Yin, a wealthy lady with a space ring on her hand. Ah, what did you say? I'm telling you, I feel like I'm just living off you. It's a wise decision to make a contract with you. How frivolous. There are so many people outside watching. Cheng Yin's tone was slightly annoyed, but she was obviously very happy. Sui wanted to continue teasing Cheng Yin, but suddenly he caught sight of Lan Yueying standing beside him, and quickly teased her equally.
Yueying, you are also a wealthy woman.
10 million credit points per month for living expenses is really unexpected. Unexpectedly, Lan Yueying looked surprised.
Ha? What do you mean by 10 million credits?
I only have 2,000 credits per month for living expenses. Before Sui could react, Gao Biao uttered an old and gloomy voice from outside the light curtain.
I didn't expect you to have a sixth-order dimensional shield. No wonder you dared to attack me.
However, young people are still too naive. All members of the law enforcement team, I order you to attack the light curtain with all your strength. Anyone who dares to slack off will be immediately dismissed from the law enforcement team. The members of the law enforcement team looked at each other and attacked the light curtain with apology. When you live under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. As the top leader of Donghai City, Gao Biao only needs to wave his hand, and the organization of these people will disappear on the spot. As waves of sword energy surged, the brightness of the light curtain became dimmer. Most of these law enforcers are only at level 3, and only a few captains are level 4 swordmasters. If it attacks alone, it will not have any effect on the 6th level dimensional shield at all.
But the problem is that there are too many law enforcers following Gao Biao.
In addition to the first batch of hundreds of law enforcers from all over Donghai City continued to arrive. In less than half an hour, there were already thousands of law enforcers on the scene attacking the light curtain. Inside the light curtain, Lan Yueying sharply criticized Gao Biao. That old dog out there is truly despicable. His grandson has harmed countless people on a daily basis.
He's lucky enough to be alive today.
He actually dared to use his power to force the law enforcement team to attack us.
He really thinks he's the local emperor of Donghai City.
That's right. It's a pity that the fatal effect of my kingly sword only works on Yuan invaders, otherwise I would have to give him a blow. Lan Yueying also nodded, with a hint of regret in her words. As she spoke, she looked at Chang Yin with some concern.
Chang Yin, can your dimensional shield still hold up?
It can't hold up. The portable shield was originally designed to withstand a small number of level 6 Yuan invaders. Now that so many people are surrounding it and attacking continuously, I estimate that the shield will completely disappear in 10 minutes at most.
Chang Yin said calmly.
But if the shield is gone, you can just replace it with another one. I have many such shields in my ring. As she spoke, another crystal ball appeared in Chang Yin's right hand. As the new crystal ball was placed on the ground, the light curtain, which had been getting dimmer and dimmer, instantly returned to normal, and even became a little brighter. Sui, who had been listening quietly beside him, twitched his lips, and once again felt the true meaning of inhumanity. Gao Biao outside was still trying to use the power in his hands to break Chang Yin's 6th level portable dimensional shield, but he didn't know that Chang Yin could easily take out another one to replace it. Outside the light curtain, Gao Biao's sagging face was piled up layer by layer, and he made a hoarse questioning sound.
You are not an ordinary person.
It is impossible for an ordinary person to produce two-dimensional shields.
Which family are you from? You don't deserve to know. Chang Yin snorted coldly without even looking at Gao Biao.
But in her eyes, Gao Biao was not qualified at all. In the Kepler galaxy, not to mention the chief ruler of a city, even the governor of a planet has to speak to her respectfully.
Okay, you don't think I really can't do anything to you, do you?
I've been in charge of the East China Sea for many years, and I have plenty of ways to deal with you. Gao Biao forced a very strange smile on his face.
Pass on my order. There has been a Yuan invasion at the Sword Control Service Center.
Have the people at the Technical Center launch a miniature banishing storm towards this area in 10 minutes. As soon as Gao Biao finished speaking, before Sui and the other two could react, a commotion suddenly broke out among the huge group of law enforcers.
Zhang Gao, this isn't quite right.
Using strategic weapons in the name of a Yuan invasion will surely be thoroughly investigated by the higher-ups. Many law enforcement officers exchanged views and pushed each other, and finally selected 2 temporary representatives to raise objections to Gao Biao. Under the pressure of Gao Biao's long-standing tyranny, everyone can still attack the light curtain against their conscience. But if they use the forbidden weapon like Exile Storm without telling the Blue Star Parliament and the governor, then everyone present will be sent to the most dangerous Yuan invader plane to open up the wasteland.
A micro-exile storm, as the name suggests, forcibly exiles all matter in an area to another dimension.
Due to its extremely destructive nature, this weapon, like long-range dimensional teleportation arrays, is subject to strict control. Under normal circumstances, out of prudence, even if all the governors of a city agree unanimously, the head of the technology center has the power to refuse to execute the order and will not be punished afterwards. But in Donghai City, Gao Biao has served as the chief executive for too long, and the head of the technical center has long become Gao Biao's puppet.
Phew.
A temporary representative looked at Gao Biao in disbelief, covering his lower abdomen with his hands weakly. He never expected that Gao Biao would choose to attack him directly.
Chapter 30 He Yuner.
Watching the temporary representative's body fall backward stiffly, Gao Biao ignored the blood and organ fragments on his right hand, and instead showed an even more creepy smile.
Anyone else who dares not follow my orders will be made an example of you.
The noisy sound disappeared. The members of the law enforcement team lowered their heads, fearing that their eyes would meet Gao Biao's. As the saying goes, the county magistrate is not as good as the current manager. If you follow Gao Biao in using Exile Storm, you will most likely be liquidated afterwards, but if you oppose Gao Biao in using Exile Storm, you will die now.
Gao Biao nodded with satisfaction.
He looked at another temporary representative who was trembling and patted his shoulder with his right hand. Go ahead and tell Director Wu at the technical center to calculate the coordinates and release the banishing storm in 10 minutes.
Yes, yes.
The surviving temporary representative watched in horror as Gao Biao wiped the blood on his hands onto his clothes and staggered out the door. Gao Biao no longer paid attention to the temporary representative with a wet stain on his crotch, nor did he pay attention to the unlucky guy who had already fallen in a pool of blood on the ground. Instead, he looked at the three people inside the light curtain again.
You three ignorant little bastards, dare to cause trouble with me in the East China Sea? Then go to another dimension to accompany the Yuan invaders.
Inside the light curtain, Chen Yin's right hand tightly grasped a Rubik's Cube.
She really didn't have any protection that could withstand the banishing storm.
However, there are still many teleportation props that can quickly transfer to a safe area. If she hadn't taken into account the thousands of law enforcers nearby, she would not have taken out the Rubik's Cube for transfer, but an offensive prop that could directly and physically eliminate Gao Biao. However, just as Chang Yin was about to turn the Rubik's Cube, a big hand rested on her arm.
No, save the props for next time.
Su Yi's voice was calm, and he looked confident. Following the direction of Su Yi's gaze, Chang Yin saw a middle-aged man with a bald head sweating profusely. The person named Ding Hai is none other than Chen Shuhua, the principal of Donghai No. 1 Middle School. Principal, long time no see, you are finally here. Su Yi smiled at Chen Shuhua.
I was wondering who it would be. You don't really think Chen Shuhua can be your rescuer, do you?
Gao Biao snorted coldly, obviously not taking it seriously. As the top leader of Donghai City, he would close his eyes when listening to Chen Shuhua's reports on education work during meetings. The difference in political status between the two is not even a little bit, and the law enforcement team members present will not obey Chen Shuhua's orders across systems. Chen Shuhua, please do not interfere with my official duties. Otherwise, I will have reason to suspect you of shielding your students and arrest you as well.
However, Chen Shuhua, who is usually timid, became unusually tough. Gao Biao, I'm not here in my own name. I'm here to convey the governor's verbal order.
Chen Shuhua glanced at the law enforcement officers around him and directly projected the chat history on his personal terminal.
The governor orders everyone to immediately cease attacking Su Yi and the other two.
Arrest Gao Biao immediately and maintain order at the scene.
On the projection, it was He Changwang's order to Chen Shuhua.
Seeing the real evidence, the many law enforcement officers present breathed a sigh of relief. On Blue Star, Governor He Changwang is the ultimate law enforcer. Everyone had been forced to attack the light curtain because of Gao Biao's threat. Now with the governor's order, everyone can stop without worrying about being exiled to the Yuan invaders' plane afterwards.
Gao Biao, stop it.
If you stop now, the Governor General will not do anything to you because of your many years of political achievements. You can now enjoy your retirement in peace. Chen Shuhua looked at Gao Biao, his words full of sighs. There was a time when he wanted to give gifts to a large territory like Gao Biao but received no response, but now he has become the messenger who pronounces his political death.
Unexpectedly. The governor's order?
I see you've clearly tampered with the chat history on your own personal terminal.
Otherwise, why didn't the governor come here in person? Gao Biao snorted coldly and chose to refuse to admit it. Since there's no evidence, don't blame me for being rude.
I believe you're an accomplice of these three students. Not only did you cause a disturbance at the Sword Master Service Center, but you also dared to falsely pass on the governor's orders.
Therefore, you shall be executed here together with me.
As he spoke, Gao Biao pierced his palm with his right fingernail, and as a few drops of black blood seeped out, he actually shot a black and red decayed sword energy directly towards Chen Shuhua.
Chen Shuhua was shocked. Cao Biao is not being reckless at all, but is completely crazy. If attacking Sui was considered as murdering a human genius, he could still be relieved of his official position and settle down peacefully. Anyone who dared to attack him after he received the governor's order would be equivalent to burning the imperial envoy, which was tantamount to blatant rebellion. He hurriedly activated the sword energy in his body, and only then was he able to barely offset the black edge that was filled with the meaning of decay and death. Seeing that Gao Biao was still planning to attack again, Chen Shuo's inner anger was completely ignited. Both of them are at the 5th level of strength, and both switched to the administrative series after losing the sword girl. His status in the political arena is indeed lower than Gao Biao's, but if they really fight, it is not certain who will win or lose. Gao Biao, old dog, I've put up with you for so long. Every time you take advantage of me, you don't do anything. You really think you're the emperor of the East China Sea? As he spoke, Chen Shuhua advanced instead of retreating and engaged in a fight with Gao Biao. The two fought for a while and it was evenly matched. Two powerful 5th-level warriors fought each other, and the surrounding law enforcers were in big trouble. Logically speaking, these law enforcers should assist Chen Shuhua in quickly capturing Gao Biao. But the problem is that these people are only at the 3rd or 4th level of strength. Faced with the fierce fight between the two, let alone helping, the aftermath of the fight alone is enough to make many unlucky people die on the spot. At this moment, most law enforcement officers began to squeeze to the periphery, fearing that they would become victims of this dispute. These people are really fence-sitters. They just followed Gao Biao to attack our shield, and now that a fight is about to start, they're running faster than the other. Inside the light curtain, Lan Yueying looked at the chaotic scene and commented with a hint of dissatisfaction. Sui shook his head and did not respond. Most people join the law enforcement team just to gain an identity and make their lives more comfortable. After all, only a very small number of them have the ideal of upholding justice. On the side, Cheng Yin was a little uneasy. Sui, why don't we activate the Rubik's Cube and leave first? If we don't move away from our current position within 10 minutes, we'll really have to face the exile storm head-on. Sui hesitated. To be honest, he didn't expect at first that Gao Biao, as a politician, would openly refuse to follow the orders of his superiors, and he didn't expect that Chen Shuhua would fight Gao Biao on equal terms. Seeing that the two could not determine the winner in a short time, he was about to nod, but suddenly he found something wrong. The law enforcement team, which was originally in chaos and almost everyone wanted to stay away from the center of the fight, suddenly became quiet. Gao Biao, you think the information on my personal terminal is fake? Now that I'm here in person, do you want to verify whether I'm a fake? Chapter 31 Pure Love Warrior? Sui looked in the direction of the voice and saw a middle-aged man who looked to be in his early 30s. He was angry without any sense of dignity, and there was an inexplicable majesty in his voice. Sui was a little surprised. He heard that Governor He Changguang is now nearly 100 years old, and thought he would be a white-haired old man. Unexpectedly, when I saw her in person today, she looked too young, with a head full of black hair showing vitality, as if she was not even 40 years old. But this was not what surprised him the most. When he turned his gaze to the girl next to He Changguang, his eyes were stunned. The girl was wearing a purple dress, her eyes were like autumn water, her nose was straight and beautiful, and her lips were moist and red. She just stood there quietly, giving people a feeling of nobility and inviolability, and her beauty was breathtaking. What is particularly eye-catching is the young lady's hairstyle, which is to tie her hair into a single ponytail, wrap it around the back of her neck, and then spiral it onto her right chest. This hairstyle really makes people feel a sense of familiarity with her, as if facing a noble and friendly young superior. But for Sui, this hairstyle awakened some memories of watching anime in his previous life. Of course, what Sui was most familiar with was the 3 points of hostility towards him in her eyes, just like when they first met. He Yuner? Sui couldn't help but blurt out. This girl, who had been extremely hostile when they first met, had left a deep impression on him. That day he had just defeated Zhang Guanghe, who came to challenge him head-on, and the students watching around him were either envious or admired. Only He Yuner, the swordswoman from the medical department, stood in the distance, looking at him as if he were the murderer of his father, leaving him puzzled for 2 whole days. In shock, Sui thought of the outrageous words Gao Rao uttered before his death. He first looked at He Changguang, then at He Yuner, and the doubts in his mind gradually cleared up. He Yuner, who has always been unfriendly to him, is probably Governor He Changguang's biological daughter. Do you know her? Beside him, Lan Yueying cast a curious look at him. She's the girl I told you about that day who kept staring at me with unfriendly eyes. As he spoke, Sui glanced at the scene outside the light curtain. He Changguang moved his finger slightly, and Gao Biao, who was fighting with Chen Shuhua, fell to the ground in an instant, his body twitching. Thousands of law enforcers were originally in chaos, but now order was gradually restored.
Tell me, what is the strength of our governor he? Why can't I understand how he attacks?
Sui poked his fiancée with his finger, trying to change the subject away from He Yuner. Generally speaking, to be able to govern a planet, one must be at least at the 7th level.
Only at the 7th level can one sense dimensional fluctuations and prevent possible invasions by Yuan invaders.
Unexpectedly, Lan Yueying did not reply, but Cheng Yin answered for her.
So, Governor he is a 7th level swordsman?
Sui was a little surprised by the amount of information in Cheng Yin's words. He turned his head and looked at Cheng Yin, who was playing with the crystal ball in her hand. He had thought that administrative personnel like He Changguan were at most at level 6, but he didn't expect that he was actually at level 7. In order to completely change the subject, he expressed his thoughts. However, Cheng Yin shook her head slightly again. No, Blue Star is the ancestral planet of mankind, and all the governors in the past have been at least 8th rank sword masters. Those planetary governors you remember as only 6th ranked were probably the product of the large-scale invasion of the main plane by the Yuan invaders 1,000 years ago. At that time, all the major galaxies were in danger, so naturally there was a strong demand for the administrative system.
Sui didn't reply. He really only had a vague understanding of many details of this world, and after being corrected several times, he had even gotten used to it. However, what he didn't expect was that by fighting with Gao Rao here today, he would eventually attract the number 1 figure on Blue Star. Just as he was thinking about how to greet the boss, he suddenly felt a strong gaze. When he looked up, it was He Yuner, who had been somewhat hostile towards him just now. However, as their eyes met, He Yuner avoided his gaze again, as if she was a bullied little girl who had been wronged but dared not stand up to fight back. So, she was the one standing at the door this afternoon?
Lan Yueying witnessed the whole process of the two people looking at each other and then separating, and carefully looked at He Yuner outside the light curtain.
That's right. Sui nodded. But I don't understand why she seems to have had an inexplicable hostility towards me since we first met.
I think she's not hostile towards you, but towards me and Yueying.
Cheng Yin said quietly.
If I'm not mistaken, she was probably urged by Uncle He to sign a contract with you, but she herself was somewhat reluctant, which is why she seems so conflicted.
How is that possible? If she doesn't want to sign a contract with me, can Governor He still force his own daughter to do so? Sui didn't believe Cheng Yin's words. It seems you still don't understand.
From what I know about her, she probably wants to make a contract with you, but you've already made a contract with Yueying and me, so she's a little reluctant. Cheng Yin lifted her long hair that was blocking her view and expressed her guess casually.
You mean, she's a staunch supporter of pure love and doesn't want her sword wielder to be another sword girl? Sui finally understood what Cheng Yin meant.
But he still found it hard to believe. These days, I'm afraid most girls would wish they could have another swordswoman to fight alongside them. After all, the Yuan invaders will not show mercy just because you are a purist, nor will they kill you just because you own a crystal palace. These strange creatures from another dimension are equally hostile to every human being, and exterminating humanity is a code engraved in the bones of every Yuan invader. Under this premise, contracting 2 sword girls obviously has a natural survival advantage over pleasing 1 sword girl. When you are really in a life and death situation with no one to help you, more fighting power means more hope of survival. About 1,000 years ago, when humans had not yet been invaded by the Yuan invaders, the form of human society at that time was very different from what it is today, and there were still many people who held the idea of one person for a lifetime. But after thousands of years, those who still hold such ideas have either died under the knife of the Yuan invaders or accepted the current social trends. As for Sui himself, he was also confused when he first came here, but after learning about the historical changes over the past 1,000 years, he quickly accepted this setting. Now that he heard that He Yuner still held on to the ideas from 1,000 years ago, he even thought for a moment that there was something wrong with his ears. Under Sui's burning gaze, Cheng Yin nodded. She first glanced at He Yuner outside the light curtain, then lowered her voice and spoke in a voice that only the 3 of them could hear.
She and I met in a sword girl group chat. That group was full of S and SS rank sword girls who hadn't signed contracts because they couldn't find a sword wielder with matching talents.
But only He Yuner clearly expressed her desire for a sword wielder who only had her in his heart, regardless of talent.
Chapter 32 How about you change your hairstyle? Sui thought this was troublesome. To be honest, he was still very envious of He Yuner's medical talent. Everyone knows that the Yuan invaders' hatred for humans is ingrained in their bones.
Even if they are weak, they will launch suicide attacks on humans. In this case, no matter how powerful a team is, there will always be injuries when they enter the Yuan invader plane to fight. Therefore, sword girls with medical talents are very popular. Even the most ordinary medical sword girl can greatly increase the team's chances of survival. In addition, since sword masters are good at killing, there are very few sword girls in the medical department. If he missed Hyuner, it would be like looking for a needle in a haystack for him to find a medical swordsman with such great talent in the future. But on the other hand, if he wanted to be with Hyuner for the rest of his life, that would be absolutely impossible for him to do. Chang Yin traveled across the galaxy to make a contract with him, and Lan Yueying publicly confessed her love to him at the awakening ceremony. No matter what, he would never abandon these two people. After realizing this, Sui felt calmer. Forget it then. Since she doesn't want to, I won't force her. I'll explain the situation to Governor He later to avoid further misunderstandings in the future. He looked at the two women beside him and said seriously. Although the two women have different temperaments, they are undoubtedly first-class beauties. More importantly, they all made a lot of sacrifices for him, and the relationship between the three of them quickly heated up within a few days. If he really had a brain seizure and was like in some romance novels where you only take a sip from a single cup of water from a vast expanse of water, he would want to slap himself twice. After Sui finished speaking, there was no big change on the faces of the two women. Actually, I think it's better to find a way to trick her into coming here. Chang Yin fiddled with the crystal ball, whose light was becoming dimmer and dimmer, and gave Sui a suggestion very seriously. She's a very rare medical type. If you don't contract her, the medical type sword girls you meet in the future will definitely have lower talent levels. But isn't she reluctant? Sui was a little slow to react. That's why I said I had to trick her. If she's willing, then what's the point of tricking her? Lan Yueying answered for Chang Yin. Sui was stunned and looked carefully at the two women in front of him. These days, the two women acted completely harmless when they were with him, but when it came to cheating and deceiving people, they were not ambiguous at all and were even more flexible than his moral bottom line. Seeing that Sui was still hesitant to make up his mind, Chang Yin immediately leaned close to Sui's ear and continued to persuade him. Actually, even if you explain the situation to Uncle He won't allow Hyuner to give up the opportunity to contract with you. Chang Yin's voice was very low, as if she was afraid that Hyuner outside the light curtain would hear the conspiracy between the three of them. She's already been waiting for 2 years. No matter how much Uncle He dotes on her, he won't allow her to wait any longer. Furthermore, no sword master with S-rank talent or above would contract only one sword maiden. If you don't trick her into coming, she'll eventually compromise with someone else. Sui was moved. Before he could continue asking, accompanied by a sizzling sound, the already dim light curtain completely disappeared, and the noisy sounds from the outside world came into his ears. Chang Yin originally wanted to lean over and continue giving instructions, but unexpectedly He Changguan walked straight towards the three of them. Student Sui, you guys made quite a commotion this time. Speaking of which, this is the first time we've met. I should have met you sooner. Before Sui had time to figure out the meaning of this sentence, He Changguan looked at Chang Yin again. Niece Chang Yin, your Chang family is truly willing to spend a fortune. In order to get you to Blue Star before anyone else, they even resorted to using something like a dimensional teleportation array. Uncle He, what are you talking about? No matter which university Sui attends in the future or which faction he joins after graduation, we will all be part of the fighting force of the Human Federation. Chang Yin seemed to be very familiar with He Changguan, as if she was communicating with an ordinary elder as naturally. Ha, it's only been a few years since we last met, and you're already speaking in official language. He Changguan laughed twice and patted Sui on the shoulder. As an old man, I won't disturb you young people from communicating with each other. Since you are here to engrave sword scars, then go directly to the sword pavilion. I will help you deal with the follow-up here. After saying that, he turned and looked at Hyuner. Hyuner, I'm busy right now. Please go and entertain your sister Chang Yin in my place. Hyuner looked a little reluctant, but still walked towards Sui and the other two, looking back every 3 steps. Seeing this scene, He Changguan first looked at Sui meaningfully, then turned and walked towards Chen Shuhua. Now Sui was a little uneasy. Walking on the way to Jiang'a, Sui was still thinking about He Changguan's look. Chang Yin, could it be that Governor He heard our conspiracy behind the light curtain? I felt like he looked at me in a strange way just now. Sui leaned close to Cheng Yin's earlobe, glanced behind him, and saw Hyuner following 10 meters behind him, then spoke in a low voice. There's no doubt that Uncle He heard everything we just talked about. The light curtain can only block most sound waves, but for an 8th level swordsman, even if we were talking and communicating in the vacuum, he could still hear our conversation. Chang'in looked calm and didn't even try to lower her voice, as if she wasn't worried at all that He behind her would hear it. Besides, we originally planned to let Uncle He hear it. Otherwise, he wouldn't know that you still have remaining contract slots. Why would he let He follow us? After saying that, before Sui could reply, Chang'in simply put her arm around his, stopped, and looked behind her. Sui didn't say anything else. He looked back following Chang'in's movements, and saw He, who was 5 meters behind him, walking silently with her head down, and seemed not to notice that the 3 of them had stopped. It was not until the distance between the two was less than half a meter that He saw Sui's figure from her field of vision and stopped in a hurry. Sui looked at He closely. She looked aggrieved, but her features were exquisite and beautiful. In the end, Sui's gaze was still focused on He chest. The girl's ponytail tied in front of her chest always reminded him of the married women in the anime he had watched in his previous life who didn't survive more than 3 episodes. Considering that there really are Yuan invaders from various dimensions in this world, he even wanted to help He change her hairstyle himself. However, perhaps because his gaze stayed on He sensitive parts for too long, Sui's waist soon felt a warm reminder from a girl behind him. He resisted the urge to scream and greeted them with forced composure. Miss He, would you consider changing your hairstyle? Chapter 33. I was here first. Why? He blurted out the question, but this time she didn't run away like the previous 2 times. Nothing, I just think this hairstyle doesn't suit you. Sui held it in for a long time, but in the end he didn't dare to say, I won't survive more than 3 episodes. Things in the 2nd dimension belong to the 2nd dimension. If you really say such things in the 3rd dimension, it is no different from cursing someone to die early. Oh. He seemed to have returned to the state she was in when they met at the door of the old villa at noon, and took a few steps back. Okay, we've chatted a lot online, there's no need to be so distant now. Just when Sui was racking his brains to find a topic, Chang'in suddenly broke the silence. We are now going to outline the initial sword marks with Sui. If you have nothing else, you can go back and report to Uncle He. We can have a good reunion when we return from Janga. Sui was confused for a moment. You agreed to coax He, why are you suddenly chasing her away? What if I really let He run away? How can I trick her into the contract room in Janga later? However, what was even more unexpected to Sui was that He actually shook her head. Well, I'd better send you to Janga. After all, my father asked us to treat you well. It would be inappropriate for me to go back alone. Okay then, let's talk about it when we get to Janga. Chang'in agreed to it. Looking at He, who continued to walk silently behind him, Sui couldn't help but open his personal terminal and start communicating with Chang'in. Unexpectedly, Chang'in seemed to have predicted his actions long ago. Before he could ask a question on his personal terminal, a long message came over. You don't understand, she and I have known each other for many years. If I ask her to leave, she will feel outdone by her best friend and will become rebellious and not want to leave. Sui was shocked. He couldn't help but look at Chang'in. Applying the complex psychology of girls towards their best friends to this extent, in a sense, she can be considered a psychology expert. This way, please. A girl with a sweet smile stretched out a hand and guided Sui and his group into the Janga. Janga, as another important place in Donghai City, is actually somewhat similar to the Sword Master Service Center in terms of function. However, the overall area of the Sword Pavilion is relatively small, and it is only 8 stories high, serving Sword Masters and Sword Maidens of levels 1 to 8 respectively. More importantly, unlike the Sword Master Service Center that belongs to all mankind, Janga is the personal property of a certain existing Sword Emperor. Naturally, all services in Janga require payment, and the price is not cheap. On weekdays, few Sword Masters come here to receive services. However, due to the serious damage to the Sword Master Service Center today, the business of Janga in Donghai City will be a little booming for a while in the foreseeable future. Ladies and gentlemen, I wonder what kind of service you need this time. If you don't need any service, you can sit on the sofa here and listen to the history of our Janga. We were recommended by Governor He. Sui interrupted the guide's routine talk. Oh, it's Sui. Please wait in the VIP room. The guide said with a smile on his face. It seemed that he had received the notice a long time ago. Following the guide into the spacious VIP room, Chang'in and Lan Yueying tacitly pulled Sui to sit on a set of sofas, leaving an empty seat on the edge next to Sui. Now He-Yuner felt a little embarrassed. Although there is another set of sofas in the VIP room, they are too far away from the sofas where the three people are sitting. She herself felt that it was a bit unreasonable to communicate across such a distance. Helplessly, she had to sit next to Sui. The next moment, the guide's voice sounded again. Student Sui, do the three sword ladies beside you need to have their sword attributes tested? No, they are the only two who need it. Sui pointed at Chang Yin and Lan Yueying respectively. Okay, ladies, please follow me. After we finish testing the detailed properties of the sword, we'll ask Sui to come to the testing room to outline the sword marks. Lan Yueying and Chang Yin stood up immediately. Their purpose of sitting on the sofa had been achieved, so there was no need for them to stay in the VIP room any longer. Before following the female guide out of the VIP room, Chang Yin deliberately winked at Sui, signaling him to seize the opportunity to be alone with He-Yuner. Seeing that there were only two people left in the VIP room, He-Yuner instinctively wanted to get up and change seats to avoid the embarrassment caused by skin friction with Sui. Unexpectedly, Sui actually put his arm around her shoulders. He-Yuner's body stiffened. She felt like she had fallen into a carefully laid trap. Are both of them your sword girls? He-Yuner's body was stiff and she didn't dare to relax. She looked straight ahead and asked. Sui didn't dare to move his right hand any further, so he had to maintain this posture and chat with He-Yuner. But what is the contract between you and Sister Chang Yin? I have exchanged a lot of information with her online. She should be in the Kepler galaxy 500 light-years away now. Why is she suddenly going to have a first-level promotion ceremony? He-Yuner's voice was full of doubt. It was the day we first met. That afternoon, when I returned to the old villa, Chang Yin was already waiting for me in the courtyard. After an in-depth conversation overnight, we went to sign the contract the next morning. Sui considered his words carefully and finally chose to use more tactful language to explain the situation. He felt He-Yuner's stiff yet smooth shoulders and couldn't help but want to help her massage them. One night of communication? He-Yuner turned her head in surprise, and just in time, her ponytail that was tied in front of her chest fell into Sui's hands. No, actually that night was an accident. If you really want to find out the reason, it's probably because she is very rich. Sui stated the fundamental reason very sincerely, but his eyes were fixed on the braid on He-Yuner's chest. He was not looking at some of He-Yuner's protruding parts, but he really felt that this hairstyle. The conditions he proposed to Chang Yin that night were insulting, and he never thought that Chang Yin would actually agree. Unexpectedly, Chang Yin was not angry at all. She even drafted a contract with him, as if she was afraid that he would go back on his word. But I'm not that poor. Didn't you receive 10 million credits in your personal account that afternoon? I was clearly the first one to come that day. He-Yuner blurted out the words. Now it was Sui's turn to be stunned. He shifted his gaze from He-Yuner's chest to her eyes, and inexplicably felt his mouth and tongue dry. Chapter 34 Girl Help Girl. You mean, those 10 million credits were actually transferred by you? Under Sui's incredulous gaze, He-Yuner shook her head slightly, and then nodded. It wasn't me, it was my dad. He froze all the accounts under my name. If it weren't for the two sisters I met online, I would have moved into your house that afternoon. Now it really becomes a case of girl helping girl. Sui thought inexplicably. The girl's father cut off her financial support, forcing her to move to the home of the marriage partner designated by the family. Fortunately, she made many friends online and her financial resources were barely enough to support her, so she finally did not give in. This sounds quite passionate. If you add a male protagonist who is temporarily down and out, it will give you the feeling of a romance novel. Sui shook his head and put these ridiculous thoughts behind his mind. No wonder you were so angry this morning. What are you thinking now? My father just told me that you have more than just 2 sword girls that can be contracted. Is this true? He-Yuner did not answer Sui's question directly, but asked with a hint of meaning. Yes, my sword talent does have the effect of improving the sword girl slot. Sui nodded. So, do you want to contract me? He-Yuner's tone became more urgent, as if she was eager to get an accurate answer. Think. Sui answered decisively. All the trouble he went through along the way was to recruit this rare medical swordsman into his fold. Now that He-Yuner brought it up on her own initiative, his answer was naturally quite honest. But after thinking about it, he quickly added. But I won't give up the forest for one tree. Who told you to give up on them? He-Yuner said, gritting her teeth. Actually, my dad secretly used his abilities to let me hear what you said at the Swordmaster Service Center. Oh, and then? Sui found that he had become thick-skinned and was not embarrassed at all when his conspiracy was exposed in front of others. Then, I think what Sister Chang'in said makes sense. Hyunur seemed to be deflated and turned her head away, no longer looking at Sui. Why are you calling her sister all of a sudden? Sui felt a little strange. If you put yourself in his shoes, if he knew someone was plotting against him, he would at least grit his teeth in anger, if not be furious, after learning the truth. But Hyunur's face turned slightly red, which was obviously not the normal reaction of a normal person knowing the dark side. We were chatting very well online, and she's 2 years older than me. Isn't it normal for me to call her sister? Sui stared at the ponytail on Hyunur's chest and chose to remain silent. It can be seen that Hyunur also cares about her age, just like Chang'in that day. In other words, all the SS-level sword girls who have experienced a long wait because they cannot find a sword wielder with suitable talents seem to be very sensitive about their age. Speaking of age, Sui suddenly realized a fact. Among him and his 2 sword girls, he seems to be the youngest one. There is no need to say much about Chang'in. 22 years old is the most charming age for ordinary people, but for the group of sword girls who generally sign the contract at the age of 18, they are already 4 years slower than others. As for Lan Yueying, although she awakened this year like him, her specific birth time registered on the awakening form was 2 months earlier than his. If this situation is not handled properly, he will have to call his 2 sword ladies sisters in the future when seniority is ranked in the old villa. What are you thinking about? Hyunur's voice brought Sui back to reality. Sorry, I was just distracted. Sui moved his gaze to Hyunur's slender legs. Her purple skirt and white legs were very beautiful to look at. I thought you were going to use that lame excuse about your hairdo again. Hyunur seemed to see through Sui's inner thoughts, and there was a hint of contempt in her words. Sui really wanted to say that Hyunur's hairstyle really needed to be changed, but when the words came to his lips, he swallowed them back. At this moment, Hyunur has already determined that he was peeping at some indescribable parts below the neck, so there is not much point in refutation. His silence made the smooth combo that Hyunur had prepared useless, so she had to continue with the previous topic. But then again, I now feel that what Sister Chang'in said to you at the Swordmaster Service Center was indeed correct. Which part do you mean? Sui asked. All. Hyunur replied dimly. Actually, I figured it out a long time ago. No swordmaster with S rank or higher talent would accept having only one sword girl. Even if they agreed to my terms back then, they would definitely regret it when they see other swordmasters with girls everywhere. As she spoke, Hyunur pulled Sui's left hand off her shoulder, stretched out her hand and interlocked their fingers. Well, you can also try to find an A-level swordmaster. An A-level swordmaster can only contract with one sword girl, so he definitely won't look for a second one. Sui heard the hidden meaning in Hyunur's words. But for some reason, he instinctively wanted to say something inappropriate to see how Hyunur would react. Am I an idiot? Don't I know that an A-rank swordsman can only contract one sword girl? Can't you understand what I mean? Hyunur was completely anxious. She completely forgot about the embarrassment, turned over and sat on Sui's legs, clamped Sui's waist with her knees, pressed Sui's shoulders tightly on the sofa with her hands, and spoke word by word. I've said all this because I want you to confess your feelings to me, not to analyze how to find someone else to sign a contract with. Sui felt a little pain in his waist from being pressed by his 2 knees, but he wisely chose to keep his mouth shut. Hyunur is obviously in an irrational state of venting. Speaking at this time will only make her more crazy. Speak up, why aren't you talking? Wasn't it natural when you treated me as a courier this morning? Why aren't you talking now? Hyunur seemed to be irritated by Sui's silence. She moved her face less than 5 centimeters away from Sui and spoke through gritted teeth. Sui naturally did not answer foolishly, but made a grin, hoping to make Hyunur soften her heart and vent her emotions as soon as possible. But deep down, he still wanted to complain. Hyunur's ladylike temper is really hard to enjoy. The 2 of them started settling old scores before they officially established a relationship. When she moves into the old villa in the future, I'm afraid there will be a lot of things waiting for her. Chapter 35 Contract, now. After Hyunur had vented her emotions, she found that the 2 of them were maintaining an ambiguous posture, so she tremblingly stepped her legs off Sui and sat back on the sofa. Then, she seemed to have thought of something, and put Sui's right hand on her shoulder again, restoring their body movements to the way they were when they were first alone. Seeing Hee Yuner's action, Sui even felt that she was a little cute and couldn't help laughing. What are you laughing at? I haven't agreed to a contract with you yet. Also, I haven't settled the score with you for mistaking me for a courier this morning. If we don't sort this out, I'm not done with you. Hee Yuner's face was red, looking like an apple, but she still spoke very stubbornly. Sui didn't say anything, just stood up from the sofa. Where are you going? Seeing that Sui ignored her, Hee Yuner quickly stood up as well. Of course I'm going to draw sword marks for Yueying and the other two. They are my sword girls, so of course I have to accompany them. Sui answered as a matter of course, stood up and walked towards the door. You. Hee Yuner was a little overwhelmed. When you come back, they are your sword girls. Am I not one too? Of course, you said it yourself. Sui turned around with a smile. What he wanted was for Hee Yuner to admit in person that she was willing to be his sword girl. He was just about to continue teasing Hee Yuner, but he saw Hee Yuner with tears on her face, stumbling into his arms. Do you really want me to tell you everything in person and watch me humiliated so that you can only be happy? Sui reached out and wiped Hee Yuner's tears, thinking that he seemed to have used too much force. Hee Yuner's eyes were red and swollen from crying, and there was no trace of noble temperament left on her body. She looked like a child who was afraid of being abandoned. Of course, although Sui was moved by Hee Yuner's tears, he also knew that he could never directly admit that he was deliberately seducing Hee Yuner to express her love. Of course not, I just feel it's a little unreal. I never dreamed that you would be willing to be my sword girl before, and now it always feels a little unreal until I hear you say it yourself. The last time he saw a girl cry was during the awakening ceremony, but at that time Lan Yueying's eyes were just a little wet, and she didn't cry out loud at all. Strictly speaking, Hee Yuner was the first one to cry in his arms. Okay, let's go sign the contract right now. Hee Yuner wiped her tears on Sui's sleeve and said angrily. This is too hasty. Before Sui could even wail about his shirt, his heart skipped a beat and he started to wonder if he had used too much force. Hee Yuner's behavior is so abnormal. If she is too stimulated and becomes mentally ill, it would be bad. No, go now. I want to make a contract with you before they draw the initial sword marks. Hee Yuner spoke again, word by word. Okay, then let's go straight to the testing room and find them both. Sui breathed a sigh of relief. If you still have a competitive spirit, it means you are in a good mental state. Ah, why are you looking for them? I don't want to see them now. Can't we go find them after our contract is completed? Hee Yuner seemed very dissatisfied, and she hugged Sui with both arms tighter. Don't you know that if a sword master wants to contract a new sword girl, the previously contracted sword girl must be present? Sui wanted to laugh at Hee Yuner's stress reaction, but he still patiently explained to her. Of course I know, but I only thought about using my talent and family background to find a boy willing to be contracted to me alone. I never considered the possibility of sharing with other girls. It just didn't occur to me at the time. Hee Yuner said hesitantly. Sui touched the back of Hee Yuner's head and tied up her ponytail. Okay, let's not talk about this anymore. Let's go find them and join them now. As he spoke, Sui saw the message sent by Chang Yin on his personal terminal, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. The contract room is quite spacious. Unlike the pitifully small miniature contract rooms in the school, the contract rooms inside Jiangha are built to the highest standards. If they squeeze in, they can easily accommodate 20 people. As Sui and Hee Yuner pushed open the door, Hee Yuner was surprised to find that Cheng Yin and Lan Yueying were sitting cross-legged on the Nanma wood floor, talking and laughing, as if they had been waiting here for a long time. You finished coaxing me so quickly. I thought we would have to wait a while before we could start the contract. Chang Yin saw Hee Yuner holding Suyi's hand and asked jokingly, knowing the answer. Sister Chang Yin, please stop making fun of me. We've been chatting online for so long, but why do you always make fun of me when we meet in real life? Hee Yuner's face turned slightly red, and she was a little afraid to look directly into Chang Yin's eyes. It's so natural for you to call me sister. Suddenly, Sui interrupted. Why not shout this? As long as you want, I can treat you all as my sisters. Chang Yin seemed to enjoy being called sister. Not only did she cover her mouth and giggle, she also cast her gaze at Sui. Sui didn't say anything else. Speaking of which, he was the youngest among the 3 women and 1 man present, and he didn't want the war to spread to himself. However, reality is often contrary to our wishes. Come to think of it, Sui is the youngest among the 4 of us, so you have to call us sister. A gleam of light flashed in Chang Yin's eyes, as if she thought of something interesting, and she turned her attention to Sui again. Not really. Sui responded calmly. Whether in terms of physical age or mental age, Chang Yin is indeed the most mature one. But if you want him to call you sister, that's absolutely impossible. It's good enough that he doesn't promote you to the godfather of the third daughter. He Yinner has always given me the impression of an innocent child. Lan Yueying is my childhood sweetheart, and only you, Chang Yin, seem like a caring older sister who was always worried about my family. Su Yi's words came from the heart. On the first day Chang Yin arrived at the old villa, she made a major renovation to the living room, just like the snail girl in the fairy tale. When he woke up the next morning, he almost didn't recognize that this was his own living room. From the layout of the furniture, to personal toiletries, to his own living habits, everything is arranged clearly. Yes, I understand that. Lan Yueying nodded in agreement, and a faint smile appeared on her usually serious face. Chapter 36 Try and Die. On the side, Yunner's face froze for a moment. If it weren't for Lan Yueying's affirmation, she might have thought that innocence was a compliment. But when this recognition came from Lan Yueying, a girl younger than her, it instantly made her think of another meaning. In a sense, innocence can also be called childishness. Yunner roared and immediately pounced on Sui. At the critical moment, Chang Yin buried Yunner in her arms and smiled at Sui. A girl 3 years older than you is a treasure. Since Sui thinks I'm a caring older sister, then just call me sister at home from now on. Sui was stunned. He didn't expect Chang Yin to still be attacking. Seeing that Chang Yin was about to press on with her victory, Sui quickly interrupted the topic. All right, let's start the contract ceremony quickly. We still have to draw sword marks for you two later. Chang Yin curled her lips, wanting to accuse Sui of such a shameless act. But after thinking about it, she let Yunner out of her arms, sat cross-legged on the ground with the two women, and surrounded Sui in the center. Unlike the previous two cramped contract rooms, this time in the extra-large contract room in Janga, the four people could keep a short distance from Sui. But it was obvious that neither Chang Yin nor Lan Yueying had this intention. As for Yunner, she originally wanted to act more reserved. But as the two women approached Sui tacitly, she had to grit her teeth and get closer to Sui in order to coordinate the formation. Feeling the 6 arms of the 3 women on his waist, Sui knew he couldn't delay any longer. The 3 women had different thoughts, but their movements became more and more bold. If he delayed any longer, he might not even be able to concentrate. Stop pushing and concentrate, I'm about to start. After a reminder, the contract formation was activated again. 2 chains of different colors appeared behind Lan Yueying and Chang Yin, and the other end was firmly connected to Sui. The chain on Chang Yin's side was blue-purple, and was dotted with some constantly flowing lightning symbols. As for Lan Yueying, her entire body was crimson, the same color as the Qishao sword. Yunner stood there in a daze, looking at the chains extending from behind the 2 women, and for a moment she even forgot to close her eyes. Close your eyes quickly and feel your mind. Stop looking. Chang Yin opened her eyes and glared at Yunner fiercely. The latter then remembered the detailed steps of the contract ceremony that Sui introduced on the road. Yunner closed her eyes in panic and instantly felt golden chains coming from Sui's direction, tightly binding her whole body. The next moment, a golden beam of light burst out from the 8th floor sword pavilion, extremely dazzling. At the Sword Master Service Center, a large group of law enforcement members were cleaning up the ruins at the scene in an orderly manner. Surrounded by the crowd, He Changwan looked towards the direction of Janga with a sense of purpose. So fast, it seems young people are very quick. Governor, could it be Sui and Qianjin making a contract over there? But hasn't Sui already made a contract with 2 sword ladies? Shen Shihua, who was standing by, also saw the pure golden beam of light. He instantly recalled the scene when he was dealing with the aftermath of Sui a few days ago, and his eyes were full of astonishment. Who else could it be? The price of using the sword pavilion is so high. If it hadn't become a ruin, I wouldn't have let them go to the sword pavilion to sign a contract. He Changwan shook his head slightly, looking relieved. After 2 years of hardship, Yunner finally has a good home. Although Sui will have many sword girls, at least she won't suffer any grievances. So let it be. Shan Su didn't dare to respond. He Changwan's words clearly implied that he had accepted Sui as his son-in-law. In this way, the evaluation of Sui became the leader's family matter. As a subordinate, whether he praised Sui or criticized Sui, it would only bring disaster to himself in the future. Sui opened his eyes and looked at the emerald green moy sword in his hand, and couldn't help but think of a strange question. The color of the sword master and sword girl's mental chains is determined by the sword girl's attributes. If Hyunur starts practicing in the future, the mental chains will turn green, and she will have green on her head every time she practices. Shaking his head, Sui put these ridiculous thoughts behind him. Hyunur, moy sword SS level. Exclusive features: world-renowned craftsman, forging swords with his own body. Master craftsman, continuously heals himself and is contracted swordsman. The power of swordsmanship is endless. Forge the sword with your body, consume your own status to rapidly heal and strengthen the designated sword girl or sword wielder. Number of times of cleaning, 1. After looking at Hyunur's talent again, Sui did not let the three women exit the sword form immediately. Instead, he held the moy sword in his right hand and gently slashed it across his left arm. Chi! The moy sword lightly swept across, and a long wound appeared on Sui's arm. Damn, that hurts. Sui sucked in a breath of cold air, and the moy sword in his hand instantly began to vibrate violently. The Qingxuang sword and Zidian sword floating in the air were also trembling, and floated in front of Sui. Don't panic, don't panic. I'm just testing Hyunur's recovery effect. I'm not really hurting myself. After comforting the three women, the three famous swords that were originally shaking violently suddenly became much quieter, but they were still trembling slightly, expressing their dissatisfaction. Then, Sui looked intently at his left arm, which was still bleeding. In just a few seconds, the wound that was still oozing blood miraculously formed a blood scab. At this moment, Sui only felt that the wound was extremely itchy, and he couldn't help but reach out and scratch it. But Sui held back. He knew it was a normal nerve response caused by granulation growth during wound healing. The accelerated recovery of World Master Craftsman simply magnified the itching sensation hundreds of times, making it as unbearable as if 10,000 feathers were caressing the body. Soon, the extremely itchy feeling disappeared without a trace, and Sui carefully peeled off the blood scab. The skin underneath was as smooth as before, and there was no sign that it had ever been cut by the sword. Sui glanced at his personal terminal and saw that it had been less than 40 seconds. The recovery effect of this world-famous craftsman is truly abnormal. It can actually shorten the healing time of a wound that normally takes more than 10 days to just a few seconds. After hesitating for a moment, Sui decided to give himself a fierce sword attack. We just tested the healing speed of the surface skin tissue, and did not obtain data on the healing speed of core organs such as muscles, blood vessels, and internal organs. However, just as he swung the moy sword in his right hand, Hyunur, who was originally an emerald green sword, forcibly broke free from his control and returned to human form. Chapter 37, Living Off Others? Due to inertia, Hyunur fell straight to the ground, and the hilt of the sword that Sui's right hand originally held became an elastic part. In a flash, Sui quickly reached down with his left arm, and wrapped his right hand around Hyunur's neck from behind, picking her up in a princess hug. Immediately afterwards, Sui pinched the hilt of Hyunur's sword with his right hand as if possessed by a ghost, and suddenly became a little worried that his child would be overnourished in the future. The next moment, he reacted instantly. The person in his arms was Hyunur, not Chang'an or Lan Yueying. These two blows were enough to make this proud little princess furious. However, under Sui's gaze, Hyunur not only did not scream, but symbolically struggled twice in his arms and then stopped, allowing Sui to hold her in his arms in a princess hug. She turned her head in Sui's arms, her face flushed a little, but she still asked angrily, "What were you doing just now? Don't hurt yourself." Sui secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but remained calm on the surface. "What do you mean by self-harm? I was just testing the extent of your recovery. By the way, do you feel any discomfort? You will have to bear the burden of forcibly releasing the sword form. Never do such things unless it is absolutely necessary." "No, I feel quite comfortable." Hyunur shook her head, as if she thought of Sui's frivolous behavior just now, and her face turned redder. But soon, she remembered that she was questioning Sui just now. "But if you cut yourself with a sword, won't it hurt?" "Of course it hurts, but the effect of World Master Craftsman only works on you and me. If I don't test it on myself, do I have to test it on you?" Sui responded as a matter of course. After being alone in the VIP room, he had figured out the unique way of thinking of the girl in his arms. Although Hyunur in his arms is 2 years older than him, she is very naive in many ways and is the type that has never been beaten by society. If you want to convince her verbally, you must lower your thinking to her level. That. Hyunur hesitated for a long time and didn't dare to agree. She has always been afraid of pain since she was a child, otherwise her reaction just now would not have been so big. Sui smiled and turned sideways to put Hyunur down from his arms. The princess carry is a very physically demanding move. Fortunately, Hyunur was light enough, and the excess weight was mostly concentrated on the upper and lower curves, which gave Sui mental motivation. In addition, the training in the morning had strengthened his physical fitness a bit, which was why they didn't fall to the ground together. What are you laughing at? Try it on me, come on. Hyunur stood beside Sui, watching the two women not far away return to human form. Suddenly her eyes turned, and she put on a heroic expression and said, "Now that they've both returned to human form, why bother trying? Let's talk about it later." Sui really wanted to verify the recovery limit of World Master Craftsman, but he didn't dare to take Hyunur's words seriously. He had just witnessed the limit of the girl's endurance. If he stabbed her with the sword, she would definitely cry out in pain. Hyunur secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing Sui put Hyunur down, Lan Yueying and Chang'in came over at the same time. The two men touched Sui's left arm and confirmed that the arm was intact without even a scar left before letting go. I didn't expect Hyunur's recovery effect to be so strong. It's a pity that it only works on you two, otherwise everyone's survivability could be improved to a higher level. Looking at Sui's arm, which was exactly the same as she remembered, Chang'in made a comment. My other talent can temporarily strengthen and heal you. Do you want to try it now? Hyunur took the opportunity to interject. Forget it, we just felt something vaguely. But it's better to outline the sword marks first. Your relationship with Sui has warmed up, but the sword marks between Yueying and me haven't been outlined yet. Chang'in hesitated for a moment, but still shook her head. Hyunur was stunned. She didn't expect her proposal to be rejected. She turned her pleading gaze to Lan Yueying again. Lan Yueying showed an embarrassment on her face. Emotionally speaking, like Chang'in, she would rather complete the outline of the sword mark as quickly as possible. But it was obvious that Hyunur in front of him wanted to try the effect of her talent first. Chang'in and Hyunur are good enough that rejection won't hurt their relationship. But she and Hyunur had no previous interactions, and the other person's eyes were full of pleading. If she refused directly, it might affect their future interactions. Just when Lan Yueying was hesitating, Sui suddenly helped her out. Let's go to the coordination room first. We can slowly test the effects of our talents after returning to the villa. Following Sui's statement, Hyunur nodded reluctantly. But the next second, her eyes lit up again. You can outline the sword marks now. I can provide you with sword mark dust. No need. Sui and I agreed that I would buy all the sword dust from his sword girls before the 7th level. Chang'in seemed to have expected Hyunur to say something similar, and as soon as the latter finished speaking, she told him the truth in a timely manner. Hyunur looked at Sui in disbelief for a moment. Shouldn't Sui have 10 million credit points in his personal account? Why would he be living off Sister Chang'in? What do you mean by living off a gigolo? That was written before we signed the contract. Sui's tone was blocked. He originally wanted to argue with reason, but under the different looks of the three women, his voice soon became lower unconsciously. At the beginning, he actually made this request to Chang'in with the intention of blackmailing her, thinking that he had unlimited contract slots and it would be nice to be able to contract such a rich lady. For this purpose, he even kept the paper contract at Chang'in's request, and felt complacent that he had gotten a great deal. Unexpectedly, things are unpredictable. Now that there are more sword girls, that hasty temporary contract has become evidence that he is a gigolo. This really ended up being a case of shooting oneself in the foot. Looking at Chang'in covering her mouth and laughing at him, Sui tried hard to recall what Chang'in did with her hands that night, and prepared to find an opportunity to break the A4 paper containing the evidence into pieces. Ahem, let's talk about these things after we get back. Let's go to the coordination room first. Business is more important. Seeing that Chang'in seemed to be about to continue teasing him, Sui quickly spoke up in advance, fearing that he would be in danger of losing his position as the younger brother of the family again. Chapter 38: The Blood-Drinking Blade, Becoming More Empty. Following pupil recognition, the door of the coordination room opened. Sui walked in without saying a word, accompanied by the three sword ladies behind him. Originally, he planned to let Hyunur go back to her adoptive father-in-law first. After all, it takes a long time to draw the sword marks, and Hyunur will inevitably feel lonely sitting alone next to him. Unexpectedly, Hyunur repeatedly shook her head and refused Sui's proposal. In desperation, Sui had to take the three women into the coordination room. The coordination room is large and spacious. Apart from a manhwa wooden table in the central area, the huge coordination room had no extra furnishings, not even a sofa or chairs. However, the floor inside the room was covered with thick velvet blankets, so there was no problem sitting on the floor or even lying down. Sui walked to the table and saw more than 20 bottles of sword mark dust on it, and nodded slightly. "Which of you two will go first?" This was said to Lan Yueying and Chang Yin. As for Hyuner, she had just completed the sword girl contract and had not met the conditions to draw the sword marks at all. Lan Yueying and Chang Yin looked at each other, neither of them took a step forward, both wanting the other to be the first to draw the sword mark. "Why are you being so humble at this time? Come on, let's get back to the old villa before dark. We also need to prepare a room for Hyuner." Seeing that the two women stopped in their tracks, Sui pulled Hyuner out as an excuse. As expected, this move was quickly condemned by Hyuner. "Who said I want to live in your house? My personal account has been unfrozen now. That's why I don't like your old house." Hyuner stomped her bare feet on the velvet carpet twice, causing a lot of fluff to fall off. Sui smiled at her but didn't reply. The most Hyuner could do was to show off his eloquence now. When he got home after dark, he would have plenty of ways to get Hyuner to take the initiative to move to the villa. Now his core target is the two women who need to have sword marks drawn on them. Drawing the initial sword marks was no different from torture for the sword girl, so he had to be more patient with the two women. Finally, Lan Yueying gritted her teeth and took a small step forward. Sui encouraged Lan Yueying with a smile. Facing his childhood sweetheart and fiancé, he wouldn't get tired of waiting here until dark. After a long time, Lan Yueying finally moved in front of Sui. As if she was afraid to communicate with Sui, Lan Yueying said nothing and simply turned into a sword shape, floating in the air and waiting silently. Sui didn't say anything, but chuckled and opened the cap of a small bottle of sword mark dust. He poured the transparent and irregular dust evenly onto the palm of his right hand, then looked at Lan Yueying, who had turned into the Qingxuang sword, and stretched out his left hand. According to the normal process of drawing sword marks, the sword girl who was transformed into a sword should then cut the sword wielder's left wrist. Then, the swordsman must quickly drip the arterial blood flowing from his left wrist onto the sword mark dust on the palm of his right hand. These transparent dusts that are insoluble in any other liquids will soon merge with the swordsman's blood to form the paint that is actually needed to outline the sword mark. However, looking at the Qingxuang sword lying motionless in the air, Sui instantly understood the problem. "Yueying, you can't do anything to me?" The Qingxuang sword floating in the air shook twice when it heard the words, and finally cut an imperceptible tiny wound on Sui's left wrist. The next moment, due to the effect of the talent of World Master Craftsman, the tiny wound healed instantly without even a drop of blood coming out. The air fell into silence for a moment. "Well, Yueying, you have to be a little more ruthless, otherwise we won't be able to proceed to the next step," Sui whispered to Qingxuang's sword beside him. He was very touched that Lan Yueying was reluctant to attack him. But now is not the time to be moved. Without blood as material, there is no way to continue outlining the sword marks. "Hee, it seems that Sister Yueying really can't bear to do it to you. Why don't you let me help you? I can do it to Sui very easily." Just as Sui was thinking about how to get Lan Yueying to take action, Chang Yin's voice with ideas came into his ears. He looked up and saw Chang Yin walking towards the table barefoot. "Good." Sui nodded. Since Chang Yin, the intimate elder sister, is willing to be the bad guy, he doesn't need to find ways to persuade Lan Yueying anymore. Under normal circumstances, all the steps of outlining the sword marks can only be completed independently by the swordmaster and the sword lady. Otherwise, if the breath of a third person is contaminated, it will affect the finished effect of the sword marks. But it is obvious that Chang Yin is not within the normal range. She and Lan Yueying were both sword girls who had contracts with Sui. When she held the sword to make Sui bleed, it would not be contaminated by any messy aura, and the final effect of the sword mark would naturally not be affected. "Then Sui, you have to bear it. I will try my best to make your pain less." Lan Yueying had a smile on her face. As he watched her walking towards him step by step with the Qingxuang sword in hand, Sui's eyes suddenly blurred. The next moment, he felt an itch on his left wrist, followed by a gasping pain. Hiss. However, Sui did not dare to waste time complaining, but quickly dripped the blood that was continuously flowing out of his left hand into the palm of his right hand. As the blood fell, the originally transparent and colorless sword mark dust instantly dissolved, and the mixed liquid showed a dreamy pink color. It was only then that Sui finally had time to talk to Cheng Yin. "Did you just try to murder your husband? You cut my wrist so hard, aren't you afraid that I'll bleed too much? How is that possible? Isn't that the effect of the world master craftsman talent? Besides, if the blood loss is not enough, you will have to take a second blow. I am doing this for your own good. Chang Yin responded confidently. As she spoke, she quickly opened another small bottle of sword mark dust and poured it into Suyi's right hand to merge with the excess blood. Sui no longer had the heart to argue with Chang Yin. He began to wonder what went wrong, causing the harmless older sister lying on the sofa to become what she was now. As 3 more bottles of sword mark dust were poured into the palm of his hand, the wound on Suyi's left wrist stopped bleeding. The total volume of blood that had just flowed out during this period of time was just enough to perfectly blend with the 5 bottles of sword mark dust, forming nearly 30 milliliters of liquid in the palm of his right hand. These pink liquids look so beautiful that they seem unreal, and people can't help but want to drink them at first sight. But in fact, everyone present knew that this pink liquid was actually comparable to the most torturous torture instrument. Lan Yueying returned to her human form, walked in front of Sui, and opened her mouth slightly. Chapter 39: The Crucible. Suyi's heart trembled. He carefully tilted his palm and tried to send the pink liquid into the mouth of the girl in front of him along the direction of his fingers. Lan Yueying also moved her head closer, fearing that the mixture of blood and sword dust would drop onto the ground. For a moment, the two people's actions were very ambiguous. When all the liquid on his palm flowed into Lan Yueying's mouth, he was about to pull his palm back, but was unexpectedly caught by Lan Yueying. Wait, I haven't finished drinking the sword mark liquid on my palm yet. Lan Yueying spoke in a vague voice with liquid in her mouth. There's no need for this. Suyi's body stiffened. Theoretically, the sword girl does have to lick the sword master's palm at the end to ensure that all the sword mark fluid is swallowed. But if he really asked Lan Yueying, the school beauty who was the same age as him, to lick his palm like a kitten, Sui felt that it was a bit perverted. More importantly, he was deeply impressed by the level of cleanliness that Lan Yueying and Chang Yin had, taking a bath 3 times a day, and he seriously suspected that Lan Yueying would feel nauseous afterwards. While he was still hesitating whether to pull back his right hand, Lan Yueying had already taken action. Lan Yueying carefully licked his palm, licking away the small amount of pink liquid attached to it, while not a single bit of the sword mark liquid in her mouth leaked out. Sui didn't dare to move and let Lan Yueying do it on her own. When he came to his senses, he saw Lan Yueying's throat moving slightly and she had swallowed the sword mark liquid. And what comes next is the most painful part for the sword girl, which is to draw the sword marks. If you can't help it, you can scream out. It's just me and Sui here. No one will laugh at you. Chang Yin, who was standing by, held Lan Yueying's hand and whispered in her ear to comfort her. Lan Yueying responded, exchanged a glance with Sui, and turned into a sword shape with a determined look on her face. Sui stopped talking. He gripped the hilt of the Qingshuang sword tightly with his left hand, cutting the palm of his right hand, causing blood to drip continuously onto the sword. At this point, Sword Girl's torture officially began. The sword mark fluid in their bodies will continuously impact the inside of the sword body, thus initially forming sword mark patterns. Outside the body, the swordsman's blood will continue to burn the sword body, truly engraving the sword marks. According to the experience of sword girls from past generations, this feeling is like dough that has voluntarily swallowed yeast powder and then fermented violently under the baking fire outside. A strange metaphor, but surprisingly apt. Sui looked at Lan Yueying's transformation into the Qingshuang sword with heartache, worried that she wouldn't be able to bear it. According to the modern pain index, the level of pain is divided into 10 levels from low to high, namely 1 to 10. The initial sword mark drawn by the sword girl was undoubtedly rated as the highest level 10 pain index. In the hospital, doctors will prescribe strong analgesics to patients who are suffering from a pain index of level 10, otherwise the patients will faint from the severe pain. But drawing sword marks is different. The entire process requires the sword girl to stay awake at all times. Once she faints in the middle of the process, not only will the drawing of the sword marks fail, but it will also cause irreversible internal trauma to the body. As time passed, the surface of the Qingshuang sword was completely dyed red. Sui finally breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that Lan Yueying's most painful time had passed. Next, it was his turn to suffer. Seeing that the time was ripe, Sui did not hesitate and without saying a word, he decisively stabbed the Qingshuang sword into his lower abdomen. To be precise, it was the Guanyuan acupoint, which is commonly known as the dantian. The dantian itself is one of the most vulnerable parts of a swordsman's body, and its fragility is comparable to the temples and other weak points. However, if they want to successfully draw the sword marks and merge the sword girl with themselves, the sword masters must have the courage to take the initiative to bear this pain that is almost like committing suicide by cutting their stomachs. As the Qingxuang's sword successfully sank into his dantian, Sui finally breathed a sigh of relief. The dantian is boundless. Even a sword that is more than 3 feet long will only occupy a small spot in the dantian of the human body. But honestly, it feels weird. Sui could clearly feel that the sword Lady Lan Yueying was being nurtured in his body, just like a sword undergoing its final tempering in a furnace. But as the container of the furnace, he could accurately sense every inch of the Qingxuang sword and could sense new patterns emerging on the surface of the sword, as if the sword was originally part of the furnace. How does it feel? Chang Yin on the side teased. Now the process of drawing the sword marks has entered the final stage of nurturing, and all that remains to be done is to wait quietly. It's a bit weird. I feel like a street performer performing acrobatics and about to spit out a long sword from my mouth. Sui considered his words for a while, and finally swallowed the crude metaphor in his mind, replacing it with a more euphemistic one. He looked at Chang Yin and Yun'er who were surrounding him on both sides, and extended a hand to each of them. Just get used to it. When Yueying is completely branded by you, you'll get used to it. When it's my turn to draw the sword marks, you might even like the feeling. Chang Yin smiled and took Sui's left hand, trying to divert some of his attention from the ongoing pain. No, I think I need to take a break. I've been bleeding so much in a row that I feel like I'm going to get anemic. Sui thought of her decisiveness when she cut his palm just now, and couldn't help but feel a lingering fear. The seemingly gentle black-haired lady in front of me cut her wrist without any hesitation. His dantian was still aching slightly, and he didn't want to be tormented by Chang Yin again. Then shall I go get you some red dates to replenish your blood? Chang Yin said this, but her hand touched his Guan Yuan acupoint, and even meant to go further down. Don't do it, don't do it. Sui quickly reached out his hand to stop Chang Yin. He didn't want Lan Yueying to go berserk in his dantian. Lan Yueying was only doing the final warming and nourishing in his dantian, which did not mean that he had no ability to perceive the outside world. Unexpectedly, just as he was about to free his hands to stop Chang Yin took her slender hands away. I'm just giving you a massage, why are you so excited? Chang Yin said this seriously, as if she really wanted to help Sui massage the acupoints. Sui looked at Chang Yin who was smiling, and secretly sighed in his heart that this queen was really good at disguise. A few days ago, he actually thought that such a pink-faced and black-faced queen was a decadent and homely big sister. He was really confused for a moment. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh. Why are you sighing suddenly? Nothing, I just think Chang Yin, you should dye your hair. Pink suits you better. Chapter 40 Putting facts aside. Sui looked at Chang Yin's long, smooth black hair with slightly curled ends, and couldn't help but say what was in his heart. Pink? Since Sui likes it, I'll go dye my hair tomorrow. Chang Yin showed a happy expression on her face. The speaker may not intend it, but the listener may take it seriously. She has always been happy to do anything that can make her more beautiful in Sui's eyes. No. I just think you should be a pink-haired beauty. I don't really want you to dye your hair. Sui shook his head repeatedly and said meaningfully. For him, 3,000 strands of black hair are enough to make his heart flutter. Although artificially dyed hair color may look more eye-catching, after a few glances it is not as pleasing to the eye as waist-length black hair. Chang Yin nodded. She could see that Sui was not saying one thing and thinking another, but really liked her current black hair more. She was very happy. As the saying goes, women dress up to please themselves. If Sui is pleased, she will be happy too. However, one thing at a time, there are some things that still need to be settled seriously with Sui. You mean, I'm that badass pink and black type? Don't guess or imagine anything. That's not what I meant. Don't take it personally. Sui was shocked. He thought Chang Yin didn't know these two-dimensional memes, but he didn't expect that she was so familiar with them. Suddenly, he felt a sense of horror as if he was caught talking bad about someone behind their back. However, this little accident did not make Sui panic. With a series of smooth little combos, he pushed the problem back to Chang Yin. You don't think I'm easy to fool, do you? Chang Yin naturally would not follow Sui's rhythm. She is very clear about one thing, sometimes relying solely on the weapon of criticism to persuade others is not reliable, especially when the other party is deliberately disrupting the topic. For example, in the current situation, we must use weapon criticism to make Sui completely honest. She gave a look to Yun'er who was holding Sui's right hand, and the latter immediately understood. The next moment, the two women stepped forward and embraced Sui's left and right arms, instantly making him completely lose the will to struggle. Tell the truth, or Sister Changyin and I will team up and you won't be able to bear it. Hyunur's tone was a little excited, as if she had found a fun toy. Tell me, what do you want? Sui felt the two women's seemingly exaggerated but actually cautious movements, and knew in his heart that the purpose of their playfulness was to divert his attention, so he cooperated and said. But in his heart, he had almost guessed Changyin's plan. Our request is not excessive. How about you call us sister from now on? As expected, Changyin and Hyunur looked at each other and brought up the topic they had just discussed in the contract room. Absolutely not. Sui chose to refuse without hesitation. If it were any other condition, he might still consider it since the two women chatted with him and diverted his attention. But it is absolutely impossible to ask him to change his words and call the three girls sisters. His seniority in the villa will only go up and will never go down. If the three girls wanted to play brother-sister play with him to enhance their relationship, then he might consider it, but if the sword girls wanted to play sister-brother play to please their body and mind, then that was absolutely out of the question. He is so hypocritical, he wants to be on top of everything. Think about it again. There are two of us now, and you're the youngest among the four of us. It won't hurt you at all to call me sister now. Changyin seduced slowly. She didn't have much hope at first, after all, Sui had just expressed his attitude towards calling her play in the contract room. The biggest purpose of bringing up the old matter now is to help Sui divert his attention so that he won't be unable to bear the pain in his dantian. However, the answer she received surprised her greatly. Putting aside the facts, even if I'm a few years younger than you, can't you just call me brother? Sui's nonsense shocked the two women. Putting aside the facts, what were they talking about with Sui? Were they talking about room allocation in the villa for the night? The two women looked at each other and decided to give Sui a little shock, so they each put a hand into the collar of Sui's shirt. Unexpectedly, this time Sui let the two jade hands touch his body without any reaction. Not only that, he also used words to tease the two women with ease. I didn't expect you two to be so in sync. Since we haven't been intimate much since signing the contract, it's a good opportunity for you to understand the anatomy of the opposite sex so you don't get flustered when we're truly open with each other in the future. Keep touching. Sui had a smile on his face, not caring at all when the two women retaliated by pinching him twice, and even wanted them to increase the strength. He had just sensed Lan Yueying's attitude within his body, and he didn't seem to be disgusted by the two women's experiments on him. With Lan Yueying's permission, Sui no longer had to worry about any future troubles. The two women's touch on him was no longer a threat, but a rare enjoyment. When he said this, the two women reacted differently. Hyunur hesitated for a long time, and finally withdrew her fair hand, her face flushed as she muttered softly. What are you talking about? Just forget it. Changyin glared at Hyunur, as if condemning the unreliable ally. Yuna, don't believe his provocation. He's just an innocent boy who's only been around us, and he's pretending to be mature. Hey, it's not a good habit to plot in front of others. Changyin, if you want to improve our relationship, just give me a massage alone first, and don't drag Yunur into everything. Seeing that Changyin's allies were easily scared away by him, Sui suddenly became more confident and turned to attack Changyin. Hyunur's shy reaction was almost completely within his expectations. After all, he had been alone with Hyunur in the VIP waiting room not long ago, and he knew very well that this blue star princess with a girlish heart and a mature figure was very thin-skinned. In the contract room, Sui was surprised that Hyunur could tolerate his unconscious offensive behavior without getting angry. Now not only did he say some almost explicit flirtatious words, but Changyin was also next to him. It was impossible for Hyunur, who had just made a contract with him, to have the courage to continue touching him. Okay, since Sui likes massage so much, let me give you a good massage. Changyin gritted her teeth and said 5 good words in a row, which made anyone who heard it feel gnashing their teeth. Sui's heart skipped a beat. The tone of voice doesn't sound like he's not angry. Just when he was about to surrender strategically, Changyin actually released her arm that was around his left arm and stretched both hands to his shoulders. With moderate force and even speed. Only then did Sui realize that Changyin was actually giving him a massage. Soon, Hyunur, who had originally extended her hand back, came forward again. The two girls, one on top and one on the bottom, massaged Sui's neck and calves with clear division of labor. Wow, that's really comfortable. Feeling the comfort coming from his back and legs, Sui had to admit that the two women's massage skills were really good. In a trance, he almost forgot that there was a long sword in his dantian undergoing the final warming. Chapter 41, Don't look directly at the sun, and the same goes for the human heart. But soon, he reached out and pushed Chang'an and He-Yuner away. It's not that he didn't want to continue enjoying the services of the two women, but he felt something strange in his dantian. That was Lan Yueying conveying the message that the sword marks on the Qingxuang sword had been fixed. He immediately reached out his hands to his Guan Yuan acupoint, grasped the hilt of the sword, and pulled it out slowly and firmly. As the Qingxuang sword slowly left his body from his dantian, Sui inexplicably felt as if an alien creature had broken out of his body and his entire body was completely sucked dry and turned into residue. But soon, he was amused by his own idea. If you ask who is the biggest beneficiary after the sword mark is drawn, it must be the sword wielder rather than the sword girl herself. Once the sword marks are drawn, the sword wielder becomes the true master of the sword, with absolute control over the sword girl's body and soul. Just like now, he can not only control the Qingxuang sword with a wave of his arm, but he can even fully feel all the thoughts in Lan Yueying's heart. Even if Lan Yueying suddenly had a new idea in her mind, he would be able to know it immediately. Thinking of this, he glanced at Chang'an with some ill intention. After a while, when Chang'an had finished outlining the sword marks, he had to use his privilege as the swordmaster to see through all the secrets in Chang'an's heart. The next second, Chang'an looked over sharply, as if she sensed a hint of malice passing by. Sui withdrew his gaze without leaving a trace, immersed in his mind to scan Lan Yueying's heart, and his expression suddenly became strange. "What's wrong with you?" The two women looked at Sui, who suddenly stopped moving, with half of the Qingxuang sword in his dantian still not pulled out, and couldn't help but ask in unison in a worried voice. "It's okay. It hurts a little to draw the sword. I'll be fine after a while." Sui suddenly came back to his senses and used the pain as an excuse to fool the two women. No wonder people often say only the sun and the human heart cannot be looked directly at. Even a cold and indifferent school beauty like Lan Yueying actually hides secrets that cannot be seen in the sun. It really shows that you cannot judge a person by his appearance. In Sui's heart, his fiancée and childhood sweetheart who took the initiative to confess her love to him after the awakening ceremony has always been the white moonlight that can only be admired from afar and not touched. Suddenly knowing her inner quirk, her image as a pure and innocent girl was shaken, but it made Sui even more moved. After hesitating for a moment, Sui decided it would be better to keep the secret to himself. After all, this quirk is beneficial to him in every way, but it might not be the same if he says it openly. He stopped spying on Lan Yueying's inner thoughts as if nothing had happened and completely pulled the Qingxuang sword out of his Guan Yuan acupoint. The long sword broke out of his body, and Sui also activated the cleansing sword pool talent at the same moment. In an instant, Sui felt that all the blood in his body was involuntarily flowing against the sword in his hand. His face turned pale instantly. The last time he used the cleansing sword pool ability on Lan Yueying, it only consumed a few drops of blood. But this time, the suction force of the Qingxuang sword was like a high-pressure water pump, continuously drawing blood from him. Fortunately, this uncomfortable feeling comes and goes quickly. After a few seconds, the pale-faced Sui finally breathed a sigh of relief. He looked at the Qingxuang sword in his hand. It seemed that because it had absorbed too much blood, the blade of the Qingxuang sword was no longer blue-green, but instead a pure red. Lan Yueying, Sword Immortals Sword SSS level. Exclusive features: Sword of King Li Wei, Dragon Slaying Sword, Scarlet Frost Sword. Sword of King Li Wei, the Emperor's Sword, awe-inspiring. Hitting fantasy creatures below the king level will inevitably cause instant death. Dragon Slayer Sword, Blue Frost slashes snakes, cuts Qin and water virtue, increases damage to dragon-like fantasy creatures by 200%, and has a chance to plunder talents after defeating dragon-like fantasy creatures. Red Frost Sword? Number of dust cleaning, none. Sui looked at the Qingxuang Immortal sword in his arms, which was one-way transparent to him, and was stunned for a moment. What the hell are these three question marks? In the past, his exquisite sword heart talent could easily let him know the talent of any sword girl, but he did not expect to encounter such a situation today. Before he had time to think further, Sui was somewhat surprised to find that the surrounding environment began to distort continuously like a photo, and every pixel was shaking and deforming. The next moment, spatial fluctuations raged, and a powerful impact force came towards Sui. He instantly felt a sense of weightlessness as if he was falling from a high altitude, and the two women around him unconsciously turned into swords. Seeing this, Sui took advantage of the situation and grasped the two long swords. He held Moi in his left hand and Zi Dian in his right hand. Behind him was the red Qingxuang sword floating. He urged the three long swords at the same time, trying hard to resist the sudden feeling of weightlessness. The next moment, the world spun, and the entire coordination room's furnishings began to float up, smashing in all directions without a trace. In the Donghai Hotel, a large hotel named after the city, Chen Shuhua was pouring wine for He Changguang, and the flattery on his face was almost overflowing. In the past, he was just the principal of Donghai No. 1 Middle School in the administrative system of Blue Star, and there was no chance for him to toast the governor He Changguang. But today is different from the past. The golden light when Su Yi and He Yuner made the contract shot straight into the sky through the 8-story building of Jianghe. Everyone in the Donghai Hotel could be said to have witnessed it with their own eyes in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows. Seeing that the two young people had already gotten married, Chen Shuhua could finally act as a matchmaker and go to toast He Changguang. He Changguang also accepted Chen Shuhua's toast out of courtesy. He actually knew exactly what Chen Shuhua was thinking. However, considering Su Yi as his cheap son-in-law, He Changguang did not point out Chen Shuhua's little thoughts. After all, he initially learned about Su Yi's talent through Chen Shuhua's information. Now that his daughter has a contract with Su Yi, he is in a good mood. But just as he was about to drink from the wineglass, he suddenly sensed a spatial fluctuation that tore the sky and split the earth. He looked towards the floor-to-ceiling window with a sense of something, and saw a huge crack suddenly appeared in the sky above Jianghe. In just 3 seconds, the rift engulfed the entire sword pavilion and then quickly disappeared. Under the gaze of everyone, an 8-story building simply disappeared out of thin air. Clang! The expensive glass wineglass fell to the ground, but at this moment, no one would care about this small luminous cup. No one dared to speak, not even the leader of Jianghe in Donghai City who was specially invited to attend the banquet. Just a minute ago, they were still complimenting He Changguang in various ways, saying that his daughter and son-in-law were developing their relationship in Jianghe and that they would have a bright future. But just 1 minute later, the real protagonists of the banquet, He Changguang's daughter and son-in-law, disappeared into the space crack along with Jianghe. Chang Shuyuan gritted his teeth and spoke up to break the silence. Teacher, Blue Star hasn't had spatial turbulence for many years. The most urgent task is to quickly calculate the coordinates of the Yuenko plane corresponding to this turbulence. Sui and the others are accompanied by the young lady of the Chang family, so they won't be in trouble for a while. Chang Shuyuan knew that if he spoke up at this time, he would become the target of public criticism, and there was even a high possibility that the teacher's anger would be directed at him. But now is the initial stage of space turbulence, and he cannot watch the ordinary people who serve as staff members in Jianghe and Sui and other geniuses miss the best opportunity to search. No, you don't understand. He Changguang replied with 4 words in a flat tone, clenching his fists so tightly that his palms were almost bleeding. Teacher, what do you mean? Chang Shuyuan was stunned. He didn't quite understand what He Changguang meant. But the next second, instead of waiting for He Changguang's response, he saw a ray of light tearing through the void and appearing in front of them out of thin air. Don't ask your teacher, he said. All the eyes present were instantly drawn to the light and shadow, and then they lowered their heads in disbelief. Meet the master of the sword pavilion, the Qingyang Sword Emperor. Except for He Changguang who stood still, a group of important figures knelt on one knee and recited the title of the Sword Emperor in unison. When people see the emperor, they kneel on one knee to salute. This is a tradition that has been passed down from thousands of years ago to the present day. Initially it was just to commemorate the Yaoguang Sword Emperor who died on the battlefield, but later it gradually evolved into a custom to salute every time one saw the Sword Emperor. Although several Sword Emperors later publicly expressed their disgust for this rule, most people still choose to follow this tradition. Everyone, get up. I haven't died in battle yet, why are you kneeling down so early? Qingyang Sword Emperor said impatiently. He quickly walked to the floor-length mirror and looked in the direction of Jianghe, seemingly talking to himself, or communicating with He Changguang. After all, behind that spatial turbulence lies an unknown, native Yuenko plane. Even if I were to personally break through the space and create a channel, it would take at least a week. No, we can't create a space channel, at least not before we determine the strength of the Yuenko continent on the other side. He Changguang closed his eyes and shook his head in pain. His nails pierced his palms so hard that blood almost soaked his hands. Before creating a space channel, we must first ensure the safety of the blue planet. The solar system is humanity's ancestral homeland and must not become a battlefield for the spread of war like the Kepler galaxy did. Chapter 42, Holy Land of Cultivation. The sky is vast and the wilderness is boundless. The golden wheat fields are rolling with waves of harvest in the autumn wind. Sui and the 3 women pushed open the gate of Jianghe, and what they saw was a beautiful scene of autumn harvest. From a distance, there seemed to be a village looming a few kilometers away, and the sound of gongs and drums could be heard from time to time. What is even more shocking is that there are 9 suns in the sky, and this is obviously no longer a blue planet. Sui sighed, held Lan Yueying and He Yunner's hands tightly, and kept the last bit of hope in his heart. It seems that they were indeed swept into an unknown Yuan invader plane by the space turbulence just now, and the situation is very critical. Not long after, a guide wearing a Jiangya uniform came up to Su with a pale face and trembling steps, and reported to him the damage to Jiangya. Student Su, the Jiangya defense formation was completely damaged in the space jump just now, and most of the equipment is temporarily unusable. However, we still have some food and water. What should we do next? Sui listened to the report patiently, did not respond immediately, and sighed inwardly. He wasn't sighing at the guide's reaction. Although these people have been working in Jiangya for many years, they are just ordinary people after all. It is normal for them to be a little panicked when they suddenly learned that they had traveled to the Yuan invaders' dimension. What he sighed about was that he had become the only sword wielder on the scene and the backbone of dozens of Sword Pavilion staff members. Under normal circumstances, these ordinary people should not regard him as their backbone. After all, there are 2 6th-level swordmasters guarding the Sword Pavilion in Donghai City all year round. But just recently, he received shocking news from the guide. The 2 6th-rank swordmasters were unexpectedly invited to attend a celebratory banquet at the Donghai Hotel. Sui was shocked instantly. After asking more carefully, he found out that this celebration banquet was actually specially held by his cheap father-in-law to celebrate the contract between him and He Yunner, and many important figures from Donghai City and even the entire Blue Star were invited. This made Sui feel very complicated. He Changwan's purpose is not difficult to guess. He wants to use everyone's mouths to publicize the fact of the contract between him and He Yunner. Sui can also understand this. But no one expected that these important figures attending the banquet not only witnessed the golden light when the 2 people signed the contract, but also witnessed with their own eyes that Jiangya was swallowed by the space gap. As a result, the most direct result is that at present, apart from Sui, a rookie who has just awakened less than half a month ago, there is not even a swordmaster in the Sword Pavilion. Out of helplessness and responsibility, Sui naturally became the backbone of a group of ordinary people. But to be honest, Sui is under a lot of pressure now. Being a swordsman is not just a privilege, it also means the responsibility to protect ordinary people. Now, the lives of dozens of people in Jiangya are completely on his shoulders. After thinking about it, Sui calmly explained the next task to the guide in front of him. I understand. You organize the staff to conduct another check to ensure that no injured persons are left behind in the gaps between the equipment in each room. After bandaging and stopping the bleeding, organize a meal for everyone. I will find a way to deal with the threats outside. Yes. Sui's tone of command made the guide seem to have found the direction, and he took the order and trotted into the Jiangya. After watching the guide return to Jiangya, Sui looked at Changyin, who had been busy since she left the house, holding an instrument that looked like a small speaker. Which Yuenko plane is this? According to air testing and soil sampling analysis, this Yuenko plane is not any of the known Yuenko planes. Changyin's expression was very serious. She opened her left hand and put the instrument in her arms back into the ring. Oh, then haven't we discovered a new Yuenko dimension? Seeing that Changyin's face was not very good, Sui decided to guide her to think positively. Although he did not have a deep understanding of it, he vaguely remembered that the Human Federation had made regulations in this regard, and there were rewards for discovering a new Yuenko plane. I'm afraid it's more than that. Changyin nodded, then shook her head slightly. Sui, can you feel the sword essence in the light emitted by that star in the sky? Now. Sui was stunned. They were now in an unknown Yuan invader dimension. Even if they devoted themselves to cultivation, they might be attacked by the Yuan invaders at any time. That's right. I'll be on guard. You, Yueying, and Yunner can practice for a while. Changyin nodded seriously. Seeing that Changyin was not joking, Sui turned his gaze to Lan Yueying and He Yunner, who were holding hands on his left and right. The 2 women nodded, let go of each other's hands and took 2 steps forward. Then they transformed into the Qingxuang sword and the Moi sword at the same time, floating in front of Sui. In this way, an equilateral triangle is formed, which is exactly the standard shape for 3 people when practicing. Sui closed his eyes and carefully sensed the possible existence of sword elements in the light around him. He soon discovered that the light around him not only contained sword energy, but it was also extremely dense. The content of light sword element here is almost as high as that on the blue planet, and the concentration is at least hundreds of times lower. He naturally extracted the sword essence, and a large amount of sword essence swarmed in instantly. Fortunately, these sword essences only stayed in his body for a short while, and then he began to temper the Qingxuang sword and Moi sword in front of him. After several cycles, he stopped extracting sword essence from the light and opened his eyes again. At the same time, the two long swords also emitted white light and regained their human form.
How is it? Have you sensed Jian Su's presence? Chang Yin asked impatiently.
Yes, and it's very rich, probably 400 or 500 times as rich as on Blue Star.
Sui nodded, thinking that this plane was truly a holy place for cultivation.
If one could cultivate here peacefully, even a pig could become a genius.
Then we're probably going to be famous.
Chang Yin said this, but her expression became even uglier.
What's wrong?
Suyi's heart skipped a beat. Chang Yin came from a top family and must know much more secrets and inside stories than he did. Her face looked so grim, she must have known something.
What we are standing on is a Yuanko continent, or rather, a native Yuanko plane.
Sui and He Yuner looked at each other, only Lan Yueying seemed to have thought of something, and her expression suddenly changed.
What is the original Yuanko plane?
Seeing Cheng Yin took out another bulky and sophisticated instrument from the ring and started working on it, Sui didn't dare to ask any more questions and had to turn his gaze to Lan Yueying, who had just reacted.
I also heard my parents mention it by chance. The so-called original Yuanko plane is the Yuanko plane where the world will not be reset.
Lan Yueying forced a smile and explained to Sui and He Yuner, who were both confused.
Chapter 43 Yuanko Continent 3K. Most of the Yuanko planes are what we call secondary Yuanko planes.
Secondary planes are like game copies, with a relative protagonist or world line.
When the plot develops to the end, the world will restart and then enter the next cycle.
Lan Yueying paused, looked at Cheng Yin, who was still squatting on the ground debugging the equipment, and had to bite the bullet and continue. Since secondary planes will reset even if conquered, making them unsuitable for survival, the Federation's current mainstream development method is to use them as regularly refreshed resource points, providing low and mid-level swordmasters and sword maidens with opportunities to hone their combat skills and obtain training resources. For example, the Yuanko plane we entered during the college entrance exam was the lowest level of the secondary planes, making casualties more manageable. Sui nodded, patted He Yuner's shoulder beside him, and gave her an apologetic look to suppress her somewhat anxious mood. He knew that what Lan Yueying had just said was the basic knowledge about the Yuanko dimension that she was introducing to him. Although He Yuner is not very mature inside, she has He Changguang as her father, the governor, so she must have memorized all this knowledge by heart.
It is understandable that she is a little anxious now. I guess you've guessed it by now. The primary plane is different from the secondary plane.
These planes, which consist of only a continent or an ocean, have many laws as perfect as our universe.
Time constantly flows forward. As long as they are conquered, humans can cultivate and live there forever. This is very attractive to all major human forces.
Lan Yueying also looked at He Yuner with a slightly apologetic look, and quickly organized her words to tell him everything she knew. After she finished speaking, before the man and woman in front of her could react, she gave another example as a supplement. For example, the Zhao family, the most powerful family in the Federation, was able to cultivate sword emperors for generations and secure their position as the most powerful family thanks to Qin Lu.
Ha! Qin Lu is actually a native plane. No wonder I didn't see any Yuan invaders when I went to Qin Lu with my dad when I was 6 years old.
I thought the Zhao family had cleared that area specifically to accommodate us.
He Yuner instantly became alert.
She took 2 steps forward excitedly, even leaving behind Suyi's hand on her shoulder.
You've been there before, but you didn't know it was a native plane?
Sui sensed the emotions of the girl next to him and cast a puzzled look at her.
Why does this little princess of Blue Star look so silly?
Since she had been to the original plane before, even if she didn't react at the time, 14 years have passed. It would be too stupid for her not to realize that something was wrong.
Well, my dad didn't tell me.
He Yuner's tone slowed down, and she seemed to realize that it was a bit outrageous that she had not thought about Qin Lu for more than 10 years. Sui shook his head helplessly. The deal is done, and returns are impossible. I have to wait until I go back this time, then slowly try to find out and take He Yuner to the hospital to have a thorough checkup of her nervous system. He speculated with a hint of malice. Perhaps it was the faint telepathy brought by the contract that made He Yuner notice Sui's malicious speculation, and she instantly cast a look of doubt and disbelief over him.
Forget it, I won't ask you this question anymore.
Sui dismissed He Yuner, who vaguely sensed malice, with a serious look on his face. He turned to look at Lan Yueying again and asked the question he had always been curious about. What about the Chang family? Second, the Chang family is the second most prestigious family in the Federation. He Yuner on the side answered quickly, obviously having put aside the faint malice that she had just felt. So strong? Sui accidentally glanced at Chang Yin walking towards him, so he asked deliberately. Of course. The Chang family is not only wealthy and powerful, but the average strength of its members is also unparalleled among the four major families. The Wang family, ranked third, also controls the Beiyue continent, but has been suppressed by the Cheng family, a family without a Yuan invader dimension, for hundreds of years. He Yuner had her back to Cheng Yin, who was approaching, and did not see her approaching, but praised her seriously. However, her words were clearly praising the Cheng family, but Cheng Yin, who was walking over, looked even uglier. Ahem, Cheng Yin, did you discover anything new just now? Sui quickly avoided the subject. He Yuner may not be very clear, but he knows very well why Cheng Yin's face looks ugly. After all, a considerable part of the Cheng family's strength is based on the use of hydrogen bombs to enhance radiation. He had to resort to such dishonorable and side-effect-prone means only out of helplessness, and naturally felt complicated when he heard He Yuner praising his strength. I just confirmed it again. This is neither Qinlu, Yuelu, or Shilu. It's a brand new Yuanko continent that has never been discovered by humans. Chang Yin's face didn't look very good, and she said to a few people. Sui did not respond. It was the first time he heard so many names of Yuanko continent and he had no idea whether the news was good or bad. However, judging from Chang Yin's expression, it is probably not a good thing. Actually, it doesn't matter if it's Yuelu and Shilu. After all, although those two Yuanko continents have fixed plane passages, there are also 9th level Yuanko in them, so they are not necessarily safer. Lan Yueying comforted Cheng Yin. The divine thoughts of the 9th order Yuanko can cross the entire continent. If they were to cross to these two continents, it is possible that not even ashes would be left of their group before they even found the plane passage. Indeed. Cheng Yin nodded, and her expression looked better, but she still looked worried. But what I'm worried about is not this, but how we're going to get out. After all, since it hasn't been discovered before, it means the spatial coordinates are very difficult to find. I'm afraid we'll have to stay here for a year before we can be rescued. I'm afraid. That all depends on fate. The most important thing right now is to seize the time to practice and improve our strength as much as possible. Sui grabbed Cheng Yin's hand and looked into her eyes encouragingly. Having lived 2 lives, he understood a truth long ago: it is meaningless to waste your energy on things that cannot be changed. Instead of complaining about the fate, it is better to give it your all. He will never give up struggling until his breathing stops completely. Good. Perhaps sensing his determination, Cheng Yin's expression brightened considerably, and she responded after a moment. Then you should practice with Yueying and Yuner first. I'll be on guard for you and handle the problems in the Sword Pavilion. Sui was just about to suggest that Cheng Yin participate in the double weekend first, but after thinking about it carefully, he found that Cheng Yin's arrangement was indeed appropriate. There are still many things that have not been dealt with inside Jiangya, and He Yuner is definitely not able to do them. It is not appropriate to let Lan Yueying be responsible for the guard mission. After all, she is the only one among the 3 sword girls who has completed the outline of the sword marks, and her strength can be improved indefinitely. The interior of the Sword Pavilion is now in a mess. Before he returns to the main universe, he probably won't have the chance to draw sword marks for Cheng Yin and He Yuner. After all, he has to improve Lan Yueying's strength as much as possible. He wanted to say a few words to comfort Cheng Yin, but after seeing Cheng Yin's determined eyes, he gave up this stupid idea. After all, it was Cheng Yin who proposed this arrangement, so it was a bit hypocritical of him to come and comfort her. What he should do is to practice hard and wait until he safely returns to the main universe, and then spend his whole life slowly making up for it. Okay then, Cheng Yin, you will be in charge of the alert. Yueying, Yuner and I will practice first. If there is any emergency, you must wake up the 3 of us. Sui finally nodded and said to the 3 women. He Yuner naturally had no objection. Lan Yueying hesitated for a long time, but in the end she didn't say anything. She just gave Cheng Yin a very complicated look. Soon, as Sui sat cross-legged on the ground with his eyes closed, the 2 women changed into sword shapes and began intense and efficient training. 10 minutes later, Cheng Yin looked at Sui, who was concentrating on practicing with his eyes closed, and then looked at the 2 long swords in front of him that were constantly being tempered and shining, and sighed deeply. This sigh was not directed at herself, but at the 2 women and the people in Jiangya behind her. She had just lied to Sui and the two girls. If a Sword Emperor really took action, it would only take 10 days to determine the spatial coordinates of a Yuenko continent and open up a space channel. Even without the help of the Sword Emperor, the 8th rank Sword Master could open up the space channel between the main universe and this dimension in a month. But the problem is that they encountered space turbulence on Blue Star. No one knows whether the Federation will risk Blue Star being invaded in reverse by opening the space channel. What if those Sword Emperors in the Federation really don't have the courage to make progress? Chang'an sighed again, walked a little further away, and took out 2 very worn talismans from the space ring. The talisman was blue all over, completely different from the usual yellow paper with red words, as if reflecting Chang'an's conflicted mood. If things really reach a point of no return, please don't blame me, she muttered to herself. Chang'an knew very well that doing so would cause endless trouble. Once she really uses these 2 special talismans, not only will Sui be seriously injured, but he will also become alienated from her. But if it really comes to that, she will let Sui survive no matter what, even if the price is a lifetime of estrangement. After all, she is not a saint. What she values most are Sui and herself. As for Lan Yueying and He Yuner, they are slightly lower in importance. The 2 blue talismans sparkled in the sunlight, and she made up her mind. Soon, she put the 2 talismans back into the space ring. Using the talisman is the last resort, which should only be taken when things are at their worst. She would never do it unless it is absolutely necessary. For example, now, she still has to be vigilant and patrol seriously, and at the same time continue to pretend the lie she just told, so as to leave the 2 women with something to think about. Chapter 44, Not Taking the Initiative Beforehand. At dusk, Sui finally stopped practicing. He vaguely felt that the Moi sword, which had not yet been marked with sword marks, had reached the limit of tempering. If she continues to force the tempering, He Yuner will not be able to become a second-level sword girl, but will instead cause serious damage to her sword body. When he opened his eyes and saw Chang'an standing beside him, Sui didn't know whether he should be moved or heartbroken. Hurry up and eat something. You've been practicing for 9 hours, so you must be hungry. Chang'an naturally greeted Sui and handed him a few cans of food and 2 bags of biscuits. Have you eaten yet? Sui took the thing and asked suddenly. Of course I have eaten. I'm not a child. Of course I know to eat when I'm hungry. Chang'an raised her eyebrows and glanced at Sui, as if wondering why he had such a strange question. Sui breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't want Chang'an to starve. Although Sword Girl does not need to eat in sword form, she needs to obtain energy through food in human form. At least it is still necessary when your rank is not high. We only have these canned foods right now. The cleanup inside Jiang'a hasn't been completed yet, so for now, everyone can only eat canned food. However, there's an old fossil fuel stove in the cafeteria on the 5th floor that's still intact. Probably by tomorrow, when the cafeteria space is cleared, the Jiang'a cafeteria chef will be able to prepare cooked food for us. Sui listened quietly to Chang'an's report, and felt more and more that letting Chang'an be in charge of commanding everyone in Jiang'a was a wise decision. The thought of leading a team of 70 or 80 people to survive in the wild gave him a headache. Now that the task has been handed over to the professional Chang'an, he just needs to listen to the report quietly. After swallowing the bland can of food in his hand, Sui looked up at the stars and turned his gaze to the 3 women. I'm going to take a look at the village ahead. Does anyone want to go with me? This is the Yuenko Plain. Why don't we stay in the sword pavilion and wait until we are stronger before going out? He Yuner swallowed the milk biscuit in her mouth and raised an objection. She enjoyed the speed of practice today and subconsciously wanted to practice for a few more days. No, it's better to take the initiative than to passively take a beating. Chang'an was very calm and turned her gaze to Lan Yueying, who was wiping her mouth with a tissue after eating. What's more, the village ahead is less than 10 miles away from us. They must have discovered Jiang'a long ago. If we don't take the initiative to explore now, they will come to us tomorrow. That's right. We are really too close to the village ahead. I guess Sui thinks the same. Feeling the gazes of Sui and Chang'an, Lan Yueying politely put down the tissue and nodded in agreement. Well then, Sui, who are you going to let go? Seeing that both women agreed with Sui's opinion, He Yuner stopped objecting and started asking about the candidate. Yueying, let's go quickly and come back quickly. We'll be back before dawn at the latest. Sui had already made up his mind, and when He Yuner asked, he spoke up. Okay, then Yuner and I will stay here to prevent sporadic Yuan invaders from breaking into Jiang'a. Chang'an nodded. Lan Yueying is indeed the most suitable person at the moment. Not only is she the strongest among the three women, she also possesses the Sword of the Kingly Way, a bug-level killing weapon against the Yuan invaders. Theoretically, she could even kill all Yuan invaders of level 6 and below in seconds, which would have an unexpected effect on them. Chang Yin could understand, so Sui was naturally in a good mood. However, when he turned his gaze to Yuner, he found that the girl had a pitiful expression on her face. "Can I come with you?" Sui suddenly felt a headache. "Yuner, you and Sister Chang Yin will stay here to protect the ordinary people in Jangha. We will be back before dawn, okay? Investigating a village is no joke." After thinking about it, Sui ruthlessly rejected Yuner. Yuner opened her mouth as if she wanted to say something, but after looking at the two women, she finally nodded. Sui walked forward and hugged Yuner, with his arms around her back. It had only been less than a day since he signed the contract with the little princess of Blue Star, and now he had rejected her request. He had to give her some encouragement. Yuner's body stiffened, and she also stretched out her hands and hugged Sui behind his back. After a long time, Yuner left his arms. "Okay, Sister Chang definitely needs a hug too. You can't be partial to one over the other." Yuner had a mischievous smile on her face and pushed Sui, surprising him. This little princess really has a childish temper and changes her expression at any time. But now was obviously not the time to complain, so Sui turned around and walked in front of Chang Yin. He opened his arms, wanting to use the same trick he used on Yuner on Chang Yin. Unexpectedly, Chang Yin pushed him away with a smile. "Don't try to get rid of me by using the same method you used against Yuna. I'm a very mercenary person. I want you to promise me one thing." "Okay, I agree." Sui nodded, thinking that Chang Yin, the queen, was becoming increasingly difficult to appease. After thinking about it, before Chang Yin could open her mouth to make a request, he quickly added another sentence. "But let's make it clear in advance that I won't agree to change my name. Don't worry, I don't want you to be my younger brother this time." Chang Yin predicted Sui's thoughts and made a promise calmly. Sui breathed a sigh of relief. As long as his family throne doesn't become the throne of a younger brother, everything will be fine. But the next second, Chang Yin said something shocking. "I want you to have a daughter with the surname Chang." Puff. Yuner, who was standing by, sprayed the milk in her mouth. "Sister Chang Yin, your way of playing is a little too much." Yuner held it in for a long time and did not dare to use the word Lu to describe her beloved sister Chang Yin. On the side, Lan Yueying also looked at him in surprise. However, due to her upbringing, she did not speak immediately, but looked at Chang Yin quietly, wanting to hear her next words. However, Chang Yin shook her head, with a hint of cunning in her eyes. "What's wrong with you two? Why are you thinking about it in such a pornographic way? I mean, I want to give Sui a daughter in the future, and let her take my last name." Chang Yin's explanation was reasonable, but obviously no one bought it. "It was obviously you, Sister Chang Yin, who deliberately told the dirty jokes, and you still want to put the blame on us. You are really the evildoer who complains first." Yuner's complaints hit the nail on the head and pointed out the loopholes in her words. However, Chang Yin ignored Yuner's complaints, but looked at Sui with affectionate eyes. Chapter 45, No Refusal. Sui was having a headache at the moment. As early as when Chang Yin made her shocking statement just now, he guessed that this queen was probably going to tell a dirty joke. But despite this, the language trap she deliberately set still made Sui's heart beat 3 times faster, and his lower body almost exposed its ugly appearance. In addition, Chang Yin was still looking at him with eyes that could squeeze water out of him, and for a moment he was actually a little afraid to look at her. Sui rubbed his temples, his tone revealing helplessness. "Chang Yin, stop joking and tell me the real conditions. Didn't I already say that?" Chang Yin finally stopped looking at him with a foul look and returned to her smiling face. "I want to have a daughter with you. We'll give birth after we go back. Stop joking and be serious." Sui twitched the corner of his mouth, feeling that Chang Yin was making fun of him. The blow to the sword girl's potential when she becomes pregnant is devastating. Even if the sword master and sword girl have a good relationship, they rarely joke about having children. Normally, only when a sword girl's potential is exhausted and it is difficult to make any progress in her cultivation, will she ignore the impact of childbirth on herself and start to give birth to offspring. I'm not kidding. I'm the only one in the Chang family's direct lineage. If we don't have offspring, the Chang family will probably be in turmoil. Chang Yin suppressed the smile on her face and explained seriously. This is no joke, her family really has a throne that needs to be inherited. If the Chang family does not have a legal heir in the future, a bunch of side branches will definitely try their best to find excuses to adopt their children under her and Suyi's name.
Is time urgent? Sui frowned. He knew that the Chang family was a large family, but even so, he did not want Changyin to damage her cultivation potential because of this. That's not the case. I was just joking when I said I'd give birth when I got back. The Chang family has a strong atmosphere of martial arts. We have at least 8 years to practice and upgrade peacefully. No one will rush us. Changyin shook her head and told the whole truth. Sui nodded, but his face was still serious. 8 years sounds like a long time, but wanting to use up the potential of SSS level talent to break through to the 9th level is almost a fantasy. Don't be so serious. Here, you must be careful while investigating the village. I'll be waiting for you at the door. Changyin smoothed Suyi's hair with her hands and took out a silver amulet from the ring on her left hand. You must hold on to this amulet. It can save your life at a critical moment. Oh, this can't be a space amulet, Changyin, you have such a good thing, why didn't you take it out earlier and let everyone return to the main universe in advance? Sui felt Changyin's small movements while helping him to fix his hair, and felt that this lady was indeed a caring and considerate big sister. In order to ease the atmosphere, he took the silver amulet and said jokingly. The speaker may not intend it, but the listener may take it seriously. Changyin's expression changed unconsciously, and then she pretended to be angry and punched Sui. What are you talking about? Perhaps in order to cover up her guilty conscience, Changyin did not restrain herself. Even the two women watching could see the power contained in her fist. Ouch, I was wrong. I was just joking. It's not that serious. Sui pretended to grimace, but in fact he felt that these punches were similar to a massage. After Changyin had vented his emotions, he quickly gave Lan Yueying a look, and the two of them began to walk towards the village in tacit understanding. By the time they had walked 1,000 meters, the half-human high weeds had completely eliminated them from the sight of the two women behind them. Looking at his childhood sweetheart walking beside him without saying a word, Sui was thinking about how to liven up the atmosphere when he suddenly heard a soul-searching voice. When you increased my talent level today, did you see anything from my heart? Ah, what did you say? Sui was stunned at first, then he decisively pretended to be stupid. For some fetishes, fantasizing about it and putting it into practice are two completely different concepts, and being known by others and making it public are also two completely different concepts. If Lan Yueying didn't tell him about her habit first, he would have to keep it secret. Sui, you've changed. The tone of your voice is becoming more and more like that of a scumbag. Lan Yueying sighed. She looked at Sui with resentment and grievance, which made her feel uneasy. How have I changed? Sui couldn't stand Lan Yueying's gaze and asked back with a wondering look. He didn't take the initiative beforehand, didn't refuse during the process, and didn't take responsibility afterward. If this isn't a scumbag, what is he? Sui was stunned and felt wronged. He just accidentally caught a glimpse of Lan Yueying's little habit, but when it came to Lan Yueying's mouth, it was as if she wanted to eat it up and not recognize her at all. I always feel that Changyin set a bad example for everyone, and even made Lan Yueying, who was originally cold, indifferent and independent, learn this set of habits. He wanted to defend himself. But when Sui focused his gaze on Lan Yueying again, he found that the girl's face was blushing badly. For a moment, he suddenly remembered Lan Yueying when she accepted the confession that day, and her face was as red as it was now. Be careful, there's movement over there. Lan Yueying's voice brought Sui back to reality. By the light of the stars, a group of half-human, half-horse creatures suddenly came into his sight. Looking down from above, the first thing Sui noticed was that the upper bodies of these strange creatures were no different from those of humans. They wore sheepskin felt hats, various animal skins, and scimitars and longbows at their waists. Regardless of gender, age, or status, their chests were all exposed, just like an ancient nomadic people. However, when Suyi's gaze shifted to their lower bodies, he immediately discovered something wrong. The lower body of these monsters is not human legs at all, but a horse body. They have slender hooves and long horsetails, and their scarlet hair looks particularly evil and scary under the night light. The first time he saw these creatures, Sui instinctively felt a sense of disgust in his heart, as if he and these unknown creatures in front of him had an irreconcilable hatred, and only one of them could survive no matter what. This is the Yuan invaders. The Yuan invaders have all sorts of strange appearances, so it's not surprising that they appear to be half human, half horse. Lan Yueying lowered her voice. The two of them were crawling in the wheat field.
They found that these horses and men were attacking towards Janga without caring about the damage to the crops. Sui nodded and carefully observed the group of Yuan invaders who were approaching. There are only 6 men and horses. I guess they are here to scout Janga. So what should we do? Should we just take action? Lan Yueying looked at Sui and asked for his opinion. In her perception, these Yuan invaders did not seem to be very strong, at most they were only at the level of first-level Yuan invaders. When it comes to taking action, the first to strike is the strongest, and the last to strike will suffer. The first to strike will never suffer a loss. The two quickly reached an agreement. After exchanging glances, Lan Yueying slowly transformed into a crimson sword. Chapter 46, Not Admitting the Crime Afterwards. The next moment, the troops who were originally running towards Janga stopped. They all turned their heads to the right and looked at Sui, who was holding the Qingxuang sword. Sui was not panicked at all, but a doubt arose in his heart. These Yuan invaders seemed to be able to directly sense the Qingxuang sword through special means. But now was obviously not the time to think about it. Seeing 6 men and horses rushing towards him with scimitars in hand, Sui moved. Swish! Along with the sound of a long sword waving through the air, a sword energy screamed and tore through the night sky, like a red lightning exploding among the crowd of people and horses. The sword energy was about 3 feet long and accurately hit the abdomen of the 2 people in the center. The next moment, the 2 Yuan invaders fell to the ground with a hissing sound, like kites with broken strings. The bodies of the centaurs fell to the ground with a loud bang. As Sui watched from the corner of his eye, they began to fade away and soon disappeared into the air. The formation of the other 4 charging troops paused for a moment. After a brief period of confusion, 2 of them chose to continue charging towards Sui. As for the other 2 men, they split into 2 directions and ran towards the village. Sui remained silent. He gently swung the Qingxuang sword, and 3 red sword auras shot out. Wherever the sword energy pointed, the 4 men and horses were thrown to the ground and soon turned into nothingness. Sui released his left hand that was holding the hilt of the Qingxuang sword, and swung out 4 sword energies. A lot of the sword energy in his body was consumed, and it would take some time to recover. He walked to the nearest wheat pit and began to rummage through it carefully. Since the Yuan invaders would not leave any corpses after their death, Sui's actions looked no different from searching a wheat field. 10 minutes later, Sui had turned the wheat fields around where the 3 men and horses had been crushed upside down, but he found nothing. If it weren't for the flattened wheat fields as evidence, Sui would even suspect that the people he had just killed were just an illusion. What are you looking for? Lan Yueying, who had regained her human form, watched Sui groping around, and finally couldn't help but ask curiously. Oh, doesn't the book say that killing Yuan invaders will leave sword marks and dust? I want to see if I can collect some spoils from these people. Sui answered honestly. He didn't know much about the Yuan invaders, but he was very familiar with the benefits of killing them. In addition to the dimensional props that randomly drop depending on one's luck and character, each Yuan invader will drop a fixed amount of sword mark dust, which is a topic that every student in the school will discuss. We don't have a dedicated dust collector. A few micrograms of sword dust will quickly decompose when it falls on the land of the Yuenko plain. It's impossible to collect it with human power alone. Lan Yueying covered her mouth with her slender fingers to stifle her laughter, as if she was very troubled by Sui's limited understanding. Hearing this, Sui also felt that his erroneous behavior of searching everywhere just now was indeed a bit stupid. I thought I could get some gold coins from these people, but I didn't expect that it was just a waste of energy. He was about to get up and leave, but his vision accidentally swept across the last place where people and horses died. Amidst the vast expanse of fallen golden wheat stalks, a red dot of light caught his attention. Walking quickly forward, Sui discovered the full picture of the light spot. It was a blood-red heart-protecting mirror, only the size of 2 palms, quietly reflecting the faint night light. He was instantly filled with surprise. It is true that when you are surrounded by mountains and rivers and think there is no way out, you will find another village with willows and flowers. These people and horses actually exploded with equipment. He picked up the heart-protecting mirror and waved it towards Lan Yueying with a hint of showing off. Well, how's my luck? With only 6 people, a dimensional item popped up. Good, very good, Sui is the best. Lan Yueying's eyes were full of surprise, and she praised him very politely. According to a large amount of statistical data, the probability of a dimensional item dropping after killing a Yuan invader is about 1/100,000. Sui got the heart-protecting mirror after killing only 6 people. The probability is indeed smaller than winning the first prize of the Blue Star Lottery. Sui was very pleased with Lan Yueying's flattery. He carefully took off his coat and hung the breastplate on the chest of his short-sleeved shirt, with the silver-white rune that Chang'in had just given him pressed underneath. The specific protective effect of this heart guard needs to be identified and tested after returning to Blue Star, but no matter what, putting it on the chest can protect against many sneak attacks. Let's go and continue our journey to explore the Yuan invaders' village ahead. Sui put on his coat again and said with high spirits. The most important thing right now is to take advantage of the time difference while the Yuan invaders in the village are still unaware of the death of the 6 men and horses and catch them off guard. Otherwise, after a few hours, even if the leader of the Yuan invaders in the village had a low IQ, he would realize that the 6 horses that came to investigate must have died. Lan Yueying nodded, and her ideas once again coincided with Su Yi's. Under the cover of night, the 2 men, one on the left and one on the right, bent down and groped their way towards the village in the wheat field. The closer we got to the village, the clearer the sounds of gongs and drums became. When the 2 of them reached the junction of the wheat field and the village, Sui was surprised to find that the situation here was not quite the same as he had previously imagined. There is a buffer zone of several hundred meters between the wheat fields and the village houses. This should be an open area deliberately left to prevent the enemy from launching a direct attack from the wheat fields. It was the busy farming season, and there were 5 or 6 threshing grounds scattered around this open area. Each threshing ground had some wheat drying on it, and a scarecrow was tied in the middle of the wheat to drive away birds and beasts. But what is outrageous is that there are no Yuan invaders sentinels on guard in this huge open area, not even a single person or horse. At the same time, the sound of gongs and drums coming from the center of the village was extremely loud, which always made people feel a little weird. Is this the empty city strategy? Sui turned his head and asked the question to Lan Yueying. He didn't know much about the intelligence and behavioral habits of the Yuan invaders, so at this time, he still had to rely on Lan Yueying to make judgments. But he didn't wait for Lan Yueying's answer, but saw Lan Yueying's pupils shrinking. Sui rolled to the left instantly, fearing that if he was a little slower, he would become the victim of the Yuan invader's knife that attacked him from behind. Roll, stand up, be alert, all in one go. But when he turned his head to look in the direction he had just turned his back to, he did not see the Yuan invaders holding sharp blades and preparing to launch a sneak attack as he had imagined. He looked at Lan Yueying in confusion. Lan Yueying pointed to a threshing floor, or to be more precise, to the scarecrow covered with fur in the middle of the threshing floor. That scarecrow is made of human skin. Human skin? Sui followed the instructions and looked at the scarecrow. An autumn wind blew, and several scarecrows covered with human skin rustled in the breeze. Accompanied by the deafening drum sound coming from the center of the village, it seemed very creepy. Chapter 47, Peeling the Grass. Sui swallowed his saliva. Well, Yueying, you don't have to be afraid. I'm here. I'm not scared, I'm shocked. Lan Yueying shook her head and slowly walked towards the scarecrow. Sui was stunned. Constricted pupils do not necessarily indicate fear, they can also indicate shock or nervousness. It was just that he had killed 6 men not long ago and had just witnessed the empty city strategy, so he almost instinctively thought that there were Yuan invaders launching a sneak attack from behind. While he was stunned, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Lan Yueying, who had walked to the scarecrow without him noticing. He gritted his teeth, not caring whether there were any Yuan invaders lying in ambush in secret, and walked to Lan Yueying with his head held high. After observing them closely, Sui felt that these scarecrows were even more creepy. Some straw flowed out of their empty eye sockets, as if silently accusing them of their tragic experiences in life. I can confirm that these are human skins. Lan Yueying's voice was very affirmative. You mean, someone discovered this Yuenko plane before us? Sui suppressed the fear in his heart, and reason finally took over again. It was not until then that he realized where the shock in Lan Yueying's eyes came from. This is the Yuan invader plane. If these scarecrows are covered with human skin, it means that humans have visited here before. Maybe we can find a way to return early instead of waiting passively for rescue. That's what I was thinking just now, but unfortunately, these human skins should be from the indigenous people of this Yuenko continent. Lan Yueying shook her head. I just took a closer look. The texture of these human skins is somewhat different from that of humans in the main universe. More importantly, there are 2 irregular holes on the top of their heads. They must have been influenced by the Yuan invaders. There are 2 horns growing above their foreheads. After hearing this long list of analysis, Sui felt a little regretful at first, and then he couldn't help but stand in awe. Although he did not feel much psychological pressure about killing people, he really did not want to watch the horrifying scene of skinning and strawing. Lan Yueying, his childhood sweetheart, usually seems like an iceberg, keeping a low profile. But now she can observe things so carefully, and her psychological quality is even better than his. I took a medical course in my freshman year of high school. I've seen everything from rabbits to cadavers. As if she noticed Suyi's surprise, Lan Yueying casually explained. Suyi nodded repeatedly. The elective courses that Lan Yueying mentioned are the regular elective courses of Donghai No. 1 Middle School. Their purpose is to enable students with less awakening talents to find a relatively decent job after entering the society. After all, Blue Star has been peaceful for a long time, and quite a number of swordmasters and sword girls with less talent will choose to be ordinary people and engage in daily logistical work. As for what practical skills Sui chose to take, the answer is none. That year, he applied to the school for exemption from the course. At that time, Sui had not yet traveled through time. His original body was only thinking about succeeding in cultivation and then finding his missing parents, leaving no way out for himself. When Sui traveled through time and space, the day for awakening his talent was approaching, so he naturally became one of the very few students in Donghai No. 1 Middle School who did not choose practical courses. Ahem, let's go into the village first. If they are truly native humans from this dimension, we can kidnap one and interrogate him for information. Sui coughed twice and took the initiative to change the subject. After all, applying for exemption from courses is not an honorable thing, and he doesn't want Lan Yueying to know. Good. Lan Yueying didn't notice anything unusual. She was anxious to find out whether these human skins were the indigenous people of this plane. Even if Sui didn't tell her, she would have suggested going into the village to find out. As another thatched hut became empty, Sui and Lan Yueying couldn't help but look at each other. How about we change our plan and go directly to the center of the village to see what these Yuan invaders are up to? Sui expressed his opinion tentatively. Listening to the constant sounds of gongs and drums coming from the center of the village, he couldn't think clearly and felt upset. According to Lan Yueying's previous plan, they should start from the edge of the village and defeat them one by one, kill as many lone soldiers as possible, and finally go to the center of the village to find out what's going on. Unexpectedly, they had already entered more than 30 thatched houses and searched all the houses on the edge of the village, but they did not even see the shadow of the Yuan invaders or indigenous people. Sui guessed that perhaps all the Yuan invaders and humans in the village had gone to the center of the village to participate in some mysterious ceremony. If things go wrong, it might even be related to those human skins covered with straw. Good. Lan Yueying nodded and looked at Sui apologetically. She is not the kind of girl who would refuse to admit her mistakes for the sake of personal reputation. They had just circled the village for a short while, but found nothing. It was clear that if they continued like this, they wouldn't find any indigenous people by daybreak. The two of them quickly left the thatched hut and headed straight towards the center of the village. Along the way, looking at the houses and streets decorated with lights, Sui became more convinced that a grand ceremony was taking place in the center of the village. With their goal clear, the two of them sped up suddenly. In less than half a quarter of an hour, they could already hear some other noises besides the beating of gongs and drums. Suddenly, the deafening sound of gongs and drums stopped. Sui and Lan Yueying stopped at the same time. After waiting quietly for 3 seconds, the gongs and drums did not sound again. This meant that the collective activities of the Yuan invaders in the center of the village had come to an end. What to do? Lan Yueying asked in a low voice. Go inside first. We'll be easily spotted by all the Yuan invaders on the road. As Sui spoke, he pulled Lan Yueying into a stone house. His thoughts were now very clear. Since the mysterious gathering in the center of the village had ended, there were more means available at this time than just a violent attack. They could completely follow Lan Yueying's previous idea and use the information gap to kill some Yuan invaders first. However, when he closed the carved door and looked inside the room, the first thing that caught his eye was a spacious carved rosewood bed. The bed was covered with a brocade quilt embroidered with a pattern of mandarin ducks playing in the water. It was soft and smooth, and exuded a faint fragrance. Beside the bed stood a pair of exquisite mahogany bedside tables, each with a glass lamp on it. The light shone through the lampshades, casting a soft, bright red glow. Sui thought of a possibility. He suddenly looked at the other furnishings in the stone house, wanting to verify his guess. In the center of the room is a round sandalwood table with a tabletop inlaid with beautiful jade, surrounded by 2 carved chairs. There was a copper kettle and 2 crystal wine glasses on the table. The wine glasses were crystal clear and exuded an attractive luster. They're actually preparing a wedding wine ceremony. These Yuan invaders really know how to enjoy themselves. Su Yi's words came out of his mouth. Chapter 48, Pleasure of Body and Mind. Looking at the furnishings in the house, it is clearly a bridal chamber. Su Yi understood a lot of things in an instant. The sound of gongs and drums coming from the center of the village was probably not some mysterious ceremony as he had previously thought, but rather the wedding of a prominent Yuan invader. It was precisely because of the Yuan invader's wedding that Jiang'a, several miles away, was preserved and avoided large-scale harassment and attacks in the first place. It's really enjoyable. Lan Yueying nodded, agreeing with Su Yi's opinion. She walked to the side of the wall and opened a huge wardrobe, and all kinds of gorgeous clothes came into view. Not far from the wardrobe, a dressing table was filled with gold and silver jewelry and rouge and powder. The mirror was polished to a smooth mirror, clearly reflecting everything in the room. If you like it, we'll decorate the old villa in this style when we return to Blue Star. Su Yi relaxed a little and said to Lan Yueying with a smile. Now that we have decided on the strategy of waiting for something to happen, we will have much more time and can chat with Lan Yueying. I really like it. Whether it's the decoration of this wedding room or these jewelry and clothes, I think they are all very beautiful. It's a pity that ordinary items in the Yuenko plane will turn into nothingness if taken out. I can only enjoy it here. Lan Yueying picked up a ring and gestured at herself, but in the end she didn't even put it on and put it back on the dressing table. That's not difficult. Just write down the styles of these jewelry and clothes, and we can customize a set when we get out. Su Yi patted his chest and agreed immediately. You're just bragging. Are you planning to borrow Chang'in and Yunair's money to buy me jewelry, and then repay them with your body? Lan Yueying turned around and joked to Su Yi. These days, Blue Star has enjoyed peace for a long time, and the prices of luxury items such as jewelry are even higher than those of low-level awakener items. If you want to customize hundreds of high-standard jewelry on Blue Star, you will have to pay at least tens of millions of credit points. Although this figure is not out of reach for the two, the problem is that jewelry is purely a luxury and cannot bring any improvement in strength. Even if Su Yi was really rich enough to buy it, she would not accept it. It's not impossible. After all, they are both pretty good looking. I won't suffer any loss if I use my body to pay for it. I'm even looking forward to it. Su Yi pretended to think seriously and said to Lan Yueying with a wink. Using Jian Yang's money to buy jewelry for another Jian Yang, this kind of a transfer payment behavior is indeed a bit abstract, and Su Yi can't do it. But this did not prevent him and Lan Yueying from using this matter to pull each other and to please their bodies and minds at the same time. Forget it, though. Giving you up for jewelry is like missing the point. Lan Yueying glared at Su Yi and said with a pout. She was 100% sure that Su Yi must have seen her inner quirk in Jiang'a, otherwise he would never dare to play such a joke on her. Oh, Yueying, do you mean to wear these jewels for me to see? Su Yi seized the truth in Lan Yueying's words and pressed on. He wanted to see how Lan Yueying would react to this verbal loophole. Unexpectedly, Lan Yueying responded very calmly. Of course. Women dress to please themselves. If I don't wear jewelry for you to see, then is it for me to look at myself in the mirror? Su Yi was stunned for a moment, then he felt secretly happy. I never expected that Lan Yueying would express her love openly. This is simply too unfair. Coupled with the cold expression on Lan Yueying's face, there is always a dreamy and unreal feeling. I didn't hear you clearly just now, Yueying, what did you say? I told you I dressed up so you would praise me and admire me. Did you hear me clearly this time? Lan Yueying deliberately slowed down her pace, and her voice was very pleasant. The girl's love words were so cheesy that Su Yi felt extremely happy. He was very moved and, considering the girl's inner quirks, decided to fight poison with poison and give Lan Yueying some poisonous chicken soup to try. In fact, putting on makeup and dressing up doesn't necessarily have to be for others, it can also be to please yourself. Stop, stop, stop. Don't try to trick me with this. Lan Yueying rolled her eyes at Su Yi. Humans are social creatures. I dress up carefully just to see the surprise and admiration in your eyes. If you continue to be so hypocritical, I won't bother to dress up anymore. Su Yi chose to keep quiet. As soon as Lan Yueying said this, he knew that it was impossible for him to drink the poisonous chicken soup. As for how to improve Lan Yueying's inner quirks, we still need to think about it in the long run. Just as Su Yi was thinking actively, Lan Yueying called his name again. Su Yi, you said. What's wrong? Su Yi temporarily returned to reality from his long-term plan to transform the girl's thoughts. If you could leave this plane alone with Chang'in or He Yuner and return to Blue Star, would you go? The girl asked Sui a question hesitantly. Of course not. Sui looked at Lan Yueying and answered firmly. You just know how to make me happy. Lan Yueying smiled sweetly, obviously not taking Sui's answer as the truth. I'm serious. Sui walked quickly to Lan Yueying, held her hand and said in a deep voice. Don't do anything stupid. Didn't Chang'in say that within a year at most, the Federation's high-level combat forces would be able to find us? However, the girl did not show any emotion as Sui had expected. She also held Sui's hand tightly, with a smile on her face, but her tone was still firm. I'm just listing one possibility. If we really encounter the invincible Yuan invaders, you must leave. Otherwise, there will be no one to avenge me. Just as Sui was about to express his determination to live and die with the girl, a slender white index finger rested on his lips. Don't get excited. If you die, neither Chang'in, Yuner, nor I will survive. This is an objective condition, and we must face it. Sui took away the girl's fingers, took a deep breath, and felt a little toothache. It was obvious that Lan Yueying in front of him did not speak on a whim, but said this to him after careful consideration. But he absolutely couldn't give up Jian Yang and escape back to Blue Star alone like a deserter. After a moment of silence, Sui sighed and decided to change the topic. We're about to fight, can you say something auspicious? Sure. Lan Yueying nodded and smiled again. Then how about we get married right away if we return to Blue Star safely this time? Can you please stop setting flags? Su Yi's face turned green. When he heard this kind of talk before the war, he always felt like he was watching a romance drama. According to the development routine of romance dramas, he and Lan Yueying are probably about to encounter an accident. Chapter 49, Female Centaur, Male Bride. Okay, I won't say anymore. You must remember what I just said. Lan Yueying chuckled and held Su Yi's left hand. It was obvious that what she just said was intentional. Sui thought to himself, it's better to believe it than not to believe it. In any case, it's better to say less of such unlucky words. But before he could refute, a dull thud sounded behind him. The wooden door cracked open with a sound, and a groom with green light in his eyes, surrounded by many armored soldiers, was about to charge into the door. Sui's heart skipped a beat, thinking that the situation was not good. It seems that these people had already discovered that they were hiding here, and now they are coming in large numbers and well prepared. Sui suppressed his emotions, exchanged a glance with Lan Yueying, and instantly grasped the Qingxuang sword in his hand. Since the plan of defeating them one by one has failed, he will fight his way out and leave all these troops here. He took a rough look and found that the current situation did not seem to be too serious. Except for the bridegroom on the front who was quite threatening, the strength of the rest of the troops was basically the same as the 6 reconnaissance Yuan invaders encountered on the road. #@. Accompanied by an ambiguous roar, the groom and the 2 armored horses behind him rushed towards Sui. Taking this opportunity, Sui also saw the appearance of the groom clearly. To be honest, calling it groom doesn't seem quite appropriate. It was an unusually tall female centaur, exuding a wild aura from head to toe. Its muscles were taut and full of strength, and its scarlet hair was mostly hidden under red satin embroidered with dragon and phoenix patterns. It held a large ring-handled sword in its upper body, and its face was filled with anger. The reason why Sui could tell at a glance that it was a female was because its body was too eye-catching. The 2 mammary organs on its chest were like 2 huge tumors, making it possible to tell its gender at a glance. Sui almost vomited. The stench of the Yuan invaders emanating from this horse was so strong that it made him feel like he had entered a public dry toilet. No wonder the Yuan invaders have so many different appearances, and quite a few of them conform to human aesthetics, but for thousands of years no swordsman has ever paid any attention to them. I think that in addition to the 1,000-year-old blood feud, the stench of the Yuan invaders is definitely also a contributing factor. No matter how much a Yuan invader conforms to human aesthetics visually, as long as humans smell the stench, they will immediately realize the filthy nature of the Yuan invader. For example, right now. Sui endured the smell so strong that it made him want to vomit, activated the sword energy in his body, and quickly swung 5 sword energies at the groom. The aura of this female centaur was far stronger than any other centaur. Sui even felt a sense of threat from it. But fortunately, although it was unintentional at this moment, it unexpectedly took advantage of the terrain. The entrance was already narrow, and the 5 sword energies whistled away, and the 3 men and horses were almost unstoppable. As long as this centaur is hit, all threats will become a thing of the past. @$%. The groom was angry. With its free left hand, it grabbed the unlucky horse beside it, lifted it up, and then threw it towards the sword energy, wanting to use the life of this unlucky horse in exchange for its own safety. Phew! 5 sword energies penetrated into the body, and the armored centaur instantly became invisible. The next moment, as the scapegoat's body disintegrated, the sword energy slowed down slightly, but still headed straight towards the groom. Seeing this, the groom suddenly exerted force with all 4 hooves and leaped to the left. His instantaneous speed actually surpassed the sword energy, which had slowed down its flying speed. After smashing many exquisite furnishings and decorations, he finally narrowly avoided the deadly sword energy. But when it dodged, all the armored soldiers behind it suffered. Large groups of Yuan invaders did not even have time to scream before they turned into ashes under the sword energy. More importantly, Sui was well aware of the principle of beating a drowning dog hard, and before it could catch its breath, 5 more sword energies flew towards it. At this moment, the bridegroom has lost his old strength and has not yet gained new strength. He has settled in a corner of the stone house. He is crying out to heaven and earth, but no one can help him. With no chance of escape, he did not retreat but advanced instead and threw the ring-handled broadsword in his hand at Sui. With a click sound, Sui brushed past the ring-handled broadsword, leaving a long blood mark on his right arm from the shoulder to the back of his hand, which looked very creepy. Sui ignored the injury on his right arm. He first looked at the bridegroom, and after witnessing the leader of the Yuan invaders being reduced to ashes, he shifted his gaze to the many people outside the door. With the death of the groom, the group of people and horses fell into chaos in an instant. Many of the people crowded in the front wanted to move away from Sui and the Qingxuang sword in his hand, but some of the people relatively behind wanted to attack Sui with roars. Accompanied by a series of chaotic roars in Sui's ears, before he could make a move, this group of armored men had already collapsed without a fight. Suyaik was in no mood to care about why these Yuan invaders were fighting among themselves. He sensed the remaining sword energy in his body and swung his sword energy at them without hesitation. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter, each running in different directions. In less than a quarter of an hour, the situation was completely reversed. Sui strolled leisurely across the wooden door with the Qingxuang sword in his hand, continuously swinging his sword energy to chase the many heavily armored soldiers who were fleeing in all directions. It looked like he was traveling rather than fighting. However, he did not kill innocent people indiscriminately. His sword energy was only aimed at those who were fleeing for their lives. As for the humans who were squatting on the ground with their heads in their hands, they were spared. As the last Yuan invader turned into ashes under the stimulation of sword energy, Sui finally breathed a sigh of relief. Sui looked at those humans who were squatting on the ground with their heads in their hands, with almost no disgust on their faces. These humans look almost identical to humans on Blue Planet and even in the main universe. The only difference is that they have 2 horns on their foreheads, making them look like 2-dimensional cosplayers. Sui's gaze passed over the group of humans dressed in tattered cloths and soon locked onto a bride covered with a red veil. He was a little hesitant, not knowing whether he should send this human bride on the journey as well. The next moment, the bride took the initiative to lift the red veil. Sui was stunned. Under the red veil, there was not a peerless beauty so beautiful that it took one's breath away, nor was there an ugly woman so ugly that it was inhumane, but an ordinary middle-aged man. If we must say what makes the bride different from others, it is that she has no horns on her head, which makes her stand out among the humans who have 2 horns. Chapter 50 Master of Disguise. A man as a bride? Sui felt that his mind was unable to react for a moment. But soon, he felt that the scene before him seemed unexpectedly reasonable. After all, if female centaurs are treated as grooms, it seems natural for men to become brides. Thank you, At. The middle-aged man was wearing Shoha clothing and cautiously spoke some obscure characters to Sui. Sui scratched his head. Obviously, these humans with horns on their foreheads do not speak the common language of humans in the main universe, but the pronunciation of some characters is almost the same as the current standard pronunciation of the common language of humans. This means that Sui cannot judge whether these humans are descendants of the unlucky people who entered this dimension before, or native indigenous people of this Yuenko continent. If it was the former, it would be fine. But if it was the latter, Sui really wouldn't dare to let them go easily. After all, he and Chang'in had agreed to return to Jang'a as soon as possible. If he returned with such a large group of people, it would inevitably be a risk of inviting a tiger into the house for everyone in Jang'a. But if we leave all these people here, no one can guarantee that they will not take the opportunity to inform the surrounding Yuan invaders. Sui didn't want to wake up tomorrow to find the entire Jang'a surrounded by Yuan invaders. While hesitating, Sui suddenly thought of something. He looked around at the crowd of people squatting on the ground with their heads in their hands. He saw that these people had expressions of fear and gratitude in their eyes, and were secretly looking at him and the middle-aged bride. Now Sui felt relieved. It seems that the relationship between these humans and the centaurs is not as harmonious as he had previously imagined, and it even seems to be somewhat incompatible. Otherwise, if he killed all the people in the village with just his sword, even if they didn't scatter, they would look at him with fear. In this way, there is no need to worry about these humans rebelling and attacking everyone in Janga. However, how to solve the communication problems between the two parties is another matter. After thinking about it, Sui felt that these logistical and management issues were too beyond his scope. He decided to ask Lan Yueying for her opinion. As light and shadow intertwined, the Qingxuang sword in his hand turned into Lan Yueying. Is this the indigenous human? Lan Yueying did not pay attention to Sui immediately, but walked up to several humans who were squatting with their heads in their hands and observed them carefully. No wonder those scarecrows at the village entrance have 2 notches on their foreheads. Turns out they really do have 2 horns. It would be great if I could dissect one and see if there are any significant differences in their anatomy. Sui's mouth twitched suddenly. Lan Yueying's tone of observation and evaluation was almost the same as when she was selecting livestock. Fortunately, the two sides currently have poor language communication, otherwise, even if these humans did not want a riot, they would be thrown into chaos by Lan Yueying's words. Stop playing around and help me figure out how to deal with these people. That's easy. Lan Yueying stood up again and pointed at the middle-aged bride and said lightly. Bringing this back to Janga will not only deter the villagers from taking any rash actions, but also allow Chang'an to match the language model and reverse engineer the meaning of their speech. Are you sure you can do it? Sui cast a suspicious look. He did not doubt the effectiveness of using the emperor to command the princes, but doubted the feasibility of reverse engineering the language. Of course you can. There are only tens of thousands of different vocal intonations that humans can produce. As long as Chang'an has the corpus and supercomputer, she can always crack it by force. Okay, let's go now. Sui did not hesitate. He pushed the middle-aged man in the red Showa suit, and the man immediately cooperated and walked forward. Lan Yueying looked around and nodded. It's a pity that there's no way to collect the sword dust from so many Yuan invaders. It's just wasted. Sui glanced at the humans squatting around him and found that they were still squatting in the same place and dared not move, so he quickly walked towards Janga. As for the many humans, they watched Sui walk farther and farther away, and only dared to stand up tremblingly until he completely disappeared from their sight. In the endless wheat fields. The middle-aged bride walked in front consciously, while Sui and Lan Yueying followed from a distance and watched from behind. However, nothing unexpected happened. Sui, tell me, why did this person marry a centaur? Is it related to their social ideology? Lan Yueying picked up an ear of wheat at random, put the fragrant wheat grains into her mouth to taste them, and chatted with Sui out of boredom. It's possible, but maybe he just has the same hobby as Su Xian. Sui told a joke. Lan Yueying didn't reply. Just when Sui thought she didn't understand the joke, Lan Yueying's voice of pretended surprise reached his ears. Your last name is Su, just like Su Xian. You wouldn't be interested in people and horses, would you? Then your thoughts are too dangerous. How is that possible? Sui felt that his character had been slandered. Perhaps there is a very small number of swordmasters who are fond of furue or even like real animals, but Sui is obviously not among them. His XP system is very simple and can only accommodate conventional pure love types such as girls, mature women, and lowly, but does not include bestiality. What's more, these centaurs are not animals, they are real Yuan invaders. Any normal person would feel a nauseous feeling from them that comes from a deep blood feud. Just as Sui was about to start arguing, the bride in front stopped. Sui looked around and saw a wheat field that had just been cleared not far away. Behind the open space, an 8-story building stood quietly in the darkness. It was the Janga building that the two had left at dusk. At this moment, 2 girls were standing in the middle of the open space, holding hands and looking at Sui like a husband waiting rock. When their eyes met, Sui unconsciously quickened his pace. Standing in front of Chang'an, Sui wanted to explain why he was late. Unexpectedly, Chang'an smiled sweetly and took the initiative to bring the topic to her side. I'm glad you're back. I wanted to let Yuna go to bed first, but she insisted on waiting here for you, so we had no choice but to wait here together. Sui and Yueying are still out there, their lives uncertain. How can I sleep? He Yuner immediately retorted, obviously very dissatisfied with Cheng Yin's words. However, despite saying this, the two girls still held hands and looked like best friends bickering. Sui smiled, reached out and pinched He Yuner's left cheek, and his mood instantly improved. Don't make the situation sound so serious. I've already wiped out all the Yuan invaders in the village ahead. Zhang won't have to worry about encountering cavalry anytime soon. Killed them all? He Yuner exclaimed. Of course. I even discovered quite a few indigenous people. I brought one back with me and plan to have Chang'in try to reverse engineer their language. Hearing He Yuner's tone of half surprise and half admiration, Sui pointed at the middle-aged man with great satisfaction. Everyone's eyes were focused on the middle-aged man in Shoha clothes, and they looked at this indigenous human in Shoha clothes. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man showed an ecstatic look and spoke a sentence in the federal common language. I'm not a native of this plane. I'm a citizen of the Human Federation and a swordsman of the Yi family. Chapter 51 Grassland Customs. In an instant, Sui's face changed drastically. He is clearly a native of this continent, but he actually speaks the common language of the Federation. It feels as scary as if the doll you bought suddenly starts talking. Seeing that the middle-aged man was about to approach the crowd, Sui decisively scolded him. Stand still and answer my questions. The middle-aged man suddenly stopped and raised his hands to everyone. Sui felt a little relieved and gave up the idea of slashing with sword energy. He asked loudly to the middle-aged man. Since you are not a native of this plane, why didn't you identify yourself in the village just now, and why are you suddenly speaking now? The women on the side also looked sideways. Sui's question was exactly what they wanted to ask at the moment. If the middle-aged man was really a Federation swordsman who had accidentally stranded on this continent, why didn't he reveal his identity to Sui earlier, but only spoke out after returning to Jang'a? No matter how you look at it, there are big problems here. I don't want the people in the village to see the flaw. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment and gave an answer in halting common language. The people in the village are all native to this continent. You just saw them in the village. They all have dragon horns on their heads, unlike us. Sui thought for a moment and remembered a few details he had just noted down in the village. Those indigenous humans did seem to have two horns on their heads, but the middle-aged man in front of him, wearing a bridal dress, looked not much different from a blue star person. It's just that the bright red Shoha dress was so eye-catching that he forgot all the subtle differences. Go on, tell me how you got into this dimension, where is your sword girl, and what's with the clothes you're wearing? Little brother, I think you have only just reached the level of a second-level swordsman. I was a fifth-level swordsman. The middle-aged man was stunned, put down his raised hands, and tried to change the subject. Stop talking nonsense. Sui frowned, he was still very suspicious of the man in front of him. Okay, I'll tell you. The middle-aged man wisely raised his hands again. 43 years ago, the dimensional teleportation array that my two lovers and I were riding in malfunctioned. They both died on the spot, and I was also seriously injured. My strength has been declining ever since. About 20 years ago, I could no longer sense the sword energy in my body. As for why I wear this. The middle-aged man paused, as if he was afraid that he would really die by the sword, and continued speaking intermittently. This is the custom of this plane, or more precisely, the custom of this grassland. Custom? Sui immediately thought of many female fantasy works. Could it be that these centaurs also have a completely reversed gender system, just like in those fantasy works? Yes, it's a grassland custom. The grasslands are sparsely populated, and they're constantly at war with the empire to the south. To ensure reproduction, these centaurs often select men without dragon blood from human villages as brides, marrying one of their own. The middle-aged man's words answered Sui's doubts. The truth was exactly the opposite of what he imagined. These centaurs were not the female-dominated society in postmodern fantasy works, but were rather pre-modern. Just as he was thinking about what questions to ask next, several rays of light shone from the direction of Jang'a. These strong lights were particularly eye-catching under the cover of night. Sui instinctively turned his head to look, and saw that the light sources were from several ordinary people, who were running towards him with strong flashlights. Sister Chang'in has organized all the receptionists at Jang'a and is preparing to have them take turns keeping watch at night to prevent any night attacks. He Yuner's explanation came as expected. Sui nodded, secretly marveling at Chang Yin's organizational skills. Just a few hours ago, these ordinary people who had never entered the Yuenko dimension were still in a state of frightened birds. Now, although these people are still unable to confront the weakest Yuan invaders head-on, they have obviously regained their courage and rationality, and finally have some appearance of surviving in the wilderness.
May I have your name?
Just as Sui was looking at the light source, Chang'in beside him took over the task of interrogating the middle-aged man. In order to prevent Hyuner from feeling left out, Sui still looked at those ordinary people who mustered up the courage, but his attention shifted to his ears. He was also very interested in the middle-aged man's name, but he had not completely dispelled his suspicion on him and had no time to ask. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man was stunned for a moment, and after a while he suddenly squatted on the ground with his head in his hands. It was obvious that his spirit was not very stable.
My name?
Yi,
I can't remember it. I really can't remember it.
Hearing this, Suyi's gaze instantly returned to the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man's answers to all the questions were flawless, and his vigilance towards him eased a little. Unexpectedly, Chang Yin's simple question caused the middle-aged man's suspicion, which had already been greatly reduced, to soar rapidly. He explained every detail clearly, but he couldn't remember his own name.
No matter how you looked at it, it seemed like someone was impersonating him. So what are the names of your two sword ladies?
Just as Sui was hesitating whether to swing his sword at the middle-aged man, Chang Yin did not show too much surprise and asked another question to the middle-aged man who was holding his head and wailing.
Yun Ruyan and Yi Guqing, I will never forget their names.
The middle-aged man suddenly became extremely excited. He stood up straight again and tore off his red Showa suit.
Sui was a little stunned and couldn't help but look at Chang Yin with admiration.
In just 2 sentences, the middle-aged man experienced a mental journey from heaven to hell and then back to heaven.
This interrogation technique can definitely compete with that of criminal investigators.
However, Chang Yin did not respond to his gaze. Instead, she took out a small electronic chip from the space ring and put it into her personal terminal for reading. After a moment, she raised her head.
I found it.
Facing Suyi's slightly puzzled look, Chang Yin cleared her throat and read out the information she had found in a steady voice.
Yun Ruyan, the second daughter of the Yun family patriarch Yi Guqing, a genius from the Yi family's side branch.
The 2 women have indeed contracted with Yi Fei, the main branch of the Yi family.
This is basically consistent with his testimony. Yi Fei.
This was the first time Sui learned the middle-aged man's name, and he always felt that this name had the feeling of a male protagonist in a romance novel. But unfortunately, Yi Fei disappeared in the 570th year of the new era.
He was 27 years old at the time.
A full 430 years have passed since then, and the Federation has undergone tremendous changes.
Chang Yin revealed more information in a somewhat regretful voice. Chapter 52 Sleepy Black Tea. You mean, he's almost 500 years old?
That's the theoretical life expectancy for a swordmaster.
Sui immediately raised the question.
Under normal circumstances, a 5th-level swordsman, as the backbone of the human federation, has a maximum lifespan of only about 200 years. If the Yi Fei in front of him was really over 400 years old, he should have turned into a handful of yellow earth long ago and should not look like a middle-aged man at all.
You're right. The lifespan of a 5th-rank swordsman is only about 200 years at most.
But you're ignoring the fact that we're now in the Yuenko plane. Chang Yin stretched out her left hand, which was holding the personal terminal, in front of Sui and answered his questions in her usual patient tone.
The speed of time here is not consistent with that of the main universe.
According to Yi Fei's calculations, the speed of time in the main universe should be about 10 times faster than here.
So, we only have to wait a month before we might be rescued?
Sui quickly realized the biggest impact of the difference in the speed of time flow.
Chang Yin nodded.
As she nodded, everyone present fell into deep thought. Sui was somewhat reluctant to leave the terrifying concentration of sword energy here, which was almost unbearable, but considering the safety issue, he was still quite satisfied that he could return to Blue Star early. Lan Yueying looked at Chang Yin, opened her mouth, and frowned with doubt, wanting to mention the abnormal behavior she saw during the day, but in the end she said nothing. Only Hyuner breathed a sigh of relief. She calmly stuffed something deeper into her sleeve, fearing that Sui and the other girls would see it. As for Chang Yin herself, she was worried that the white lies she had woven for everyone would be exposed in advance. If the Sword Emperors of the Federation really did not have the courage to explore this Yuenko continent, then she would have to leave everyone behind with Sui in a month. For a moment, everyone had different thoughts and the scene fell into silence. Ahem, you two, take Yi Fei back to Jiang'a first, and let him sleep in the newly vacated room number 9 tonight.
Chang Yin was the first to come out of her dilemma.
She coughed twice and directed 2 patrol members to bring Yifei back to Jiang'a first. The 2 patrol members immediately understood. Room number 9 is an ordinary reception room that was just vacated today. After a simple modification, it has become a temporary cell. Now that Changyin asked to take Yifei to room 9, they instantly understood the status of this strangely dressed middle-aged man. As the 2 men pressed Yifei away, only Sui and his 3 sword ladies were left at the scene. It's getting late. Sui, you, Yueying, and Yuner should go to bed first. Yuner and I will take turns keeping watch tonight. Changyin didn't let the atmosphere remain silent for too long. In just a few words, she made everything clear for everyone. Keep watch? Sui looked at the lights that occasionally lit up around him, then turned to look at Changyin. He didn't say anything, but his meaning was clear. There are at least 5 or 6 independent patrol teams stationed outside Jiang'a. Changyin doesn't need to keep watch in person and can just sleep with them. No, they are just ordinary people after all. If a mid-level Yuan invader attacks, they won't even have a chance to sound the alarm. Changyin understood Sui's thoughts, but still shook her head slightly and turned on the high-intensity flashlight in her hand. Then let me keep watch. You can have a good night's rest first. Sui thought about it and felt that what Changyin said made sense. After all, these patrol members are just ordinary people. They are good at guarding ordinary cavalry, but if they are attacked by higher-level Yuan invaders, they will probably die under the butcher's knife before they even find the enemy. However, this does not mean that he agrees to let Changyin be responsible for the night watch. Changyin will be responsible for the overall command of everyone in Jiang'a in the future, and staying up late every day will ruin her health. No. Any of us 3 can take charge of the night watch, but you can't. Changyin righteously rejected Sui's proposal, pushed Yuner into Sui's arms, and signaled her to take Sui back to Jiang'a. You must stay alert at night, otherwise your daytime training efficiency will decrease, and our chances of success when facing Yuan invaders in the future will be reduced. Now Sui had nothing to say. Changyin was telling the truth. Although he had completely eliminated the threat to the village not far away, there were still many potential threats on this grassland. He had to seize every opportunity to improve his strength. He looked at Changyin and walked to Yuner's side, which was considered as his tacit agreement with Changyin's decision. By the way, don't leave yet. Changyin suddenly spoke again. She put the flashlight under her feet, took out 3 red packaged cans from the space ring, and handed them to Sui and the other 2. Drink a little before going to bed, and you will have a good night's sleep. What kind of drink is this? Sui looked at the can in his hand, which didn't even have a name engraved on the packaging, and asked curiously. He had indeed heard that warm milk and honey water were helpful for sleep quality, but he never expected that Changyin would use the precious ring space to store these drinks that improved the quality of life. I can only say that they are worthy of being a 1,000-year-old family. While others try their best to pile up more useful strategic items and space equipment, Changyin is already generous enough to use it to carry daily necessities. It's actually sleepy black tea. I let you drink it so that you can do bad things at night. Changyin didn't explain, but made a joke seriously. Sui was stunned for a moment, but also responded without showing any weakness. Okay, wait until the second half of the night when Yuner is on duty, and remember to come over and do bad things to me. Anyway, with your beauty, Changyin, I won't suffer any loss even in my dreams. After saying that, he immediately opened the pull ring and drank it all without hesitation. After the drink went down his throat, Sui took a sip of his lips with some aftertaste. Only then did he realize that what Changyin handed to the 3 people was not the common sleeping milk or honey on the market, but a light and refreshing taste similar to herbal tea. He turned his head to ask Changyin the name of the drink, but unexpectedly heard Lan Yueying's meaningful voice. Why, do you really want to drink Changyin's sleepy black tea? Ahem, since ancient times, tricks cannot keep people, only affection can win people's hearts. I was just joking with Changyin. Sui felt a little panicked. The smell of vinegar in the air reminded him of an anime protagonist with the surname Ito. He thought he was an upright person and didn't want to end up like Chen Gu. But Sui, your flirting tactics are too embarrassing. Also, there's a saying that goes, deep affection can't be retained, only tricks can win people's hearts. Just when cold sweat was about to break out on Sui's forehead, Yuner suddenly laughed. Her laughter dispelled the jealousy in the air and attracted the attention of the 3 people. Hey, what are you 3 looking at me for? It's none of your business. Go to bed. Changyin casually turned the page of the conversation between the few people, pushed Lan Yueying into Sui's arms, and winked at Sui. Su-yi felt a little guilty. He didn't dare to respond to Chang Yin, but instead cast a grateful look at Hyunur in his arms. Although Hyunur is usually very unreliable, her actions just now were a great assist, successfully preventing the further spread of the Shura field atmosphere. However, the crisis was only temporarily resolved. Sui knew in his heart that he had to treat everyone equally in the future, so as to avoid receiving a sudden invitation from Lan Yueying to the rooftop for a chat one day. Chapter 53 Mandarin Ducks Playing in the Water? Sui held Lan Yueying's hand and followed Chang Yin into Jiangya again. At this time, the interior of Jiangya had been attacked by spatial turbulence. Although it had been rescued and cleaned up for a day, many places still looked like broken walls and tiles, not to mention the restoration of its magnificent and luxurious style. The three of them quickly walked into a corridor. The delicate colored lights on both sides of the corridor had long been damaged, leaving only the emergency power supply still emitting a dim green light. Part of the lime on the wall peeled off due to the overall collapse of Jiangya, revealing mottled marks, which looked like hideous faces under the green light. Due to the damage to the circuit, the originally beautifully installed elevator could not be put into use normally, so the three people had to grope in the dark and take the stairs. At the corner of the stairs, darkness piled up into thick masses, as if some terrifying existence was lurking. Sui felt a little uneasy when he saw this. However, after touching Lan Yueying's palm, which was as soft and delicate as mutton fat jade, he mustered up courage again. After turning several times, Chang Yin stopped in front of a wooden door with a traditional door lock structure. She put her hand on the door handle and pressed it down gently. With a click, the bedroom door opened. However, she did not push the door open directly, but turned around and smiled at Sui. "This is it, let's go in and take a look." Sui gently pushed open the door, and the smell of disinfectant instantly hit his nose. "How is it? This bedroom was just vacated not long ago. Sister Chang Yin specially asked me to disinfect it again. It's very clean, right?" Hyunur made some remarks that seemed to be asking for credit. "Then do Lan Yueying and I also need to be disinfected after returning from outside?" Sui thought of Chang Yin and Lan Yueying, whose hygiene requirements far exceeded those of ordinary people. According to their habit in the old villa, it was normal for them to take a bath 3 times a day, but now a lot of facilities inside Jiangya were damaged. Not to mention taking a bath, there might not even be hot water for bathing. "Of course. I need it." Hyunur paused for a long time, and seeing that there was no change in Suyi's expression, she spoke angrily. The bathing system inside Jiangya has also been severely damaged, but there is still a lot of water reserves. The bathroom next door has 2 wooden barrels that can be used for us to bathe. The 3 words Mandarin duck bath instantly popped up in Suyi's mind, and he imagined an extremely ambiguous picture. In the bathroom, a huge wooden barrel stood in the center. Steaming steam filled the air, and petals floated on the surface of the water. "Why, do you want to take a bath with us? But you will be disappointed. The wooden tub in the bathroom is not very big. It can't accommodate 2 people. There is no way to take a bath together." Hyunur seemed to see through Suyi's thoughts and smiled as she punctured the fantasy in his heart. "What nonsense are you talking about? I've never thought of it that way. I just think there's no drinkable stream nearby, so bathing in fresh water is a bit too extravagant. I'd rather just take a quick rinse." Of course, Sui would not admit it. He made excuses for himself with righteous words and even seized the moral high ground in the interests of justice. However, Hyunur did not bother with Sui at all, but directly brought up Chung Yin's name. "Sure, Yueying and I are going to take a shower soon. When we're done, you can use the remaining hot water to take a shower." Having said that, Hyunur giggled a few times, took Lan Yueying's arm, and spoke harsh words to Sui. "Of course, if you like, you can also taste the beautiful girl's bath water." Sui frowned and barely resisted the urge to grab Hyunur's neck and rush into the bathroom next door. If you don't punish him for 3 days, he will tear off the tiles. Ever since Chang Yin openly teased him, Lan Yueying learned to take the initiative first, and now Hyunur even dares to challenge his family status. If you want to fundamentally curb this malpractice, you must show a tough attitude. That's not necessary. I think you and I should go wash first. Yueying can wait a little longer. As he spoke, Sui cast a suggestive look at Lan Yueying. Lan Yueying's breathing became a little rapid, and she nodded slightly. "But, okay, you two go take a shower first, I can take a bath later." Now it was Hyunur's turn, who was holding her arm, to be dumbfounded. Hyunur looked at Lan Yueying in disbelief, and couldn't understand why Lan Yueying was willing to let her and Sui take a bath together. This is totally unscientific. Doesn't Lan Yueying have any possessiveness in her heart?
Looking at Hyunur's incredulous expression, Suyi's momentum reached a new level.
Don't hesitate, let's go, let me get to know each other more deeply.
Suyi deliberately emphasized the word deep level, which made Hyunur feel flustered.
Before Hyunur could sort out her thoughts, Suyi seized the opportunity and switched from verbal attack to physical attack. He gently pulled Hyunur's other arm, wanting to take the sorry little princess to the bathroom next door. But Hyunur's feet seemed to have taken root and stood there motionless.
Suyi pulled a little harder, and Hyunur took a small step reluctantly, tears soon welling up in her eyes.
Suyi stopped.
If you think about it carefully, it has been less than a day since he and Hyunur completed the contract, and taking a bath together is indeed beyond the tolerance of most girls. But no matter what, this kind of verbal teasing and then wiping tears when the time comes does give people the feeling of a little ghost.
With his thoughts flying, Suyi coughed twice and announced his forgiveness.
Forget it, since you don't want to, then you and Yueying go take a bath first, and let me wait a while before taking a shower.
Hyunur's face turned blue and purple, but in the end she didn't dare to argue with Suyi anymore, for fear that Suyi would really be honest with her tonight.
She recalled the memories in the VIP room and secretly regretted her behavior of teasing Suyi.
Chang Yin's teasing of Suyi today left such a deep impression on her that she had almost forgotten what happened to her in the VIP room. She thought she could also get away with it like Chang Yin. It was not until Suyi tried to pull her into the bathroom with a smile on his face that she truly realized the seriousness of the matter. After watching Lan Yueying holding Hyunur's hand and walking into the bathroom next door, Suyi finally had time to carefully take a closer look at the detailed layout of this bedroom. Since it was vacated temporarily, the bedroom is actually not very large and even seems a bit cramped and small.
Apart from a large heart-shaped bed, there was a large wardrobe and 2 bedside tables, without even a set of tables and stools.
However, although it is small, the layout and decoration are very exquisite, with pink-based wallpaper, solid wood floors, and a white quilt neatly spread on the big bed. Chapter 54: Attacking Madman. Suyi nodded with satisfaction.
He was satisfied not only with the bedroom, but also with his performance just now.
I guess Hyunur can't understand now why Lan Yueying is not jealous of his request to take a bath with Hyunur first, and even agreed directly.
Wait?
Jealous?
The expression on Suyi's face suddenly became very strange. He thought of the strange hobby that he had accidentally witnessed in the coordination room.
Is it really possible to be jealous of a girl like Lan Yueying who has weird habits?
Suyi fell into deep thought. His previous understanding of quirks was limited to various entertainment works and rumors, so he naturally didn't know whether the two were contradictory. But if Lan Yueying wasn't jealous outside just now, what did she mean by "I like drinking sleepy black tea so much," and where did the smell of vinegar in the air come from? His eyes drifted back and forth between the bathroom and the heart-shaped bed several times, but in the end he didn't dare rush in and ask Lan Yueying directly. After waiting boredly for 20 minutes, Suyi finally heard movement at the door again. Looking up, I saw Lan Yueying and Hyunur walking slowly towards me side by side. Lan Yueying was only wearing a white bath towel, which just covered her vital parts. Her long legs were faintly visible under the towel, and her hair, still damp from the bath, was casually scattered on her shoulders. Suyi looked at Lan Yueying, only to see her blink and stretch out her finger to push Hyunur beside her. Suyi shifted his gaze to Hyunur. Hyunur was also only wrapped in a light pink scarf. The skin exposed all over her body was so white and flawless that it was dazzling, revealing the blush unique to young girls, which made Suyi unable to take his eyes away for a moment. However, Hyunur herself seemed a little shy this time, with blushing cheeks and evasive eyes. Suyi felt like he could hardly hold back his laughter. The little princess in front of him was a typical example of high attack and low defense. Not only did she have no combat experience, but her defense was also extremely easy to break. A simple attack almost made the girl cry. Seeing the girl's dodging eyes, Suyi felt like teasing her again. "Are you sure you want to share a bed with me? There should be some spare rooms around here. Otherwise, we should sleep separately." Hyunur was stunned for a moment and shook her head firmly. "No, there are many rooms in the Sword Pavilion that have completely collapsed. The 4 of us can only squeeze into this one bedroom."
"Oh, I see."
Suyi nodded. He suddenly felt that Hyunur looked somewhat cute. She was obviously very afraid of deep and intimate contact in the true sense, but she was still determined to sleep in the same bed, just like a little white sheep who took the initiative to put himself in the mouth of the big bad wolf. But soon, Suyi completely suppressed this association in his heart. He turned his gaze to Lan Yueying again.
How come you finished washing so quickly today? Sui still remembers Chang Yin and Lan Yueying's bathing habits clearly. The two of them had a fixed bathing time of 30 minutes in the old villa, which was unshakable. Today, the speed was suddenly increased, which made him a little uncomfortable for a while. I want you to soak for a while too. I'm worried that the water might be cold and you might feel uncomfortable. Lan Yueying walked to Sui, lowered her head slightly and spoke in his ear. Sui stared down at Lan Yueying's chest, reluctant to move his eyes away. He felt that this pair of breasts were unusually full and could break free from the bath towel and jump out at any time. With the help of such beautiful scenery, although Lan Yueying's explanation was brief, it was still very pleasant to listen to. Okay, then I'll hurry up and take a bath. Sui enjoyed both visual and spiritual pleasure, and was in a very good mood. He walked out of the bedroom excitedly and pushed open the door of the bathroom not far away. In the room, a huge wooden barrel was placed in the center, with steam filling the air and emitting a faint fragrance. Weren't there supposed to be 2 barrels? Why is there only one? Sui turned around and looked at Lan Yueying, who was only wrapped in a bath towel, and asked in confusion. Yuna lied to you. Lan Yueying's answer was concise and to the point. Sui suddenly had the idea of asking Hyuner to come over and take another bath with him. Even the number of wooden barrels was faked, which showed that the prank he just played on him was premeditated and not a spur-of-the-moment act. By the way, do you really want to sit here and watch me take a bath? Sui took off his coat and looked at Lan Yueying, who was still not leaving behind him, and said in an almost joking tone. What are you talking about? I'm already your sword girl, what's there to be shy about? Unexpectedly, Lan Yueying answered very boldly, and her words seemed to indicate that she wanted to watch Sui taking a bath. Sui thought that this was not a question of being shy or not. Even if lovers were very close, they still had to give each other some privacy. But when the words came to his lips, he changed his words. Really? Then why is your face so red? Maybe Chang Yin's sleepy black tea took effect. I don't know. Lan Yueying answered quickly this time, but Sui didn't dare to respond again. Although he really didn't understand why Lan Yueying cared so much about a bottle of herbal tea, he was wise enough not to refute her immediately. Seeing that Lan Yueying really didn't seem to intend to leave, he simply made up his mind and took off his pants and shirt. After taking off his upper body and lower body, he stepped into the wooden barrel. He turned around and looked at Lan Yueying, but found that his fiancée had her eyes closed and her face was flushed. Sui was instantly happy. It seems that Lan Yueying is also a typical example of high offense and low defense, but her emotional intelligence is much higher than Hyuner. He said that there is only one queen like Chang Yin who is pink and black, and Lan Yueying and Hyuner are just imitating her behavior. But this is exactly what he wants. One queen like Chang Yin is enough. He doesn't want every sword lady to be thinking about challenging his family status all the time. The water temperature was just right, and Sui's tense muscles gradually relaxed. At some point, Lan Yueying had opened her eyes. She walked behind Sui, gently stretched out her hand, and began to massage his shoulders, her fingers moving continuously on his body. Wow, Yueying, your massage skills are really good. Where did you learn it? Sui felt very comfortable. He squinted his eyes slightly, enjoying the temperature of the water and the touch on his back. In my first year of high school, I spent 2 full months in anatomy class teaching about the human body's muscle structure. Lan Yueying's answer style remains the same as always. Sui pursed his lips, not knowing what to say for a moment. He originally wanted to praise Lan Yueying's emotional intelligence, but he didn't expect that before he could say a few words, the topic had reached a dead end. After thinking for a while, Sui turned around and held her hand. In the misty water vapor, Lan Yueying's face looked particularly charming. Her skin, soaked in water vapor, was as crystal clear as mutton fat jade, and her eyes were as clear and moving as autumn water. It would be even better if those eyes didn't unconsciously glance underwater. Chapter 55 Sharing the Bed. Sui and Lan Yueying returned to the bedroom. Lan Yueying was wrapped tightly in a bath towel, and Sui had even changed into pajamas, completely missing the subtle ambiguity that had just occurred in the bathroom. Why do I feel like you guys are a little weird? Are you hiding a secret from me? Hyuner had already changed into a purple nightgown, and her scrutinizing eyes swept back and forth between the two of them. As a girl, her sixth sense told her that she had become an outsider to some extent. There's no secret. You should take some time to rest. Sui took over the topic very calmly and lay down in the middle of the heart-shaped bed with a calm expression. He definitely did this not out of selfish motives, but out of consideration for the overall sleep quality of the three of them. Hyunur's eyes moved back and forth between Lan Yueying and Sui several times, and finally made a rather bold decision. She moved closer to Sui and took a few deep breaths. "What are you doing?" Sui was truly stunned by Hyunur. To say that she was so angry that she would tear off the roof if she didn't get punished for 3 days would be an exaggeration. In less than an hour, she had already forgotten about the incident that almost made her cry. "Nothing." Hyunur breathed a sigh of relief and lay down beside Sui with peace of mind. There wasn't much of Lan Yueying's scent on Sui, which meant that the two of them didn't have too deep of a contact just now. This means that everyone's progress is similar, or at least on the same level. Now it was Su Yi's turn to be in trouble. Hyunur was lying beside him, even covered with the same silk quilt, with no intention of taking any further action. In order to make Hyunur realize her status in the family as soon as possible, Sui wanted to let Hyunur experience the consequences of doing things without thinking. But it's too late tonight. If I really let my beastly nature out and teach her a lesson, Hyunur will definitely be too sleepy to get up tomorrow. While hesitating, he instinctively wanted to turn his head to look at Lan Yueying. Unexpectedly, after looking around, he couldn't find any trace of Lan Yueying. "Yueying just sneaked out when you weren't paying attention." Hyunur reached out and touched Suyi's arm, turned sideways towards him, and reminded him in a low voice. Although she was influenced by Chang Yin's bold style of expressing love, she still liked the step-by-step way of getting along in her heart, which gave her an inexplicable sense of security. He slipped out. "Didn't they say there was only one bedroom?" Sui was stunned and looked at the girl next to him. What caught his eye was a little princess with a baby face, big breasts, and a royal figure. Hyunur's purple nightgown wrapped around her hips, revealing her white and tender thighs underneath. Even Sui, who always prided himself on being a serious person, couldn't help but take a few more glances. She probably went to the bathroom next door to change into her pajamas, and she was worried you might see her changing into them. Hyunur didn't care about the aggressive look. She turned over and crawled on the bed, shaking her legs, and told Sui all her guesses and thoughts. Sui suddenly felt a little unbalanced. Lan Yueying was just looking around in the bathroom, and now it was her turn to change clothes, but she actually ran back to the bathroom to change. It was really inconsiderate of her. With this thought in mind, Sui's thoughts about Hyunur were temporarily suppressed. He simply rested his head on the pillow, squinted his eyes slightly, and gathered his strength, waiting for Lan Yueying to come back. Not long after, Lan Yueying appeared at the door again. At this time, the bath towel on her body had disappeared, replaced by a nightgown that also exposed a large area of skin. Seeing this, Sui, who had originally narrowed his eyes, suddenly lost all sleepiness and looked up and down at Lan Yueying, who was wearing a nightgown. To be honest, Sui was very confident in his own concentration. After all, thinking back to when he was in the old villa, he had sat on the sofa and chatted with Lan Yueying and Chang Yin, who were only wrapped in bath towels. He could be considered a man who had seen big scenes. But now, he suddenly felt unsure. Facts speak louder than words. The sensory stimulation of sharing a room and sleeping in the same bed is indeed not on the same level. He lay in the middle of the big bed, watching the girl slowly approach him and lie down, and he deeply felt the meaning of his blood boiling. Lan Yueying's long black hair was spread out on the pillow, her hands hung naturally at both sides, revealing her graceful curves. What's even more terrible is that the hem of the girl's skirt flipped up slightly due to friction, revealing most of her round white thighs. The absolute area between the silk quilt and the nightgown was half covered, which added an alluring sense of mystery. Even in a nightgown, the beauty that is inadvertently revealed is enough to make people's heart beat faster. It was hard for Sui to imagine what a fantastic and beautiful sight this childhood sweetheart's body would look like hidden under her pajamas when the two of them were truly honest with each other one day. Sui couldn't stand it anymore. Lan Yueying really didn't treat him as an outsider. In order to suppress the desire in his heart, he quickly turned his gaze to the other side. Unexpectedly, Hyunur was wearing much less cloth than Lan Yueying. Because she tried too hard to straighten her upper body, her huge breasts pushed the upper part of her purple one-piece nightgown into a tight shape. In addition, the one-piece nightgown was not very long, revealing half of her slender waist and smooth back. But if we really want to talk about what attracted Sui the most, it was her smooth and shiny hair. Her long hair was draped behind her shoulders, as smooth as a waterfall, giving Sui the illusion that he was seeing the image of a classic 2D lady. Thinking of Hyunur's classic single ponytail style, Sui reached out and patted her on the back. "What?" Hyunur's body stiffened, and her two raised legs quickly lowered down. She supported her body with both hands and turned around. Looking at Hyunur's eyelashes trembling slightly, Sui couldn't help but feel a little amusement and temporarily put aside what he was about to say. This little princess with a royal body and a lowly heart is not only tall, but her slender waist forms a strong visual contrast with her upper body. Just now, due to the angle, Sui could not see the whole picture. But now, after careful observation, Sui can draw a conclusion responsibly. No matter who you are, after seeing Hyunur's size with your own eyes, you will exclaim from the bottom of your heart, "So big." Of course, there are exceptions to this rule when playing a certain kankali game. For Sui, who had just turned 18, it was hard not to have wild imaginations when he saw with his own eyes the girl's body swaying and causing huge waves. But Hyunur's waist is so slender, which makes Sui worry whether such a small waist can bear the weight of Hyunur's upper body. Sui was prepared to live with his sword lady forever and did not want to enjoy only a short-lived happiness. What are you thinking about? Perhaps it was the telepathy brought by the sword girl contract. Hyunur keenly noticed Sui's gaze. Chapter 56, Sleeping with Feet. Nothing, I was wondering why you are so beautiful. Sui made an evasive remark. Hyunur could naturally see that Sui was being hypocritical. She was slightly angry, but Sui ruthlessly ignored her. Sui looked down and quickly noticed Hyunur's two long white legs. Generally speaking, a protruding chest, a perky back and long legs are a typical impossible triangle curse, and most beauties can only have two of them at most. As some mythological fables say, it is impossible for the gods to bestow all their blessings on a woman, and there will always be some flaws in her appearance. But it is obvious that Hyunur broke this curse. In her, all three elements of beauty are fully reflected. Her two long white legs are in the absolute golden ratio, with round thighs and slender calves, and almost no fat can be seen. Now Sui was in a dilemma in the physical sense. No matter which direction he looked, he would see many refreshing scenes. Sui believes that he is different from the fruit fly in a textbook. He does not need to pass on mutant genes in a hurry, but needs enough sleep time to rest. But if I continue like this, not only will I not be able to sleep, I will have to practice hard with dark circles under my eyes the next morning. After thinking about it, Sui found a solution. He reached out and turned off the desk lamp, and the surroundings were instantly dark. As the saying goes, out of sight, out of mind. As long as you cut off the temptation of the scene in front of you, the restlessness in your heart will naturally subside slowly. However, what Sui did not expect was that the sword master's eyesight was much better than that of ordinary people. Even in such a dim light environment, Sui could still clearly see the two girls beside him. The darkness even seemed to break some taboo, making the ambiguous atmosphere between the three people even stronger. Sui simply closed his eyes and silently chanted the harmony spell in his heart. See nothing that is not proper, hear nothing that is not proper, speak nothing that is not proper. He still has a lot of things to do tomorrow, so he absolutely cannot stay up at night. This trick really worked. After a series of smooth little combos, his heart soon calmed down. The room was filled with a faint rose scent, and the breathing of the three people was clearly audible. Sui's consciousness gradually became blurred in the calm. This was Sui's original plan. But just when he was about to fall asleep, a small hand suddenly rested on his shoulder and patted it gently. The sleepiness that Sui had finally gathered disappeared in an instant. He turned his head to look at the culprit and seriously considered the feasibility of venting his anger by beating him. Sui, I'm a little afraid of the dark. Hyunur's voice came from beside him. The voice was a little hoarse, obviously intentional. Afraid of the dark? Then turn on the desk lamp. Sui barely managed to control his bad temper when he woke up. He himself can understand the fear of the dark. Sui reached out for the desk lamp, thinking that as long as he could get a good night's sleep, it would be okay to sleep with the desk lamp on. But just as he stretched out his hand, he saw an arm blocking his way. Turning on the lights will affect your sleep quality. In the darkness, Sui saw Hyunur shaking her head. Sui felt like he was about to explode. The fact that he shared a bed with the two sword ladies and was able to resist their physical desires already put him in the category of worse than animals. Now Hyunur had said all the good and bad things about him, and even his sleep was interrupted. He didn't care about anything else and just pounced on Hyunur and gave her a good lesson. So what do you want to do? Sui asked word by word. Or, you can hold me while I sleep. I sleep very well at night and won't move around. Hyunur obviously didn't realize the seriousness of the matter. She spoke in a coquettish manner and leaned towards Sui. Impossible. Sui reached out and pushed, his anger dissipated a little, but he still rejected the proposal without hesitation. What he needs most now is rest. Although it looks wonderful to fall asleep with a beautiful woman in his arms, it will only affect the quality of his sleep. What's more, Sui has made up his mind that he will always treat his contracted sword girls equally in the future. If I hold Hyunur in my arms when I sleep at night, wouldn't that make me seem like I'm neglecting Lan Yueying? Wait, Lan Yueying? Sui suddenly realized the problem. If he really fell asleep holding Hyunur in his arms, Lan Yueying might not feel neglected, but might even be excited. After thinking about it, Sui gave up the idea. After all, now is not the time to have in-depth communication with the three sword girls. As the saying goes, good food is never too late. After returning safely to Blue Star, he had plenty of time to enjoy a good time with the three sword girls. As for tonight, Changyin was still on guard outside so that he could ensure his cultivation condition tomorrow. He must not let Changyin down. On the other side, Hyunur, who was pushed back to her original position by Sui, seemed very hurt, but her eyes were flashing with a strange light. Then, you can just hold my hand, okay? Hyunur's outstretched slender jade hand was pure white, and in the dark environment it looked like a perfect work of art. Sui weighed the pros and cons in his heart and decided that the benefit of letting Hyunur sleep peacefully was obviously greater than the trouble brought by holding hands. He reached out and held the little hand, and suddenly felt as if it had no bones. It was extremely smooth to the touch, like a piece of warm jade. Okay, sleep peacefully. Sui's tone was not very friendly. He held Hyunur's left hand, but turned his head to the right. Under the cover of night, Sui saw the abnormal blush on Lan Yueying's face. Give me your hand. Good. There was a hint of excitement in Lan Yueying's tone. Touching Lan Yueying's equally smooth little hand, Sui had some fantasies in his heart. Lan Yueying had such a big reaction just by watching him and Hyunur holding hands, so if they slept together in the future, wouldn't it be? Sui's thoughts drifted further and further away, and he began to seriously consider the feasibility. Sleeping in the same bed, whether in imagination or in practice, can make people fantasize. But if we really want to achieve this goal, there will be difficulties one after another. Even if the two women beside him had a good relationship with him, it was impossible for them to agree to this kind of play. The next moment, Sui suddenly cut off his thoughts. He seriously doubted whether his thoughts tonight were affected by the atmosphere created by the pink wallpaper and white silk quilt. I was clearly thinking about falling asleep as quickly as possible, but before I knew it, I was thinking about the great harmony of life. He took a deep breath, and unconsciously interlocked his fingers with those of the two sword girls, reciting numbers silently in his mind. This time, the girls on both sides stopped making trouble. Smelling the faint fragrance of flowers and listening to the steady heartbeat, Sui slowly fell into a deep sleep. Chapter 57, Waking Up. Sui opened his eyes. It was still dark all around, and the sky was still dark. His hands were empty, and he subconsciously turned his head to the right, only to see Lan Yueying sleeping in a rather wild posture. The girl's face was buried in the pillow, forming a standard big shape. A backless white nightgown outlines the perfect curves of her figure, and the hem of the skirt is decorated with layers of lace. The skin exposed to the air is snow white and flawless, and is even more conspicuous in the dark. Sui breathed a sigh of relief. When he woke up, he found that the two little hands he was holding had disappeared. He thought something had happened, but it turned out that his sword girl just had a bad sleeping posture. He smiled and turned on the personal terminal on his wrist. This kind of beautiful scenery cannot be missed. You must take a picture of it and show it to Lan Yueying herself. Thinking of Lan Yueying's shy and unhappy expression after seeing it, Sui's smile grew wider and wider. He has always been very interested in this opportunity to play a trick on his own sword girl. Soon, several photos taken from different angles were stored in Sui's personal terminal. He nodded with satisfaction and silently praised his death photography skills in his heart. But when he turned around with a smile and was about to take a few beautiful photos of Hyunur, the expression on his face froze instantly. On the other side of the heart-shaped bed, Hyunur, who was supposed to be sleeping there, was nowhere to be seen. Sui suddenly felt something was wrong. This heart-shaped bed takes up almost half of the bedroom. Even if a person has a bad sleeping posture, it is impossible to fall from such a large bed. In addition, this is an alternate dimension after all, so Sui almost immediately thought of the possibility of an invasion by Yuan invaders. But the next moment, someone poked his instep with a finger. He suddenly retracted his feet and looked towards the end of the bed, only to see Hyunur nervously putting her index finger to her lips. "Shoo, don't make any noise." "Hyunur, what are you doing?" After a brief moment of confusion, Sui turned on the desk lamp, ready to express his dissatisfaction to Iyuner with the help of the dim light. Of course, he still deliberately lowered his voice no matter what, for fear of disturbing Lan Yueying's sleep. Soon, after confirming that Lan Yueying's sleep was not disturbed, his attention shifted to Iyuner, who was crawling at the end of the bed, and found that the girl had changed from pajamas to a light gray OL outfit. Because the capital was too generous, even though she had fastened all the buttons, she still managed to squeeze out a deep Mariana trench, which made Sui's anger dissipate a little bit. Of course, no matter how beautiful the girl is, if she is frightened in the middle of the night, her anger will only dissipate by a little, and she will still be angry. Well, it's my turn to be on night watch. Sui, can you please stay with me for a while? I'm a little scared to keep watch alone. Iyuner clasped her hands together in front of her chest and expressed her thoughts pitifully. No, I still have to practice during the day. Sui was very angry at the moment, so naturally he couldn't agree to Iyuner's request. What's more, he had carefully learned the situation from Changyin. There were at least 20 guards at Jianga every night. It was nonsense to feel scared under such a dense patrol team. However, Iyuner did not give up. She pleaded again in a pitiful tone. Please, Sui, stay with me for 10 minutes, okay? 10 minutes will do. Sui suddenly felt a headache. He never expected that Iyuner, the SS-level medical sword girl, would be so difficult to please and would insist on staying up all night with him. Okay then, you go to sleep tonight and I'll keep watch for you. Sighing inwardly, Sui was in a bad mood and prepared to keep watch in place of Iyuner. Although he had only slept for less than 4 hours, perhaps thanks to Changyin's bottle of sleepy black tea, he was not very sleepy now, and he thought his practice speed during the day would not be affected too much. No, that's not what I meant. I don't want you to keep watch for me. I really just want you to stay with me for a little while. If 10 minutes is too long, 5 minutes will be fine. Seeing that her meaning was misunderstood, Iyuner even forgot to pretend to be pitiful. She hurriedly crawled to Sui, pulled his sleeve, and explained seriously. Upon hearing this, Sui looked into Iyuner's eyes and saw anxiety and determination in the depths of her eyes. He quickly came to the conclusion that what the girl had just said was true. She really wanted him to stay with her for a while, and was not using this as an excuse to avoid keeping watch. Okay, then I'll go with you. After pondering for a moment, Sui agreed. He was also very curious about the girl's true intentions. But no matter what, if he was woken up in the middle of the night without a good reason, he would not easily swallow his anger. Soon, the two of them wrapped themselves tightly with floral water and insect repellent, walked through layers of corridors and doors, and walked out of the gate of Janga one after another. Iyuner, you're finally here. I need to go back and get some sleep, otherwise I won't have the energy during the day. Not far from the gate of Janga, Changyin saw Iyuner, who walked out of the gate first, and greeted her with a smile. But Iyuner's face was a little stiff as she waved her hands, and her expression showed that she had something to hide. The 22-year-old heir of the Chang family was initially wondering what Iyuner had done, but soon she got the answer from the second figure that appeared from inside the gate of Janga. Her expression instantly turned serious. Why did you wake up Sui? I want Sui to stay with me for a while. Iyuner said weakly. She knew that what she did was indeed a bit willful. During the day, Sui was still responsible for their cultivation progress. It was a bit too much to wake him up suddenly. Seeing that Changyin's face was getting uglier and uglier, she quickly added another sentence. 10 minutes. I'll let Sui go back to sleep in 10 minutes. Indeed, Yuna probably has something urgent she wants to tell me privately. I'll go back to sleep in 10 minutes. Sui also came to help Iyuner out of the predicament. He knew that Changyin was unhappy that Iyuner had woken him up, but he didn't want to see the two women develop a rift because of this matter. Changyin looked at Sui, and seemed to understand the meaning in his eyes. Suddenly, her expression changed and she smiled, her eyes sweeping over a certain part of Sui. 10 minutes, isn't that a bit too short? Sui was stunned at first, and then he was speechless. Out of the blue, Changyin, the queen, started driving again, turning the air into a yellowish atmosphere. Don't bother, don't bother. Yuna really has something to tell me. Go back and take a shower first. It's just right that after I finish talking to Yuna, we can go back and take a nap together. Sui tried hard to bring the topic back to the serious topic. He felt extremely saddened by the true side of Changyin that was now revealed. She looked like an intellectual and elegant queen, but the words she spoke were like those of a female hooligan. However, Changyin didn't seem to want to cooperate with him in this regard. I know, brother Sui, it's very hard for you to endure, but I still want to ask you to be patient for a while longer. It's too dangerous to indulge in lust in the wild in this Uenko plane. After we return to Blue Star. Stop, stop, stop. Now it was Suyi's turn to lose control. The more he talked, the more outrageous it became. He was truly impressed by Chang'an, the queen. Seeing this, Chang'an giggled a few times, achieving her purpose of teasing, and turned around contentedly to enter the Jangha gate. Hearing Chang'an's footsteps gradually fading away, Sui looked at He-Yuner who had been holding his right hand. Okay, Chang'an has gone back, we can start talking now. He-Yuner bit her lip, shook her head, and pointed at two light sources passing nearby. There are people from Jangha patrolling here. Wait until they are a little further away. What are you going to say? Do you really need to make it so mysterious? Looking at the sneaky He-Yuner, Sui was a little curious about what the little princess in front of him was saying to him. Not only does he have to avoid Yueying and Chang'an, but he also has to avoid the night guards at Jangha. He always feels like a guilty thief. I can only tell you this. He-Yuner was very stubborn and refused to speak in advance. Sui had no choice but to follow He-Yuner through the wheat field for hundreds of meters, and then waited patiently for a long time. As the nearest patrol team walked away, He-Yuner finally let go of Sui's arm. What's going on? Now you can finally tell me. Sui breathed a sigh of relief, and his inner curiosity reached its peak. He really couldn't think of anything that could make the usually innocent He-Yuner so worried that she would even have to be on guard against the constantly moving members of the Jangha patrol team. Chapter 58 Torture. On a midsummer night, wheat fields are everywhere. This scene sounds quite poetic, but for Sui, who witnessed it, it was not so beautiful. He-Yuner's hesitant attitude not only wasted time, but also the blood of both of them. Mosquito bites are extremely itchy. Just while waiting for the Jangha patrol to leave, Sui already had a lot of bumps on his body. In order to prevent himself from contracting sepsis in such a terrible place, Sui finally couldn't help but urge He-Yuner. He-Yuner handed Sui another bottle of floral water with an apologetic look, then cleared her throat, her eyes somewhat evasive. Actually, I want to ask you, if you had the chance to leave the three of us and return to a random location in the main universe alone, would you leave? Sui was stunned. This sounds really familiar. Just a few hours ago, Lan Yueying asked a similar question when facing a cabinet full of gold and silver jewelry. The only difference is that Lan Yueying's hypothesis was that she escaped back to Blue Star with some sword girls, while He-Yuner's hypothesis was that she was surviving alone in the wilderness in the vast sea of stars. In a sense, this also seems to be a kind of consumption downgrade. This thought inexplicably arose in Sui's mind. He looked at He-Yuner in front of him and asked with a smile instead of answering. Did you make an appointment with Yueying? Why are you asking me this question? Ah, did Yueying come to see you too? He-Yuner's originally evasive eyes became a little confused, feeling that the answer she received tonight was a little beyond her expectations. Yes, she was just like you are now, suddenly asking me if I would abandon her and take you and Chang'an back to Blue Star. That's why I said you two had made an appointment in advance, and even the words you said were almost exactly the same. Sui saw that the confusion in He-Yuner's eyes did not seem fake, so he still explained to her with a smile. But when these words reached He-Yuner's ears, it was like a bolt from the blue. She looked at her cuffs, where the real reason for all her trouble tonight was hidden an old gray-blue talisman. This dimensional barrier-breaking talisman is the most powerful life-saving item she has. It can even tear the barrier between the Uenko plane and the main universe, and randomly teleport the holder to any location in the main universe. The only drawback was that, because the ability to tear space was too powerful, ordinary space equipment could not accommodate it, so she always kept it close to her. Only yesterday, when she was bathing in the wooden tub, did the talisman briefly leave her sight. The reason why she pulled Sui out here in the middle of the night was to confess the matter to Sui. But what no one expected was that Lan Yueying had actually found Sui first and hinted that she had the talisman in her hand. He-Yuner immediately thought of the scene when she and Lan Yueying were bathing together last night. However, according to Sui, Lan Yueying seemed to have known about the space barrier talisman even earlier than that. He-Yuner felt like she was about to get confused. He-Yuner's expression was revealed in Sui's eyes without reservation. Sui watched the girl's expression change from confusion to astonishment, and then from astonishment to confusion, and time quickly focused on her left hand hidden in her sleeve. What do you have hidden in your sleeve? Since you're ready to let me see it, why not just take it out? He-Yuner hesitated for a moment and took the talisman out of her sleeve. Under the white light of the flashlight, the originally worn gray-blue talisman actually showed deep blue lines. Sui only stared for a few seconds, and he felt dizzy unconsciously in his mind, as if what he was stepping on was no longer the earth, but layers of folded space. What is this? Sui decisively withdrew his gaze and guessed Yunar's purpose in forcibly pulling him out. Space barrier breaking talisman. Yunar called out the official name of this talisman. After thinking for a while, she finally figured out why Lan Yueying found Sui in advance. I didn't expect Yueying also had a tool that could break through the dimensional barrier. If I had known this earlier, I would have confessed it to you before going to bed. No, you're wrong. Sui shook his head. Yueying just said a few words to me at that time. She didn't have anything that could pass through the dimensional barrier. Ah. The conclusion Yunar had just reached was overturned again, and she couldn't help but exclaim in confusion. But she was smart after all. Seeing Suyi's slightly frowning expression, she quickly thought of another possibility. Sister Chang'in, do you also have a dimensional barrier breaking talisman? Yunar screamed out loud. But as soon as she finished speaking, she regretted it. After all, Chang'in is the heir of a 1,000-year-old family, so it is almost certain that she has this kind of life-saving prop in her hands. Looking at the almost indifferent expression on Suyi's face, Yunar suddenly realized that this seemed to be an open secret among the four of them, but it was just a tacit understanding among everyone. That's right. Sui nodded. As early as when he confirmed that they were stranded in the Yuenko dimension, he thought that Chang'in might have the method to return. But what puzzled him for a while was that Chang'in didn't seem to have any intention of actively mentioning the method of return to him. It wasn't until Lan Yueying said those words to him in the bridal chamber that he suddenly understood. After all, this is a Yuan invader dimension without relative coordinates. Even for Chang'in, she probably only has the means to allow a few people to return, and she may not even have enough places for 4. Publicizing this method would not only tear apart the trust and affection between the 4 people, but would also be a devastating blow to the morale of everyone in Jangha. Chang'in was very smart, so she chose to keep silent. Lan Yueying was also very smart, but she still chose to mention it specifically, just to make Sui choose to leave when life and death were at stake, so that no one would die. As for Yunar, Sui once again carefully looked at the sword girl, who had been under contract for less than 2 days in a strict sense. He described the girl as being innocent enough. Chapter 59, A Prophecy Comes True. Innocence is not a derogatory word. In many cases, it is even a compliment. For example, at this moment, Sui looked at Yunar and felt that this girl who could talk about the biggest life-saving prop was very cute. After all, the intention to take out the life-saving props, the underlying meaning is self-evident. But the problem now is that this talisman has no effect on him, and it doesn't mean much to Yunar now. Sui guessed that this dimensional barrier-breaking talisman should be the last resort life-saving measure that Changwon prepared for his precious daughter. If Yunar accidentally enters a Yuan invader dimension, she can directly use the talisman to teleport to a corner of the main universe, and then survive by relying on the supplies and the space equipment, waiting for Changwon to locate and rescue her through preparatory means. But what Changwon did not expect was that not long after Yunar and Sui signed the contract, they were both caught in the turbulence of time and space and came to this Yuenko continent that did not exist in the Human Federation database. After the contract, the life and property of the Swordmaster and the Sword Lady are bound together. Both sides will prosper together and suffer together. Once Sui died on this continent, Yunar would most likely not survive even if she was rescued. On the other hand, even if Sui took the talisman away and shamelessly took away Yunar's space equipment, he would not be able to withstand the backlash brought about by the Sword Girl's destruction. By then, there is a high probability that he will be like Fei, and even have to face the wrath of Changwon. Put it away. This spell means nothing to me. I won't allow myself to leave like a deserter. After taking another look at the gray-blue talisman, Sui, feeling dizzy, spoke lightly to Yunar. Yunar seemed to want to introduce the usage of this talisman, but Sui directly silenced her voice using physical means. A blood oath, a life and death together. Our only 2 possibilities now are to die here together or return alive together. Furthermore, there are so many ordinary people in Jiangu. If we abandon them and return to Blue Star alone, it would be dishonorable even if we return alive. After saying everything he wanted to say in one breath, Sui released his ruthless iron hand that was pressing on the girl's face. In order to prevent himself from escaping death at a critical moment, he thought it would be better not to know how to use it. I know what you mean, but you don't have to stop me from talking, right? Hyuna rubbed her face, and her attention was completely shifted to Suyi's actions. She was obviously a little angry. I should go back now. Be careful when you are on guard duty. Don't let the Yuan invaders get close to you without you noticing. There was a hint of apology in Suyi's eyes. He had indeed pressed Hyuna's cheek with a little more force, but this was exactly what he wanted. He no longer had time to continue chatting with Hyuna. He had to return to Jangha as soon as possible to have a good chat with Chang'e. Based on his understanding of Chang'e, this royal sister must still be waiting to talk to him, and he can't let her wait too long. How is that possible? The smell on Yuan Ko is so strong, and it's not like I have a sense of smell loss. Hyuna carefully put the talisman back into her sleeve, and retorted almost the next second after Suyi finished speaking. At this moment, she was still angry and could not use force to retaliate against Suyi, so she had to vent her anger with words. And even if there really were a night raid by the Yuan invaders, they would definitely attack you first. You should worry about yourself and avoid being ambushed from a distance of several hundred meters. In response, Suyi just smiled slightly. The fact that Hyuna didn't retaliate directly just now was already beyond his expectations. Now he was just suffering a little loss in words, which was not a big deal at all. He waved to Hyuna, turned and walked towards Jangha. Hyuna stood there, watching him walk away more than 10 meters, and suddenly felt that changing the original patrol route was not a big problem. This place is still a few hundred meters away from Jangha, so she can stay alone with Suyi for a while. Thinking of this, she quickly took a step towards Suyi. But in the next second, something unexpected happened. Two hidden arrows shot from the darkness suddenly caught Hyuna's eyes, and before she could react, they hit Suyi accurately. Hyuna's heart tightened instantly. Her eyes were fixed on Suyi, time seemed to freeze, and the only thing left in her world was Suyi's isolated figure. The next moment, Hyuna finally reacted. She ran towards Suyi regardless of the risk of the rain of arrows. But this is just the beginning. The two hidden arrows were like flares in a war, whistling past with the wind. Dozens of flying arrows attacked the two men from all directions, as if thousands of troops were surrounding them in secret. However, just when many arrows were about to hit Suyi, a silver-white light curtain suddenly appeared around him. The light curtain shone brightly, like the moonlight, intercepting all the arrows. The flying arrows hit the light curtain with a crisp sound, and then fell one after another. Suyi frowned and pulled out the two arrows from behind with his bare hands. In an instant, blood gushed out like a spring, winding down his back, staining the white shirt and coat he wore every day red, and dripping into the wheat field at his feet. Ah! Your back is still bleeding. Hyuna finally rushed to Suyi from a distance, but she was obviously a little nervous at the moment and completely lost her composure. Fine. Suyi endured the severe pain and said two words, then suddenly grabbed Hyuna's hand and forcibly transformed her into a sword shape. Now is not the time to worry about injuries. The enemies around are still hiding in the dark and waiting for an opportunity to strike. The next moment, holding the Moi sword that carried endless power, Suyi instantly felt the wound deep in the muscle tissue on his back begin to heal. It was not until now that he realized his mistake and felt thankful. If it weren't for the silver talisman that Chang'e handed him earlier, even if he didn't die on the spot, he would have been shot into a hedgehog. Time passed minute by minute, and in less than half a minute, Suyi could feel the wound on his back beginning to scab over, and the injured muscle tissue was a little itchy, which was a sign that the nerve endings were recovering. But perhaps the healing of Suyi's wound stimulated the enemy hiding in the dark. Soon, with a whistle, the deafening sound of horse hooves quickly came from far away, shaking the earth slightly. Suyi cursed inwardly, raised the Moi sword in his right hand, and brewed several sword energies. Chapter 60, Using Cannons to Kill Mosquitoes. For a medical sword like the Moi sword, condensing sword energy to attack the Yuan invaders is an extremely extravagant act, and its wastefulness is no less than using an anti-aircraft gun to kill a mosquito. After all, their absolute number and relative proportion are too rare, and preserving precious sword elements to treat the injured is undoubtedly a more cost-effective option. Under normal circumstances, the medical sword girl and his sword master would only live in the safest place. Even when the sword masters were collectively attacking the Yuanko plain, they would act as military doctors instead of directly charging into battle. But now, the situation is obviously different. Suyi estimated that he was the only novice swordsman in the entire Yuanko plain. No matter how he wasted the resources, he had to use sword energy to destroy the enemy first. Soon, a large group of armored cavalry came from three directions around, trampling the wheat fields like a surging black tide. They were covered from head to toe in scales that reflected a faint light. The scimitars in their hands flashed with cold light, and the bows and arrows on their backs swayed slightly with the horses. They were obviously experienced riders. Sui observed carefully and found that the faces hidden under the scales seemed to have an irreconcilable hatred with him, and their eyes were full of murderous intent towards him. Suddenly, Sui frowned slightly. He was very familiar with this look. A few hours ago, those people looked at him with the same look. In other words, this is how all the Yuan invaders looked at humans. Just as humans can smell a visceral disgust from the Yuan invaders, the various strange-looking Yuan invaders will instinctively slaughter all humans. But what puzzled Sui the most was that he did not smell the lingering sense of disgust from these armored cavalrymen, as if these people were not Yuan invaders, but really just a group of ancient heavy cavalrymen living in the BC era. Fortunately, Sui is not a person who likes to nitpick. What he is best at is verifying his conjectures through practice. As the sword energy whizzed past, the dozen or so heavily armored cavalrymen on his left instantly lost their formation. None of the cavalrymen wanted to personally bear the 6 flashing green sword energies. As a result, before the deadly sword energy took effect, the large group of cavalry had already suffered casualties. Some lucky ones were pushed off their horses in the chaotic situation and soon enjoyed the VIP treatment of galloping horses. Sui didn't have time to look at the subsequent reaction of the enemy on the left. He tried hard to absorb the sword energy in his body and swung out 6 sword energies in the direction in front of him and to his right. Along with the sound of whooshing through the air, the cavalrymen in the front and on the right were also thrown into disarray, and stampedes occurred one after another. Sui wiped the sweat from his forehead, but the scene before him was somewhat beyond his expectations. The emerald green sword energy penetrated the groups of cavalrymen. These Yuan invaders, who should have turned into ashes, did not die on the spot. Instead, they twitched in pain, and the scales on their bodies fell down like real scales, and soon they fell to the ground. Sui suddenly felt confused. After a Yuan invader is harmed by the sword element, there are only 2 possible outcomes, depending on the damage done by the sword, becoming hollow or dying immediately. But these cavalrymen did not seem to be in a state of emptiness. Instead, they looked like they had escaped some kind of curse. As their scales fell off, large areas of normal skin were exposed. He took a deep breath, gritted his teeth and swung out 12 sword energies again, then turned He-Yuner back into human form. It's not that he doesn't have enough sword energy in his body, but that He-Yuner is no longer able to do it. He actually wanted He-Yuner to keep the form of Moi sword. After all, the effect of world's famous craftsman could only be maximized in this situation. But He-Yuner is different from Lan Yueying, who has completed outlining the sword marks. She is essentially still a first-level sword girl. Being able to withstand 30 sword energies is already 3 times the limit that an ordinary first-level sword girl can bear. He-Yuner was panting at this moment, her whole body was covered in sweat, and her body was trembling slightly. It was obvious that she was very weak. If she continued to forcibly strike out with the sword, there was a high probability that she would suffer irreversible damage. But despite being in such a mess, He-Yuner's eyes still revealed a hint of apology when she looked at him. "Sorry, my bracelet. Don't let your imagination run wild. This isn't your fault. I'm here, don't worry." Sui comforted He-Yuner for a few words, then turned his gaze outside the light curtain. The originally chaotic cavalry team has now regrouped, and the remaining 70 or 80 riders are urging their horses to move closer to the silver light curtain. But Sui's gaze bypassed them and focused on the cavalrymen who were hit by the emerald green sword energy. The scales on these lucky ones have completely fallen off, and the 2 horns protruding from their foreheads have disappeared. Coupled with the thick body hair, they look like a group of naked primitive people. It was not until this time that Sui confirmed his guess. These cavalrymen are probably not Yuan invaders, but the indigenous humans of this dimension, just like the powerless villagers in the village. This conjecture seems absurd at first glance, but it is very realistic when you think about it carefully. After all, these cavalrymen did not have that kind of disgust that made people feel visceral, and they could even sneak up to a position of several hundred meters without being discovered by the 2 men. This was almost impossible for the Yuan invaders. "Sui, they are coming." He-Yuner gently tugged at Sui, pulling his vision from far away back to near. The cavalrymen who had restored their formation had regained their courage, and the scimitars of the few cavalrymen in the front were almost pressing down on the silver light curtain. Sizzle! The silver light curtain seems invisible, but in fact it cannot be crossed. Those scimitars chopped straight at the light curtain, but instead of going beyond it, they were bounced back, causing the cavalrymen who attacked to tremble as if they had been electrocuted, and soon both the men and their horses turned into a pile of charcoal. It's actually a 6th level silver lightning flash talisman.
Hyunur exclaimed, glanced at the talisman under her sleeve, which was also silver white but slightly dimmer, and put it back into the bracelet. Just now, she was so busy worrying about Sui that she didn't realize that the silver lightning flash talismans around the two of them were actually 6th level talismans. In comparison, the 4th level silver thunder flash talisman she was about to take out seemed a little dull. Sui watched as the cavalrymen around him rushed towards the silver light curtain in despair. After paying the price of more than a dozen charcoal bodies, they finally scattered again and shot arrows at the light curtain, trying to use the arrows to consume the energy of the light curtain. Sui immediately cursed inwardly, saying it was outrageous. He really couldn't understand what deep hatred these indigenous people had against him. They were unwilling to leave even after suffering nearly half of their casualties, and seemed determined to fight him to the death. This fighting spirit is almost catching up with the real Yuan invaders. Chapter 61 The Translator's Place. How about we try using sword energy again? Hyunur forced herself to stand up and gave Sui an idea. If all else fails, I still have a few killing spells. Although they are not of high rank, they can still be used to deal with these indigenous cavalry. That's not necessary. Sui glanced at the girl in his arms and thought that the girl was smart for once, and could actually guess that these cavalrymen were not Yuan invaders but natives. However, with the previous experience of the silver light curtain, he could only reserve his opinion on Hyunur's statement that her rank was not high. The combined value of a bunch of 5th and 6th level talismans is probably higher than the value of the old villa under his name. Using them to deal with these cavalry who are not Yuan invaders is simply an overkill. But it was even more impossible for him to let the girl in his arms drag her heavy body to continue fighting. The reason he refused was because he saw the crowd coming from the direction of Jiangha. I have to say that the patrol teams in Jiangha are still useful. The cavalry charged back and forth several times, and these people finally notified Lan Yueying and Cheng Yin, and gathered the troops and rushed over here. Is this what you expected? Hyunur followed Sui's gaze and saw the same scene. Certainly. Sui looked at Hyunur. The next moment, as if to highlight his words, countless burning meteors streaked across the sky, like a group of violent fire beasts, swooping down towards the battlefield. The east wind blows thousands of flowers into bloom at night, and blows down stars like rain. This line of poetry was originally used to describe fireworks, but now it is surprisingly appropriate to describe meteors from the sky. The meteor, carrying scorching heat and destructive power, ruthlessly smashed to the ground with the silver light curtain where the two people were as the center. Most of the cavalrymen around had no time to dodge and were instantly engulfed by the heavenly fire. They turned into ashes without even being able to scream. However, the screen at the center of the skyfire showed a completely different scene. The light curtain was like a shelter in the end times, completely isolating the power of the meteor outside, allowing the two people to communicate with each other with great interest. I have a question. Hyunur was admiring the grand meteor shower in front of her like watching fireworks, and suddenly turned her head to look at Sui, and took out 2 crimson runes from her sleeves. Since you plan to have Sister Cheng Yin use the Flamestar Blazing Talisman to deal with these cavalrymen, why don't you just let me use it? I have these things in my hands too. Looking at the fine and dense patterns on the 2 crimson talismans, Sui was silent for a while. He had originally planned to use the Qingxuang sword and its sword energy to blast away these cavalrymen, but he didn't expect Cheng Yin to be so wealthy that he could solve the problem directly with a talisman. What was even more unexpected was that Hyunur was also hiding her true abilities and was carrying the same offensive talisman as Cheng Yin. But if he told the truth just like that, it would seem to damage the image he had just established in Hyunur's mind. After pondering for a moment, Su Ichiang found an excuse for himself. Because Cheng Yin is the richest. You should at least make up a decent excuse. This is so careless. Hyunur obviously would not be fooled by such a made-up excuse, and chased after Sui, vowing to get to the bottom of the matter. What do you know? This is called eating out of the rich. This way, no one will feel bad. If you don't feel bad about your own money, I can use yours next time. Sui calmly made up another lie to complement his own. As he spoke, the meteor fire ended. Although the fire was short, its impact on the land was significant. The once golden wheat waves have now turned into black ash, and the cavalrymen who once wielded scimitars have become charred corpses and ashes on the ground. A breeze blew by, and the smell of barbecue mixed with wheat filled the mouths and noses of the two people. Hyunur couldn't help but let out a wow sound, her stomach suddenly churning, and she vomited out all the snacks that she had begged Cheng Yin to give her that night. She was born and raised in the sunshine and the spring breeze.
She had never seen such a purgatory-like scene. At this moment, she couldn't help but close her eyes, fearing that she would see more horrific scenes. Sui also frowned, but he forced himself to suppress the urge to vomit. He walked to a lucky person who was not directly hit by the heavenly fire and called out He Yuner loudly. "There's still a survivor here. Come and help. Don't let him die. We'll need to get information from him later." He Yuner suddenly felt caught in a dilemma. After a fierce ideological struggle, she finally plucked up the courage to open her eyes. Wow! As expected, she vomited again. This time, there was nothing left in He Yuner's stomach to vomit, and all she retched out was some sour water. Sui looked at this scene and immediately gave up the idea of asking the girl for help. Forget it, forget it. You take a break. I'll do it myself." The lucky guy seemed to be frightened by the heavenly punishment just now. He reached out to hug Sui's calf and danced with his hands, wanting to say something. Sui guessed that he wanted to surrender, but he still pulled his calf away calmly. This lucky guy was one of the cavalrymen who had just been hit by the sword energy. At this moment, all the scales and horns on his body fell off. He looked no different from a primitive man and posed no threat at all. But even so, Sui didn't intend to let him hold his calf. A gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall. As the number of sword girls he contracted increased, his awareness of his own safety became more and more in place. Lucky Guy suddenly reacted more violently, mumbling something in bird language, struggling to stand up and rushing towards Sui. Sui remained calm. Seeing that the other party was getting closer and closer to him, he quickly turned sideways and kicked the lucky guy in the knee. With a plop, the lucky guy who had survived the disaster was hit by his own finishing blow. Sui even heard the sound of broken bones. Lucky Guy held his right leg with both hands and wailed. Sui felt a little annoyed. Even though he didn't understand the specific meaning, he could guess that it was Lucky cursing him with the most vicious curse. He hesitated whether to give Lucky another kick to make him understand the benefits of silence. Just when Sui was about to make up his mind, he finally heard a familiar voice. "Sui, is your back wound serious?" The person who spoke was Chang'in. At this moment, her eyes were focused on Sui's black and red coat, and even the translator who was brought over specially was temporarily put aside. "It's nothing serious, just a minor injury. Let's just consider it a test of Yuna's healing talent." Sui shrugged and said it very easily. Chapter 62, Dragon Transformation Secret. However, Sui's words could not dispel Changyin's concerns, and she chose to test it herself. "By the way, aren't you planning to take this opportunity to record the corpus of the language of this continent?" Sui let Chang'in examine him, and his eyes accidentally saw a translator named Ji squatting on the ground and communicating with the lucky guy in the native language. He suddenly remembered that Yi Fei's credibility did not seem to be very high. After all, this former prodigy of the Yi family had been alone on this continent for 30 years, and no one knew how much recognition he still had for the Human Federation in his heart. There's no need for that at the moment. A corpus can't be built with just one sample, but you don't have to worry about him lying. After searching for a while, Chang'in finally confirmed with her own hands that the wound on Sui's back had scabbed for some time. As if to dispel Sui's concerns, she projected the screen of her personal terminal into the air without any hesitation, motioning Sui to observe the dazzlingly complex data and indicators on it together. "I implanted a micro-multi-channel physiological recorder in Yi Fei. He has now lost the ability to control his body as a sword master. If he tells a lie, indicators such as his heart rate, blood pressure, and respiratory rate will give him away." Sui immediately gained a better understanding of Changyin's methods. He originally thought that using a corpus to brute force a language system was incredible enough, but he didn't expect that Chang'in also carried a fully automatic lie detector with her. Yi Fei, who was standing by, must have heard the conversation between the two and immediately stood up again without making a sound. "How about it, did you figure out what he just said?" Sui did not shy away from talking about his conversation with Chang'in and asked Yi Fei some questions. The middle-aged man's expression changed again and again, and he gave an answer that Sui had not expected. "He asked me who we were, why we attacked the centaur tribe that had already naturalized as Han people, and what the Skyfire had to do with us." Hearing this, Sui raised his eyebrows. He asked Yi Fei, the translator, to explain the situation to him, but he had no intention of answering the questions of the lucky guy on the ground. As if he saw the unhappiness in Sui's eyes, Yi Fei hurriedly explained a few more words. The Han were the largest indigenous human power on this continent, occupying all the fertile lands south of the grasslands, forcing the various Yuan invaders to occupy the grasslands. They called the Yuan invaders barbarian tribes, and any Yuan invaders who nominally submitted to the Han Empire were called naturalized tribes. Sui frowned, and suddenly felt the urge to press Yifei's head into the ground and let the translator eat a few mouthfuls of dirt to sober up. The Yuan invaders lived in harmony with the indigenous people and even nominally naturalized and pledged allegiance to them. This was simply the funniest joke Sui had ever heard. If there was even a shred of hope for coexistence between the Yuan invaders and humans, the peacemakers throughout the millennia-long history of the Human Federation would have been able to get the two sides to reach a ceasefire agreement. He instinctively looked at Chang'an, who was still observing the data, hoping to get the conclusion from her that the translator was lying. However, Chang'an just nodded slightly, which meant that Yifei did not lie just now. Now Sui frowned even more tightly. He looked at Yifei in front of him and asked the question that concerned him most. Since the Yuan invaders on this continent have reached an agreement with the indigenous forces, where did those scarecrows at the village entrance come from? This, the wheat field beneath our feet, does not belong to the territory of the Han Empire, but rather to a territory similar to a vassal state. Yifei hesitated and chose to answer the question irrelevantly. Sui suddenly understood. The so-called harmonious coexistence between the two sides is probably just a unilateral wishful thinking of humans. The indigenous human forces of this continent unilaterally sent some of their fellow humans to the mouths of the Yuan invaders, choosing to sacrifice some of their people in exchange for their survival. It's not what you imagined. Didn't you just see it? This continent has a second human cultivation system besides the Sword Master system. When Yifei saw the contempt in Sui's eyes, he suddenly felt that something important in his heart had been tarnished, and he couldn't help but tell the secret that he originally wanted to keep. The second cultivation system? Sui quickly thought of the scales falling off the cavalrymen's bodies. He originally guessed that these scales were probably the product of some kind of curse brought about by the long-term coexistence of the indigenous people and the Yuan invaders, but he didn't expect to hear this from Yifei. Impossible. Before Sui could say anything, a voice filled with anger and questioning reached his ears. Sui recognized the owner of the voice as Lan Yueying, who had not appeared with Chang'an just now. He turned his head to look at Lan Yueying, and was surprised to find that the girl looked a little disheveled at the moment. Her originally delicate face was now covered in dust, and dirt mixed with sweat left traces on her cheeks. Lan Yueying noticed Sui's somewhat surprised look, but she did not explain immediately. Instead, she continued to ask about a former prodigy of the Yi family. The Federation's peacemakers have spent 1,000 years searching for a second cultivation system beyond the sword masters and sword maidens. But until now, aside from the various tools derived from the sword maiden system, ordinary people don't even have the means to attack them. I didn't believe it at first, but I later discovered that as long as the indigenous people of this continent practiced the dragon transformation technique, conventional physical attacks could harm the Yuan invaders. While Yifei was speaking, he also looked at Chang'an cautiously. Among the group of young men and women in front of him, the one he feared most was the ruthless man who carried an electric shock device in the space equipment. Seeing that Chang'an didn't seem to use the method of memory recovery again, he immediately breathed a sigh of relief. When you were in the village just now, you should have noticed the dragon horns on the villagers' heads. Sui nodded. That is the prerequisite for practicing the dragon transformation technique. Yifei seemed to have found someone to talk to, and there was even an unconscious tremor in his voice. The dragon transformation art is a cultivation path independent of the sword girl system. Even humans without the talent for wielding swords can achieve transcendence through personal effort and eventually transform into a true dragon. Sui and Lan Yueying looked at each other at the same time. In this world, is there really a second way for humans to practice besides the sword girl system? Soon, both of them got the answer from each other's eyes, which was that they didn't believe it at all. Yifei's fanatical appearance made him look more like a poor man who fell into a trap carefully designed by the Yuan invaders than a pioneer who discovered a new path for mankind. Throughout thousands of years of history, there have been many poor people who have fallen into this trap, most of whom are sword girls and sword masters who are struggling to survive after losing their other half. Compared with ordinary people who have never stepped into the extraordinary realm, these poor people whose strength has declined after losing their closest comrades are more easily deceived and more dangerous. He certainly didn't lie. Chang'an had put away the projection of her personal terminal at some point, and was now gently patting Yuner's back to relieve her discomfort from vomiting. However, not lying does not mean that everything you say is true. Sui and Lan Yueying focused their eyes on Chang'an, wanting to hear what she would say. Chang'an was straightforward. She stopped patting Yuner's back and spoke to the trembling Yifei about the topic he had deliberately avoided. If I'm not mistaken, you must have tried to practice the dragon transformation technique countless times in the past 30 years, but in the end, you gain nothing. Chapter 63, Past Events. As soon as Chang Yin finished speaking, Yi Fei, who had been arguing confidently, suddenly became gloomy and uncertain, obviously having been hit on the sore spot. Seeing this, Sui instantly understood that Chang Yin, the direct heir of the aristocratic family, must know some inside information. He consciously took over Chang Yin's job of patting He Yunner's back so that Chang Yin could concentrate on explaining the secret to the others. Chang Yin nodded imperceptibly, then looked at Yi Fei, whose face was blue and purple. This isn't the first time the Yuanko continent has been discovered. Whether it's the Qin continent currently controlled by the Zhao family, or the Yu continent once controlled by your Yi family, haven't cultivation paths seemingly independent of the Sword Girl system been discovered on each continent? Having said that, she simply turned around and stopped questioning Yi Fei. Instead, she started talking to Sui in a scientific tone. But no matter which system it was, in the end, all research was a waste of time. No matter how ingeniously designed and disguised these cultivation methods were, in the end, they only caused the indigenous people who practiced them to gradually lose their thinking and rationality, eventually becoming a new generation of Yuan invaders. Nonsense. That's because your Chang family hasn't conquered the Western continent yet, so naturally you don't know the wonders of the cultivation methods of the various Yuan invaders. Our Yi family has long been researching the indigenous cultivation systems of the Yu continent. Yi Fei snorted coldly, and his voice suddenly became more than doubled, as if he was deliberately trying to attract people's attention. Sui suddenly felt that He Yunner, who was still retching in front of him, trembled, obviously frightened by the sudden roar. Not only that, even the members of Jiangya who were patrolling hundreds of meters away were attracted by Yi Fei and wanted to see what was happening here. Sui waved towards the distance, signaling the Jiangya members who heard the shouting to continue patrolling, and then looked at Yi Fei with an unfriendly look. The weapon of criticism can never replace the criticism of weapons. Some people cannot be persuaded by theory alone, and physical means must be used to persuade them. Looking at Yi Fei's red face filled with fanatical expression, Sui had already guessed what he was thinking. Perhaps because he had spent too much time alone in the Yuanko plane, the translator in front of him seemed to have a misidentification of his identity. Although he was clearly a member of the Human Federation, his words and deeds always sided with the indigenous forces of this continent. To put it more simply, both the butt and the head are crooked. Sui moved his wrist and handed He Yunner, who suddenly started to retch again, to Lan Yueying, then looked at Cheng Yin. At the moment, Lan Yueying would definitely not object to him taking action. As long as Cheng Yin did not object, he could directly use weapon criticism. However, the two looked at each other, and Cheng Yin shook her head slightly at Sui. Sui was suddenly very confused. But considering Cheng Yin's mature way of dealing with things in the past, he gave up the idea of torturing her and turned back to take care of He Yunner, who looked upset. Cheng Yin cast a slightly apologetic look at Suito, then turned to look at Yi Fei, who was clenching his fists but did not dare to move a step. The Yi Fei in front of her reminded her of the Green Branch Sword Emperor who was notorious among the top leaders of the Federation. You are indeed correct. The Chang family has not yet been able to fully control the Western continent. But if I am not mistaken, when you were involved in this plane 430 years ago, the Yi family's guardian sword emperors were still your father, the Qingji sword emperor, and your fourth uncle, the Xuanye sword emperor. Yes, my father is indeed the Green Branch sword emperor. What do you want to say? Yi Fei looked at Cheng Yin with some confusion, obviously not understanding why Cheng Yin suddenly brought the topic to the two sword emperors of the Yi family. But he had a vague feeling of foreboding. Cheng Yin did not answer, but looked at Sui, who was still helping He Yunner calm down. Sui immediately understood. Although he was well versed in many theoretical knowledge, there were only 33 sword emperors in the 1,000-year history of mankind, and each one was a required knowledge point in the history textbook, so he naturally memorized them by rote. 470 years ago, Qingji Jianzuan, who was only 51 years old at the time, broke through and became the sword emperor. The Yi family had two emperors for 2 consecutive generations, and even overshadowed the Zhao family, which had originally been the number 1 family. But just 70 years later, the Green Branch Sword Emperor died at the hands of the Yuan invaders he had protected and nurtured. Sui looked at Yi Fei, whose eyes revealed impatience, pondered for a moment, and recited the knowledge he had learned from the textbook. Your father, the Green Branch Sword Emperor, was killed by the Yuan invaders he trained 400 years ago. He's a classic example of a negative example in the current middle school textbooks of the Human Federation. Every year. Impossible. Yi Fei interrupted Sui. He was so angry that his whole body was shaking and he glared at Sui. My father is a great sword emperor, and his status is so noble. Even if you want to attack me, using this method to frame him is too despicable. Looking at Yifei, who was in a red-hot state in front of him, Sui just shrugged indifferently. He didn't bother to care whether Yifei could accept the fact or not. Even if this translator vomited blood and died of anger, it would only increase the difficulty for them to decipher the indigenous language. If Changyin hadn't just shaken her head in objection, he would have been ready to use force to force a confession. He ignored Yifei, who was trembling but still afraid to take a step forward, and instead looked at Changyin for a solution. The textbook only wrote about the cause of death of Qingji Sword Emperor, but did not introduce the origin of the assassin who tried to assassinate Yuan invaders. Now that Changyin suddenly mentioned it, although Sui was not a very smart person, he guessed that the hidden story was closely related to the original Yuan invader plane. Their eyes met, and Changyin understood what Sui meant. She organized her words and told the details of how the Green Branch Sword Emperor died that year. To be precise, the Green Branch Sword Emperor wasn't protecting or nurturing the Yuan invader from Yuelu. Instead, he truly believed that the 100-life nirvana ceremony was humanity's second path to cultivation. The method of nirvana for 100 generations? Sui silently recited this unfamiliar term in his heart, and suddenly thought of something. He looked at Changyin, and before he could ask the question in his mind, he saw Changyin nodded at him. That's right. The 100 lifetimes nirvana method is the cultivation system of the indigenous humans of Yuelu. The Green Branch Sword Emperor firmly believed that the indigenous cultivation system of Yuelu would also be effective for humans from the main universe, and secretly funded a large number of indigenous humans to practice the 100 lifetimes nirvana method. And then? Sui looked at Yifei, whose face was changing from gloomy to happy and who refused to face reality, and a guess arose in his mind. Chapter 64, Naming Rights of Yuanko Continent. You've probably guessed what happened next. Those specially trained indigenous humans became the resurrection vessels for a 9th-rank Yuanko. The Yuanko killed the Green Branch Sword Emperor, and Yuelu, the land the Yi family had painstakingly cultivated for 3 generations, fell under the Yuanko's rule. Shang Yin's gaze swept across Sui, Lan Yueying, and He Yuner, and finally fell on the lucky guy who was still dancing on the ground. That's why I said that any cultivation path other than the Sword Girl system is essentially just a means for the Yuan invaders to resurrect. This is true of Yuelu's 100-lifetime nirvana, Yulu's immortal ascension, and even more so of this continent's bloodline dragon transformation. Sui followed Chang Yin's gaze to the lucky guy on the ground. Thinking of his original appearance of scales all over his body and 2 horns on his head, he suddenly felt that the secret information revealed by Chang Yin was very convincing. No wonder the indigenous people of this continent also have 2 horns on their foreheads and scales on their bodies like reptiles. It turns out that they have gradually become the vessels for the resurrection of the Yuan invaders. He looked at Yifei standing beside him, and saw that the middle-aged man seemed to have his spine pulled out and he collapsed to the ground. What are you going to do with these 2 people? Lock him up first. Chang Yin was a little bored. I initially thought he knew these secrets, but I forgot that the Green Branch Sword Emperor was still alive when he disappeared. Since he simply didn't know that the indigenous cultivation system was a trap, there's no need to kill him. Let's lock him up in warehouse number 2, which was just vacated today. Changyin put her right hand in front of her lips, and with a melodious whistle, the patrol team from Jiangha quickly ran into the sight of several people, and tied up Yifei and Lucky Guy who were lying on the ground tightly with ropes. After watching the patrol team escorting the 2 people who were tied up disappear from sight, Changyin looked at Sui, who was still looking into the distance. Don't think too much about it. Let's think about what to name this continent. Name it? Sui was a little confused. According to federal convention, the names of new continents are always given by the explorers who first discover them. But Yifei has already practiced the dragon transformation technique for this continent, so the power to name it naturally falls to us. He Yuner looked much better at the moment. Although her face was still pale, she was back to the state of rushing to answer Sui. Lan Yueying held her arm, with a look of surprise on her face. She obviously didn't expect He Yuner to suddenly become so excited from her weak state. Chang Yin glanced at He Yuner and added calmly. For example, Yunlu was named after the characteristics of the Cloud Sea city after the Wang family first discovered it. Sui nodded. He probably understood the basic requirements for naming the Yuanko continent, which was that it had to reflect the characteristics of this continent to some extent. After pondering for a moment, he looked around and gave the answer to the 3 women in a tentative tone. Or, let's call it Hanlu. It seems that the human natives in this plane are quite strong, which can be considered a feature. That is too hard to hear. Hyunur was very outspoken and expressed her opposition immediately.
If her face had not been so pale, Sui would have thought that the little princess who had just vomited violently had completely gotten rid of the shadow of what had just happened. Beside Hyunur, Lan Yueying also shook her head at Sui. Although no words were spoken, the body language said it all.
Sui immediately gave up the idea in disappointment.
It seemed that this name was indeed not very nice.
It's not impossible.
Qin Lu, who is controlled by the Yi family, was named that way.
But I think it's better to be a little different from Qin Lu.
Changyin had her signature smile on her face and spoke very tactfully, which immediately dispelled Suyi's doubts about her aesthetic taste.
Then let's all speak up.
The naming right belongs to the four of us. Whoever comes up with the best idea will use their suggestion.
I think we can call him Ilu. Lan Yueying responded.
The Federation has always had a precedent for naming continents after their discoverers.
Yu continent is named after the first generation of the Greenleaf Sword Emperor, Yi Yu.
Sui, you are the core of the team, so it is quite appropriate to name this continent after you.
I think it's good. Hyunur no longer had any objection to the name being unpleasant.
Instead, she raised her left hand and gestured to Sui, using this method to express her approval.
Sui suddenly felt a severe headache. Don't do it, this is too ostentatious.
For a genius, humility is a necessary virtue, otherwise, it is easy to capsize in the ditch before growing up. Considering Suyi's talent, becoming the Sword Emperor in the future is not a foregone conclusion, but at least it is almost certain. But before he grew up, naming the continent after himself like Qingye Sword Emperor was really too hateful.
More importantly, the name Ilu is so incongruous that Sui himself feels it is not the name of a continent. There is really no need to forcibly use his own name to name the continent.
No, we must implement the principle of minority obeying the majority. The color on Hyunur's face had returned a lot. She shook Lan Yueying's arm and started to make trouble.
We both support this name, and you are against it.
With 2 votes against 1, your objection is invalid. Sui choked and then turned his gaze to Changyin beside him. He had just said that he would choose the best name among the 4, and it was really difficult for him to object to Hyunur's words at the moment. But as long as Changyin also expressed her objection, the 4 would still be tied at 2-2, and the outrageous name Ilu would not have to be made public. Changyin still had her chin in her left hand, and she pondered for a while without saying anything, which made Sui feel a little uneasy. Based on his understanding of Changyin, this domineering sister probably wanted him to call her sister and suppress him in family status. But compared to the name Ilu, which may be complained by countless people in the future, the family status does not seem to be that important for the time being. However, contrary to Suyi's expectations, Changyin did not take advantage of the situation this time, but just gave a name lightly.
How about calling him Long Lu? That's a good name. Suyi's eyes suddenly lit up.
Although I don't understand why Changyin suddenly gave up the opportunity to make a fortune from the war, there is no doubt that this is the best case scenario for him. While Hyunur was still surprised, he used his eyes to signal Lan Yueying frantically. If Lan Yueying also changed her mind, then the final name of the continent under her feet would be determined.
Chapter 65 Pink Macho.
Lan Yueying's eyes dodged left and right, but she couldn't stand Suyi's gaze anymore and spoke out to agree with him. I suddenly feel that the name Long Lu sounds better.
How about calling him Long Lu?
Hyunur, who was originally surprised, was suddenly stunned. She looked at Lan Yueying with disbelief, as if questioning why Lan Yueying betrayed the revolution.
Okay, now the number is 3-1.
The minority obeys the majority.
The name Long Lu is decided.
On the side, Sui clapped his hands violently. In order to avoid any further complications, he announced his victory directly to Hyunur.
Hyunur looked at Suyi's movements and suddenly felt like she was hit by a boomerang.
Just a few minutes ago, she was still pulling Changyin and Lan Yueying together, using the principle of the minority obeys the majority to block Sui. A few minutes later, the sisters who had originally been on the same front with her suddenly changed sides and lay in the same bed with Sui. She was like a little girl who ran away from home in the dead of winter and was shivering with cold. She could have barely endured it, but she happened to see another little girl who was almost the same age as her, not only wearing a warm fur coat, but also chewing on a delicious, hot chicken drumstick. More importantly, she was freezing outside because she had made an appointment with a little girl of the same age to run away from home together, but when the time came, the other party chose to go back on her word, leaving her alone in the cold wind. Thinking of this, Hyunur suddenly felt very unbalanced, as if she had become a small prop for Sui, Lan Yueying, and Changyin to adjust their relationship.
Okay, let's stop with the naming. I'm a little sleepy. Seeing that Hyunur seemed to be reaching a dead end, Changyin quickly spoke up to interrupt her thoughts. When Hyunur heard Changyin's voice, she was suddenly awakened. Only then did she remember that it should have been Changyin's rest time. She, Sui and Lan Yueying had all rested for at least half the night, but Changyin was the only one who had not slept the whole night. Perhaps it was a psychological effect, but Hyunur looked at Changyin's face and noticed that there were faint dark circles around her eyes. Her original intention to continue pestering her was instantly extinguished, and even her tone of voice became embarrassed. Well, go back to sleep. 10 minutes later, Sui, holding Changyin's hand with his left hand, returned to the familiar staircase. The surroundings were still pitch black, and the emergency lights around were emitting a pale green light. Changyin was humming an unknown tune and seemed to be in a very good mood. According to Suyi's original idea, his right hand should be holding Lan Yueying at this moment. After all, Lan Yueying also only slept half the night, so she didn't need to stay up all night, so it would be very appropriate for her to come back and take a nap. However, Lan Yueying herself rejected this proposal, claiming that Hyunur had just experienced a big fight and vomiting, and she wanted to stay outside to take care of Hyunur. Sui naturally didn't believe this statement. He glanced back and forth between the two women several times, and saw that Hyunur was like a robot that had been unplugged. Her original energy that was so vigorous that she jumped up and down suddenly disappeared, and she became weak again. If her face had not already regained its rosy complexion, even Sui would not have been sure that she was faking it. But after thinking for a moment, seeing that the two women chose to unite to call a horse a zebra, Sui tacitly did not expose them. After all, Lan Yueying had just betrayed Hyunur in a sense, so it would be nice to give them some time alone to repair their relationship. Thoughts returned to reality. Sui still held Changyin's hand as they walked through the long corridor lit only by the pale green emergency light. He finally saw the rather heavy wooden door again. Pushing open the wooden door, Sui saw a bedroom filled with pink in every sense of the word again. Although he had already slept in this bedroom for half the night, when Sui saw the pink wallpaper with the classic image of Hello Kitty printed on it again, he couldn't help but stare at it for a moment longer. Why, you don't like pink? Changyin's eyes are very sharp. Even though Sui only stared at him for a moment longer, she still gave him a questioning look. It's not that I don't like it, but blue might be more to my liking. Sui shook his head first, then nodded. To be honest, he has no preference for the color of the wallpaper, and even thinks the image of Hello Kitty is a little too cute. But as long as you like it, I don't really care. How about changing it to blue? Blue might be more in line with the masculine aesthetic in today's Federation values. Changyin suddenly interrupted Sui, and the meaning revealed between the lines seemed to be a misunderstanding. There's really no need to go through all this trouble. Pink is pretty good too. Sui had no choice but to state his attitude in full, fearing that if he was vague, Changyin would change the Hello Kitty logo on the wall and the wallpaper to blue the next morning. That's fine, after all, pink is the color that macho men originally liked. Changyin nodded, without any disappointment on her face after being refuted. Instead, she began to explain to Sui. For centuries before the Great Disaster, pink was considered the color of blood thinning and a symbol of masculinity. In contrast, today, blue, which symbolizes freedom and open-mindedness, is often used to represent the Virgin Mary in religious paintings. Your preference for pink proves that you share the same aesthetic taste as those of the Iron Prussian era. Oh, and what happened next? Sui was so interested in Changyin's words that he even ignored Changyin's movements of rummaging through the closet. Later, several world wars broke out. In the era of total war, not only men but also women had to go to the battlefield. Naturally, pink was no longer just a symbol of the blood and iron of the Prussian era, but gradually evolved into a symbol of women. Changyin took out a light blue shirt and a pair of black slim trousers from the closet, left the closet door wide open, turned around and handed them to Sui. Okay, go take a shower first. We can talk after you're done. But I just showered before going to bed. Sui widened his eyes. The length of day and night in Yuanko's plane is almost the same as that on Blue Star. It has been less than 5 hours since he last took a shower. So many things happened today that he forgot for a moment how obsessive-compulsive Changyin was. It was not until now that he remembered that the girl in front of him was an aquatic animal who took a bath 3 times a day. That time doesn't count. You and Hyunur just had a big fight outside. Not only do you need to take a shower again, but you also need to change all your clothes. Changyin responded casually, and seeing that Sui was still staring with his eyes wide open, she simply stuffed the clothes into his hands. Besides, don't you think taking a bath 2 or 3 times a day is essential for a quality life? Now that we're no longer on Blue Star and are keeping things simple, we still have to stick to taking a bath every day. Chapter 66. I'll just take a look. Chang Yin's words were sincere and heartfelt. For her, taking a bath every day is an essential part of life, just like eating and drinking water. From birth to school, from the day she became an adult and awakened her SS-level talent to crossing the galaxy to come to Blue Star a few days ago, taking a bath every day has been a habit she has developed for more than 20 years. Every time her white body was submerged in hot water and her muscles gradually relaxed, she felt that all the fatigue and stress of the whole day were left behind. Before she met Sui, she found it hard to understand why anyone could resist the temptation of taking a bath, and she didn't believe that anyone could really finish a bath in half an hour. Half a month ago, when Sui claimed that it only took 3 minutes to take a shower, she thought it was just an exaggeration. However, after just 2 days of living together, she noticed something was wrong. Sui was indeed exaggerating, but not too much. He could literally take a 10-minute shower and leave quickly, like he was playing some kind of racing game. Faced with Chang Yin's sincere eyes, Sui just took off his shirt silently. He did not agree with Chang Yin's aquatic animal theory, but remembered the arrows that hit his back. Although the wounds had basically healed due to the talent of world master craftsman, the blood was still flowing. There were probably still a lot of dried blood stains on the back of his clothes at this moment, so he really needed to change. That's right. Sui took off his coat, which was stuck to his back due to dried blood, and took out the blood-red breastplate. This is a dimensional item that exploded when I was clearing out the Yuan invaders. Can you help me take a look at it and see if it has any special additional effects? Chang Yin glanced at Suyi's naked upper body, reached out to take the ruby-like breastplate, and carefully placed it in front of her eyes. Her long eyelashes almost touched the surface of the breastplate. After observing for a while, she shook her head. I don't carry any specialized analytical equipment. No one can see the additional effects of the dimensional item with the naked eye. As she spoke, she looked up at Sui and added another sentence. However, this is the first dimensional item humans have come across since Dragonland. Even if the effect is poor, someone will pay a sky-high price to collect it just based on the concept. So, it's very valuable? Sui grasped the key point in Chang Yin's words. Very valuable. Chang Yin affirmed. From ancient times to the present, the most valuable things in the world are not determined by their actual value, but by their stories and gimmicks. As long as there is a story suitable for hype, even if the item itself is worthless, it can be packaged and sold at a sky-high price. What's more, the Dragonland under their feet is a genuine new dimension. As the first dimensional prop in the new continent, it is only natural that this heart-protecting mirror is priced a little higher than 100 million. That's good. Sui nodded, his expression showing unconcealable excitement. After seeing the financial resources of Chang Yin and He he has been thinking about how to make a lot of money and try to get rid of the situation of having to live off his wife. After all, he is a genius that only appears once in 1,000 years. If he really becomes a Sword Emperor one day, it would be bad to be nicknamed Soft Rice Sword Emperor. But he had no choice. Most of the ways to make big money had already been written into the federal criminal law. After thinking about it, Sui had to give up and even turn to think about how to live off his wife decently. Fortunately, there is always a way out. During the conversation just now, Sui suddenly found that his plan to make a lot of money had the possibility of being realized again. For a moment, he almost couldn't help but hum. He turned and walked towards the bathroom, ready to take a bath to relieve his excitement. Just as he reached the door, he suddenly stopped, turned around and invited Chang Yin. By the way, do you want to take a shower together? Chang Yin rolled her eyes in response. After being rejected by Chang Yin, Sui did not show any emotional change. After all, a mature lady like Chang Yin with high attack and defense is not easy to deal with. It's better not to take a bath together. If the two of them really take a bath together, it's hard to say who will take advantage of whom. He walked quickly to the bathroom he hadn't been to for several hours. The warm lighting and light fragrance filled the whole room with an ambiguous atmosphere. He entered the wooden barrel in no time and Sui closed his eyes comfortably. It has to be said that Chang Yin always manages to prepare many things quietly. The water temperature in the wooden barrel is just right, making him unable to help but hum a little tune. Suddenly, Sui heard a rustling sound. He opened his eyes with some confusion. I saw Chang Yin came to the bathroom at some point. She was wearing a white bath towel and lying on the edge of the wooden tub with a smile on her face. She was staring at Sui with her eyes openly. Didn't you say you didn't want to soak? I'm just standing here and watching. I'm not taking a bath. Chapter 67. Hurry. The atmosphere in the bathroom was very strange. Sui was originally enjoying the hot water comfortably when he suddenly saw Chang'in staring at him with a smile. He always felt that there seemed to be some mismatch in their identities. No matter from which perspective, he should be the one staring at Chang'in while she takes a bath outside the wooden tub. How come now it's Chang'in who is looking at him from outside? It's really the opposite of what Tiangang sees. As Changyin's gaze continued to move down along the water surface, Sui finally couldn't hold it anymore. He stretched out his hand and tried to pull Chang'in into the bathtub, but the royal sister dodged with a hint of disgust. This water is too dirty. Just soak by yourself. Don't drag me along. Dirty? Sui looked at the water surface of the wooden barrel. Because too much blood had been dissolved, the originally clear hot water had turned a light yellow. From this perspective, Changyin's disdain is justified. But this can only make Sui retreat half a step at most, and it is impossible to make him give up completely. That won't do. We are all equal, men and women. You've seen me naked, so you should at least let me see you. As Sui spoke, he reached out for Changyin's bath towel again. His movements were slow, intentionally giving Chang'in time to react. In his opinion, there are only two possible reactions to Chang'in. Either don't resist and let him take advantage of you and feast his eyes on you, or leave the bathroom in shame and anger and go straight to bed. In the former case, he can lie comfortably in the wooden barrel and admire Changyin's body. In the latter case, he can also get rid of the strange atmosphere of being watched. In any case, he will not lose out. As Sui expected, Chang'in took another step back calmly, barely avoiding his dirty hands that were trying to take off her bath towel. Something's wrong. When did you become so bold? Chang'in looked at Sui with some suspicion. In her impression, Sui always avoided her teasing, so why did he suddenly start teasing her instead? Actually, I figured it out. Sui pondered for a moment and decided to solve the ecological problem between the two once and for all. Ever since we met, you've always been the one taking the initiative to improve our relationship. I will work harder in the future and will never let your love for me go unnoticed. After listening to Suyi's righteous words, Chang'in frowned even more tightly. Even a fool could see that Suyi's exaggerated acting was obviously to divert her attention. After a moment, she showed a look of sudden realization. If I'm not mistaken, you probably took a bath with Yuner and Yueying earlier in the night, so you wanted to treat us equally and take a bath with me too. The muscles at the corners of Suyi's mouth twitched unconsciously. He didn't understand. These phenomena were obviously unrelated, so why could Chang'in directly infer that he and Yueying had taken a bath together in the first half of the night? Seeing this, Chang'in became even more certain of her inner guess, and she directly reached out and held Sui Lu's shoulder above the water. TSK, I didn't expect that, Sui. Although you seem to know nothing, you are actually very knowledgeable about the balance of the harem. How about this, I won't take a bath together. I can show you my school uniform when we get back to the bedroom later. School uniform? Sui was stunned for a moment, not quite understanding what Chang'in was up to. We were just discussing a couple-less bath, why are we suddenly talking about uniforms again? Are these two the same level of temptation? However, Chang'in didn't seem to have any intention of explaining to Sui. She left the bathroom excitedly, leaving Sui alone with a confused look on his face. Seeing Chang'in leave, Sui no longer wanted to continue taking a bath. 10 minutes later, Sui pushed open the bedroom door, and Chang'in, who had dressed early and was sitting on the edge of the bed, came into his sight. To Sui's surprise, the school uniform on the royal sister was not as loose and bulky as he had imagined, but a classic JK uniform. A gray pleated skirt with a white long-sleeved shirt and a white bow tie on the chest. The whole uniform is very close-fitting, which highlights Changyin's exquisite body very well. The skirt is very short, revealing two slender legs, especially the round thighs that make people want to lick them. After putting on this JK uniform, Chang'in not only became more beautiful, but her entire temperament also underwent a strange change. That pure face coupled with the uniform that represented youth gave Sui an illusion that Chang'in was still a little girl in high school, rather than a mature lady who was 4 years older than Sui. How about it, do I look good? Chang'in deliberately raised her voice, and was very satisfied with Changyin's slight distraction. It's pretty. Sui chose to tell the truth. His gaze stayed on Chang'in for a full half-minute. To say that this was not pretty was simply to be stubborn. What else? Chang Yin was not very satisfied with Su Yi's brief answer.
If she only gets a compliment for dressing up so carefully, it would be totally unworthy.
It feels like an old cucumber painted green to pretend to be young. Su Yi pondered for a moment, and a wonderful association came out of his mouth. Although this JK uniform gave Chang Yin a youthful temperament, unfortunately, her overly mature figure forced Su Yi to face reality.
After all, middle school girls who really wear JK uniforms don't have bulges like Chang Yin, as if their clothes are about to burst at any moment.
Chang Yin's face froze for a moment, but soon returned to normal. You don't understand. A relationship between husband and wife is like a cucumber. When it's ripe, it turns yellow. When it's not ripe, it's green.
As she spoke, Chang Yin hooked her arms around Su Yi's neck like a couple and started teasing Su Yi in turn.
Tell me, is our relationship better if it's yellow or green?